Make some noise for enemy! Get ready. I said DEFCON, get ready. Right, get ready. Come on.
Follow me by code, follow me, then I'll come to follow the link. Follow me first.
We are creatures of the night. Chaos reigns until we die.
Let's go insane, everybody. And the race taking over. Let's go insane, everybody. Hands up for enemy. So get up.
The number you have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep.
This is an emergency. This is not a test. Do you really think you can handle this? You can't control it. It's like bringing life straight out of your soul. There's beauty in creating something that wasn't there before.
man. Why they love this fucking hero, bro? I mean, fucking piece of shit, man.
What you got, enemy? What you got, enemy?
Scramble for power. Your identity, your name.
We need you back up, Eddie. Enemy rocket the spot without a goddamn doubt. So let's get buck out. No stress when she's on the wheels of steel. Every team to rock the party wherever, ever you are. We call our enemy. Make some motherfucking noise. Raise those fists up. Yeah.
rave. The sound of the underground.
Raise him up, raise him up. Front to back, side to side, raise him up. Just go, this is enemy. Let's party, y'all. Come with it. Middle tower's taking a beating. Just go, let me see you. Middle tower might be able to. people are using it for local probably but you people need to handle this, and I mean yesterday. Bring it on! Don't stare at the DJ, let yourself go to the sound. Ratings fortify your structure. Bring that shit back. Okay, now we're rolling. Come on out! Drift count!
When your heart's full of night, remember the time. One last night in the end, we were like this today.
Why do I get mid lion? Just the Madeline got a don't have any in this.
Tip top. It's just tip.
2 men enter. 1 man leaves.
Attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
just obliterated their middle barracks.
Very good.
Got them on the ropes. Hit 'em again.
Great teamwork, you vicious fellas.
That was a master class in the middle barracks, Smoker. It was standing, it stood. Sunrise, sunrise. Circle.
She's not dead. Jeffka, she's not dead.
Alex,
Hands up. Hands up. Hands up.
Hip us getting rich quick soon when we blow up. Wait, tick, 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 boom. Blow, 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 blow up. Blow up. Hip us getting rich quick soon when we blow up. Wait, tick, 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 boom. Blow, 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 blow up. When we blow up. When we blow up. When we blow up. 30 seconds to Radiant versus
It's going to be a fine night tonight. It's going to be a fine day tomorrow. It's going to be a fine night tonight. It's going to be a fine day tomorrow.
Clap, come on. The DJ's now off on this event. Switch.
It's going to be a fine night tonight. It's going to be a fine day tomorrow. It's going to be a fine night tonight. It's going to be a fine day tomorrow.
Put a fucking heart in the air. If you got love for this lady, put a heart up. Make some noise for enemy. Yes.
So now, bringing truly something special. Presenting exertion. Make noise for it's
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Don't you go nowhere, y'all.
Show me that energy. I know you can't keep up. So let's go. Everybody now. Go crazy. We ain't gonna be rocking you. With the old school ways, it's your education. So you better pay attention.
If you still got energy left, we gotta see that shit. See if you're still here and you like the sound, I wanna see some hands up, y'all. We don't care if it's crowded or if it's prime. As long as we got some energy left, we gonna rock, y'all. Together. You and the DJ, okay?
So right now, Haley, exhausting air, radiant.
Defending
I'm not, brother. I'm just. I get less views, so I do stop looking at the chat every time. I forget to look at the chat. My Rasa Wave, brother. How you doing, bro? Ila Maxa, what's up? Thank you.
Look to your top tower. Top tower has been
Do something, bro.
your top tower is under attack.
talking, brother? Why do you play the? Why do you play the most skilled hero if you don't fucking know how to play, man? Fuck. Noob invoker, bro. You duita matra spell anta.
You are called
Ayush is a very high skill Dota player. Period.
Can you feel it?
The enemy's top tower brought to ruin.
Much respect for everybody in this place right now. You are the real dedicated crowd. We love y'all. But for now, check this out, Def Gun. I got something to tell y'all. So, put a hand in the air for yourself, because y'all supporting this DJ right now, like it's supposed to be. XRTA, put those hands up. Support all the DJs. It don't matter if they've been doing this for 30 years or one day. Make some noise for RTA! Respect your audio, okay? We love you. Let's go. To the old school. This is how we do it, okay?
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Nothing but good vibes. And to be honest, this is
I'm
the
just carrying my phone.
to the old school. Come with it. Come on, make some motherfucking noise! That you don't ever want to turn down. That's right.
Fucking asshole. My dumb didn't carry.
always float to the top.
I want to be aggressive. I am scared for them.
They always float to the top.
I want to be aggressive. I am scared for them.
Let's go, chat. Team Spirit versus the new Muse with my favorite mid one. Let's go, chat. Team Spirit versus the new Muse.
Because I think, you know, we talked about Miles' heroes, they need to be snowballing. So I think if you're Spirit, you should recognize that. You should pick something that
Brain of Mouse's concept of winning this game. You know, explode.
Mid one, which is who you want here.
Right. Super aggressive safe lane. They have Disruptor and there's Nature.
He's not going to be able to do as much with it in this early game, particularly if you get the Vessel up really quickly here, and you need to secure this lane against the Beast. Another TP into bottom. These are guaranteed with the Glimpse. I mean, you just can't mess these games up right. It's 100% of the time you're up far in this lane, you're gonna pay the price. On Spirit, I almost want to just kind of stack for the Beast and play this lane defensive until you have the Helm.
Yeah. Yamage. Good shards to block him in. Yamage hoping for the neutral creeps, but instead maybe just set Laurel up.
Oh, yeah.
To clear out this hard camp with the shield crash bringing him a bit low. I'm actually surprised they're not willing to stick around for that.
Probably wants to play for both sides of the 6-minute power rune here.
Yeah,
fair. Not a rune mid-one should get. Does have Wrath of Nature available. They are TPing in the pudge, so they're going to play for it.
Mid-ones.
Mid-one. CP down click. Laurel, he gets the regen rune away from him, but will he survive with that regen rune? The Rolling Thunder on top of him. Panto with the tag team, but still Yamage. Can he get the hook pull away? Pulls away Panto at the same time as Glitz. Very awkward interaction there between the two supports of Mouse. Do mid-one, no favors whatsoever. Chrysalis, though, is going to help out. He joins in on this engagement. The Swashbuckle Shield Crash both on cooldown. Laurel doesn't have a way out of here. 1 second. Trying to dodge, but no. Double kill picked up. The Bushwhack comes in too late. And an attempted fish for another one. Got a glimpse back onto him. Rue, that's going to be 3. Chrysalis, the big winner out of this one. They'll feed it to him.
Chrysalis in his Monkey King, by the way.
Yeah, no rampage for him before the 10-minute mark, but he will gladly collect an easy triple kill off that rotation mid.
And of course, Mouse win a fight. It's time for Boom to die. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, that is.
When you're left on an island as a pirate.
It might be okay. Oh, he's dead. Sacrificial offlaner role for him, but yeah, you have Ghost Shift to contribute in that mid game. At least you have some good offlaner spells.
I guess. It's just.
This is a better exchange for Mouse. Right? Like, you are snowballing the Monkey and the Furion. They're your top leaders in this game, and you're getting some fleshies for that punch. Way stronger early game for Yamage.
Have the final swing on him.
The big man's collecting some stacks here, Austin.
He is.
Wisdom Shrines will get split this time around, so also better news for Mouse. This feels like a stronger early game for them in some ways, right? In terms of like finding more action on the heroes they want. Boom's had a rougher time, but if you look at the net worth, he's basically on par with the Beastmaster.
Yes. Like before the Wisdom Shrine fight in game 1, Mouse lost the laning phase pretty hard. Like
Exactly.
Team Spirit went aggressive with it because they had an advantage.
You could argue they're in a better position than that game 1.
Yeah.
Again, maybe not the position they want to be, but you're against a very good team, and you did slow down the Beast Helm a little bit here. Nice little power rune for Laurel. Continues to collect pretty much everything he wants in this river.
Helmadon plus level 6 is coming in, so expect Chrysalis to abandon this lane. All the reason to do so, especially when your team is setting you up for kills here. Good snowball dodging out the boat, but they're still stuck inside the Wukong's command and no way out.
5 heroes to take that Pangolier down. Yeah, you can have the rune, but we're going to take your life. And now Mao's picking up the pace. We saw how much Spirit brought numbers to all those early engagements. They're not doing it as much here. Their heroes are a little more static. You have to farm the TA. You have to farm the Beast. You can't bring these early heroes into connections as much as Mao's are doing.
Yeah, in that game, I guess Laurel was able to make some moves just off of levels. Doesn't need some early items, especially when he's incentivized with Galvanized stacks. I'm surprised Chrysalis came back here. Now, he's not showing himself. He's trying to stall the push, and he's going to farm back neutrals here. Rue's going to go on a hunt, but...
Correct call. Laurel TV to that tower. Still has that amp damage on the Pango. Did not pop it for that play. And there's those stacks being created. So you can put the stacks into Boom if you want the Kunkka to recover his net worth. You can also just give it to the Monkey later. Little tower for collapse. I mean, Spirit not playing as much of a skirmish-heavy game, just trying to farm up all the lane scale. Maybe slow the game down from their perspective. There will go some of the stacks into the Kunkka. So some nice recovery CS for him. Somehow it's the Pango at the bottom of the pack. Pressure went into the Laurel hero in the mid-game.
Yeah.
And his diffusal's being delayed. He'll now make a move through gate top, pops amp damage, not finding anything. Now he's going to gate back bottom. I mean, he's just been running around trying to look for plays. Maybe saying, hey, my 2 other cores are going to farm a lot this game. I don't need to be, top dog. But this is costing him a lot of time. He's doing this all without boots, by the way. So this is very slow for him to walk across the map like this.
To finish this sequence off with a successful smoke move from Mouse, I mean, this would just be really set the early game tempo in their favor. Unfortunately, Panto, he got a hook out of Yamage that misses. Mid one teleporting in, but he's teleporting right to the Rolling Thunder. Not a place you want to be. Chrysalis thought he was being set up here, but now he's getting knocked out from the tree. Got off the Wukong's command. Does manage to get the hit on the collapse to finish him off. Can they chase after more? Snowball off Yamich. Yamich with a successful hook, pulling in Laurel. And now with the X, he's stuck. He's stuck for a little while, and he's got no spells to get him out. of Bushwhack will not be able to bail him out of that position. The sports get away, but the cores will die. It's the opposite situation for Mouse. Their cores stay up, and their supports go down. Clearly, another fight favoring Mouse.
That's such a difficult fight for Spirit. If you get that fight on the wrap around tier 1 and you can catch Mouse off guard, have numbers, put the roar into somebody, blow them up, you don't get roar off in that fight. That's such a big deal. That's your Beastmaster in this early game who was looking for that rotation. And Mouse kind of just caught Spirit off guard. I don't think Spirit were ready to fight at that exact point in the jungle. And now all of a sudden you have Wrath that comes through, you land a Static Storm, you land a Wukong. Most of the spells went off here, and Collapse is the one who gets nothing. He took over 500 damage from Celery in this fight, just from Disruptor spells, usually not a high damage hero. And then you're able to land this hook at the end, which almost unfortunate for Spirit that Panto dodged it. Ends up Forsaking Ball.
Yeah, and the reason this Disruptor has his ultimate in the first place is because he's been a part of so many successful kills. 10 assists already at 10 minutes.
Huge early game for Celery here.
Yeah, Celery's been killing it this series.
Oh, yeah.
His Snapfire was excellent in game 1, and his Disruptor has gone off without a hitch. Okay, maybe the supports won't all survive. Panto gets caught trying to take some farm in the mid lane on his way back.
These 3 cores are just combining so well, so fast. Spirit are not ready for this tempo right now.
They're not.
And they're going to have some fast fighting items. That's Diffusal done for the Monkey, the Vessel for the Furion, and a fast Crimson for the Kunkka. I mean, you're just ready to go, right? What do Spirit have to fight against these heroes in a 5-on-5? You're still looking for items on Yotoro. You're still looking for levels on the supports. Not even 6 on that Hoodwink yet.
Yeah, if you wanted a faster Diffusal Blade because it's a mid-Pango, well, that didn't happen this time. Collapse had a better timing than Laurel has in game 2.
And the difference in this game has been the carry interaction. Where has Yotoro been in this game, right? He's just farmed, which I'm not faulting him for that, but it's a difference in the heroes and a difference in the playstyle. And right now, Crystallis, he's getting a lot more done. 5-0, 5-star for this Monkey King. He salvaged those mid-fights, making his presence felt. Takes a mid-tower, goes top, gonna take this tower.
His most prolific hero, by far the hero that he's played the most, and one of the heroes he's had the most success with. Almost a 70% win rate on his Monkey King.
He is the Monkey King.
Yeah, he made a joke early in the game. Just a bronze tier Monkey King. This is one of my first games on it. The reality, 188 matches.
Damn Smurfs. That Crimson, very close to done. The one downside for Mouse here with this aura buildup is I don't think you can force Roche, but you absolutely can maybe force the aggressive fights on Spirit's side of the map because you have the Glimpse, because you have X, because you have Hook, and all these kind of chain into each other. Your chase down's super good. You can guarantee the hooks will land if you need to. You know, if Yamich needs a little extra help, it's there. And Spirit are not going to have BKBs for some time in this game, so all of your super strong early game team fight spells such as the boat are going to be really effective here. You just have to use the space you got off these early towers. So the map is kind of Mouse's to run over if they want to force the issue. And Spirit in a little bit of a dodge mode right now. Do have the Deso on Yotoro so he can join the fights and ideally come in last and clean those up. Does not want to be the first point of contact.
Yeah. And they might even be able to start certain fights. Because Panto, you know, they did not... Team Spirit are down a little bit, but Panto is quite farmed. He is the most farm support in this game and almost has a Blink Dagger already.
Well, he still had that tremendous early game.
Yeah.
Fell off a little bit because the rest didn't really click for Spirit, but he still had such a good start that you're right. He's going to have a really good Blink here.
Yeah, I almost wish his cores would let him finish this just because...
It's Team Spirit, Austin.
Yeah,
can't take waves away.
I guess so.
Maybe if he wins a couple TIs, then you can start to argue.
Coming through the gates, if... Yotoro, I mean, he's got that the trap there, but because the Monkey King came through as a tree, Team Spirit see what's going on. It looks like
this smoke was
prepared
landed
for some aggression.
But Spirit are grouping up. Trying to hit their item timing. Helm of the Overlord done for the Beastmaster, Diffusal on the Pango, Death on the TA. They're also ready to fight right now. It's just about landing that roar, getting the good single target DPS in.
They put up a little bit going after mid one here. Boom. Trying to save him. Bushwhack cut down by the Rolling Thunder. And he's got the save of the Crimson Guard, so it's going to be hard to finish off mid one here, especially if he's hooked back after the Ice Shard blocked him in. That is Team Spirit. Most of their spells are gone out of this situation. Now Laurel caught inside the Static Storm. He's in trouble. What a snowball pickup, though. From the high ground, pulling him back.
And
Beautiful stuff from Panto. Yatoro comes in from behind, goes after the Disruptor. Quick kill there, and a two-shot on Yamich. No, we got off the Dismember, but at the same time, the cores, they're going after Collapse. They're not helping this Pudge at all. Boom, win for it. He tries to get the kill on Collapse. Not enough. And Team Spirit kite back Mouse. Pull away a victory and will take the tower.
Really nice disengage from them. They got a lot of ults out of Mouse early on in that fight. Reset, and then Yatoro says, nothing to be afraid of. Let's go back in, boys. Flex himself some Deso charges. No Wukong. No boat to take the second half of that fight. Easy mode for Spirit there, and some beautiful kiting at the end. Not giving that cleave to the Kunkka to finish off the Beastmaster. They kind of all ran in front of it to not give him a good target. And this is Mouse with Glimpse available here. Like, Celery has a Glimpse, but there's no one to really Glimpse. And your cores are chasing this snowball that was really the big deal breaker in this fight for Mouse to try and get something out of it. Yeah, just completely split the fight up. Your focus target becomes really confusing here. Crystallis doesn't want to commit in for the second half, and just nothing to clean off of there. Frustrating fight for Boom, because he's super strong right now with this Bow Crimson. She didn't get a lot out of it, so you just got to go back for stacks. Spirit now building some momentum. And the scary part about their lineup is you do not want to lose a fight around the river near Roshan, because they will clear through it really quickly. Might even just force the issue anyway. I mean, you have tag teaming of Beastmaster, Pango, and the minus armor from the TA. This Roche dies incredibly fast.
Yeah, it's like the opposite situation from Mouse.
Yeah,
right?
that's the issue.
Mouse can take as much map control, but really just cannot take the objectives quickly. But exact opposite, Team Spirit, if they win a fight, Tormentor, Roche, easy pickings. 3,000 net worth lead, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good. Panto with another snowball save. He's been doing some work with that.
An X with a hook potential.
Got him on the hook. Pull back into the Dismember, into a bolt. Panto, no snowball to save.
No static.
But a punch is good enough. A roll up. He dodges the Static Storm and gets off the Rolling Thunder to allow Laurel to roll away. Wait, an X. Is that going to last long enough to pull him back? No, the Rolling Thunder, it pushes through just long enough.
That was super awkward from Mouse. That should be a dead Triangleer.
Yeah.
They were trying to conserve spells, but maybe just not having a read on the early shard from Laurel. Thought you'd have more time to get the control off on him. That is also a situation, though, I'm surprised Spirit kind of gave it to them, like walking in the river against Glimpse, against X, that guarantees a hook. It's a little sketchy. No harm, no foul. They'll maintain their lead here, continue to try and scale these two side laners up. Deso tiny. No.
Behind Boom. Drop Sentry, drop a ward, spot some heroes. Got an X. It's going to be snowball dodged here. Panto's good. He's still got a blink even.
They're a bit hesitant to go in here.
Missing the bushwhack. Boom trying to make himself a target here. And Team Spirit, they want to go for it. They're walking right into the Wukong's command, though, with grab there from the hook. That's going to be Panto dead. Laurel's going to be okay. Roll up, but maybe not. Taking so much damage. Aurora goes out. Nice bushwhack. Grabbing the two of them. Laurel pulled back by the Glimpse, though. Will die. Collapse still strong, but not strong enough to face up against the Monkey King, plus the Kunkka, both throwing him down. Yatoro's now here. A lot of heroes, though. He's fighting into one. Killed one, killed the second. Knocked up in the air by the Torrent, and boom. He says, I can't do this alone. Doesn't have the damage. He makes a run for it, and a wise call. Despite the early start there, the numbers advantage they had, not able to finish the fight against Yatoro.
Salary, no salary for you, brother.
For Mouse. They're a little hesitant to go in aggressive. They kind of bait Spirit in, but then does it work out for them? Not really, because TA gets to clean up this fight, and that's exactly what Spirit won every time. Yatoro coming in last, cleaning up some kills, getting some Deso charges. Good Crimson Pop, good Wukong, great hook. You take out the Tusk early, that's the green light to commit because the save is gone. Everyone had some decent position, but
another glimpse, another hook. This time, Yatoro quick to punish off that play. He gets the kill first, and Panto lives a little while longer with the snowball going on to mid one. Got to blink away. Static Storm. It doesn't kill him, but it will kill Yatoro. There's so many heroes committed. Two deep shot from downtown. He brings down mid one.
He went through everybody there too. Nobody tanked it. Mid one's like, guys, somebody jump in front of that, please.
I wonder if they even knew it was coming.
No, I don't
If they
think
didn't hear the audio cue, you know?
what a pickup from him. At least salvage a little bit of an overextension from Yatoro.
Yeah, what was that play? A little two-man play straight into
getting greedy.
A TP location against a Nature's Prophet in the first place.
You really have to be careful with these kind of plays. You're against the Natures with a teleport. You're against Monkey King who can that quickly. You're against Pudge who can displace heroes. I think Celery saw it a little too late. He was going to try and take it, but a beautiful shot. See, that's why you got to have those Crimson Cosmetics, you know?
True. Rue, he dodged away from the Nature's Prophet. Mid one is getting super aggressive.
Let's Torment.
Comes back to life. Didn't find the opening. And if he's not careful, the opening may be found on him for this Tormentor play. Crystallis on the high ground, sees what's coming. They're going after Boom once again, but a hook pulls him away. And now the Wukong's command goes out, but I'm not sure if Crystallis wants to be in this situation, trying to jump away. Jumps on, mid one's already dead. Yotaro, now Crystallis in trouble, trying to lifesteal his way up here with the boat helping him out. It's not good enough. Yotoro's damage is too intense right now. The glimpse back on a Laurel, but Yotaro pushes forward. Another kill, a third, maybe a fourth. Damage barely teleports away in time. The Ultra kill is denied, but the Tormentor will not. Team Spirit win the fight, and now a 7,000 net worth lead and growing.
Panto's just owning this game. Furion TP's in, just gets punched, deleted. And that fight immediately becomes very difficult for Maz. You had solid positioning for the Monkey King on the backside, but again, if you can't keep all your cores alive, your damage is really limited. Downside of this Kunkka pick compared to the Beastmaster, you can survive, but are you killing anybody? And that has been the difficulty for Maz in this game. You can't kill people in the fights, and you can't kill Roshan to force the fight. So what are your options around the map as Yatoro starts to take this game over? He's going to have BKB done here, closing in on that level 18 into the level 20, especially if he gets Roshan. He's going to run away with this game. Very pivotal point in this series for Maz if they can try and make another comeback here. Very similar to game one. Do you have faith in the Kunkka versus the Tidehunter, though? Stats would say no.
That stats would be a big no.
And there's that Roche. Way too fast to contest here. Even if you insta-smoke, no shot. Nullifier done for the Beast.
Yeah, that's a nasty pickup this early on into the game.
These are some serious single target burst items.
They already found the opening. The hook, can it save him? Got a hook once again. Still though, Celery found by the Rolling Thunder, and Boom's not out of it just yet. With the Rolling Thunder hitting on these heroes, great static storm towards the end of his life. Celery does what he can. Can the team follow through? Not up against that Aegis. They don't want to fight into this. Monkey King got caught though. They have to fight. He can't get away. Killed before the Boundless Strike. He get him out and collapse. Now he gets more. Now with the Roar, with Yotaro chasing down mid one as well. They're going to clean this entire house out. It's going to be all of Mao's heroes dying, potentially Yamich, the last one alive. He can't get away.
For Yotaro.
Never give him the rampage. No! Bro, what have you done?
Denies it with that squirrel right click. He even had the greedy enchantment. He has minus 30, and he still takes it away.
69 damage gets the kill.
You cannot deny Hoodwink. Very nice team fight from Spirit. Everything about that fight is just... You get to start it off. You put Mouse in a rough position. You have to use spells to bail the Kunkka out, but the damage is being done. The front line is collapsing. It just gives you options onto that Monkey King. He's going to jump in here. Tree cuts.
I think one of them. But he is the shittiest. The shittiest one in
Yeah, that was Rue with quelling off of the extra cast range.
Yeah, he's got the go nuts facet. He just...
Absolutely sick play. Not something Crystallis was thinking about at all, right? Yeah. Like, you're not thinking about this squirrel running up and cutting your tree. So huge plays coming out from him in this game, too. When Spirit needed an extra playmaker, they won't find it here. Very heads-up usage of that extra cast range. And then that Monkey's just food. He does not have defensive items with this type of buildup. He went all for that DPS. Diffusal into the Deso. Very low HP, very low survivability. You're relying on the Boat Rum and the Crimson.
Took that time. He was Googling how to stop X. I don't want to go back. Fortunately, he's tanky. Trying to deal with him off. Ooh, the side blades. Missed the hook.
It'll cost you here, though. This is Spirit's time to strike out. They're fighting so much in the stages here.
Mid-one, he knew what was coming his way. Just trying to kill the wave to make it so Team Spirit can't immediately threaten any objectives here. Gotta buy some time. Some time for another comeback. They've been here before. Game 1, they were down by this much, and they still managed to find a way to turn things around. But for whatever reason, feels like Team Spirit maybe almost in a more dominant position.
Fuck that Agdoling in this game.
Yes,
Like I'm
and I
beating them
think
with a
their
club.
heroes are a lot more reliable. You know, Kez is not really an understood hero. How many games does Yatoro have on Kez?
Back home.
I think
Not
he
even-
has like 13 games. Of
Right,
that
so
or something.
these are heroes that Spirit have played a lot more. They're a lot more comfortable
This
on.
game has
I think
stutters.
having Collapse on an objective taker that's going to also scale up like this is a lot better for them.
Oh, Crystals, jump, jump, jump. Trying to get away. He's into the trees. Another round of Vax is coming soon, though, and they kept track of him. They got the right one. Good quelling blade. No way out. A 25th kill for Team Spirit with a 17,000 net worth lead, and it's going to be 26 with Midwan caught on the other side of the map. There is nowhere safe from Team Spirit.
Map is collapsing right now. There's so much kill threat, so much extra map control with the catch from the Tusk, the Hoodwink, the TA traps, the Beastmaster finding you.
Does it feel like something is wrong?
They're getting all the lanes in right now. Not a lot of space for Mouse to work with. And they pretty much need everybody in some sort of smoke play to look for these cores. Because again, your Kunkka's low damage, so he needs backup from the other
Bad
two
guys,
heroes.
no, we're always the good guys.
Or you just start landing some crazy hooks out of nowhere.
Yeah, it feels like that is maybe what we're going to come back down to.
I mean, Pudge cannot bail you out
Where
of
the fuck
everything.
are my dogs?
It's just not possible.
Yemich would beg to differ.
Oh yeah, he's bailed him out of a lot of games, but I'm telling you, like, your game plan can't be, the game is rough, let's just land some hooks. Especially with TA. TA just gives you so much extra vision and control to play around.
Man, I can't see anything. What is this?
So much more difficult to find angles into the fight.
Yeah.
Like, look at the vision on the map right now. If you're Mouse, you're going to what to find an opening, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this one word there, you're trying to play around looking for the squirrel.
Rue. Damage.
Okay.
That's an opening.
Yeah.
He's got Aegis, he's got BKB, but if they could burn through this Aegis and
But he's
force
gonna
him
come
to
up
use
into
BKB
Wukong.
on the second life, they're going to get off a really good Wukong's command here. Rolling Thunder trying to stop what they can. Static Storm goes out. There goes that BKB. Damage low. He's getting a one-shot by Yatoro. Snowball pickup.
Look at the summon
Rue,
DPS.
Panto. He's very low, gets a blink away, but still falls in the end. Nullifier put out onto the Kunkka, but he baits him in. They're chasing after him. Can they turn things around? Whoa, that is some damage. Midwan thought he could take that one. Nobody can take the damage that Yatoro is bringing to the table here.
Max Deso charges. He's just
Yeah, yeah,
wailing
so bad,
on
though.
him. You got him
Bad
once.
finding.
You
What is
won't
that?
get him twice. He wants
Oh, and he's
everybody.
gonna chase after Chrysalis as well. A second Ultra
almost
kill
just
for
walked in front of me
Yatoro.
instead, like,
Who
what is
denied
this?
him this rampage? I mean, Spirit have got to get on the same page. Yatoro not going to be happy after this one.
Marl
17
took
and 1.
the early kill on mid one. Can't really blame him for that.
Nah, you can't. But well, Yatoro, nonetheless. That is a hook that almost salvaged this game. Yamich playing off the one ward he had, finding the best target, putting him in an awkward position. But the downside is you had to use Dismember to kill him, which means you don't have any BKB control when that TA comes back up and he's able to walk it off. And now the full crit is done. There goes your toy Pudge.
Mid one hoping to get vision for a glimpse, but the option they chose was a Pangolier, who just rolls it up and rolls it off.
It's slow down the push, I guess. You buy a little more time here.
Yeah.
You're now trying to get through the BKB on the monkey. You're going to
Some kind of
have to
weather
take the
event,
next
making
Aegis
these guys
away
spawn.
from Yatoro, though. If the TA gets another Aegis.
Oh no! Served up on a silver platter. Chrysalis jumps through the trees as they are cut down. Collapse. Hit and run. Gets the kill. Gets out.
And look at this early boots of travel for him. He just wants to be able to play on the sides of the map, catch the Furion, catch the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Super nice item in this
Oh,
style of
limit or
game.
something?
Like,
No, there's,
Mouse have
5
very limited vision,
limits right
very
now.
little ways to get out on the map. So if you find a hero, you know they're going to be
from the
nice.
skill tree here. Oh, what the fuck?
Just easy pickings. BKB done for him now. All 3 cores on the side of Spirit scaling up. Vision control continues to go their way. You need a gem here if you're Mouse. I mean, you're not going to feel good buying it in this position, but you have
That
no
sounds
way to
so
get out on the
fucking
map to look
strong.
for anything when it's this dark and there's this many TA traps
5%
up.
HP and damage per point put into this. Was it
Nobody
like
can afford
9
it.
points in it right now or something? 45% more damage and HP.
Well, Boom's
Where's
getting
it over?
closer to that Shiva's. don't know how much it changes the fight for these heroes. Like, I feel like it was better Shiva's game in game 1, you know?
It's all about landing skills. I don't think you have a good way to take the fight without displacing someone from Team Spirit's formation. Because their formation is way too strong when you can go in with Beast Roar,
Holy,
TA
the
can
fame
follow
loves.
up, there's hoodwink damage coming on top of it. What's your
Something about
counterplay
this
to
is
that? You don't have
something
the
working
Ravage
right
to kind
now.
of turn that sort of fight. And yeah, there goes your carry.
Making my own move at a 59.
Crystallis
Soon
feeling the
60
pain
years
of the
old.
Daedalus.
Feels
Full
good, man.
Daedalus, 30 charges on the Desolator. I mean,
There's a smoke.
he's stacked. He's approaching level 25 as well, though Collapse is going to be got here. Dismember on the BKB. It's a long BKB, though, and it's going to be a long fight for Mouse. Yotoro's going to join it, and he is going to wipe him out. 1, 2, 3, takes out Celery, now turns back to Yamich, tries to get a triple. Oh, nice bushwhack off of the Rolling Thunder hit. Say boom for last. That is a team wipe, and it's looking like perhaps the game is coming the way of Mouse as Team Spirit 5-0. Every lane is pushed in. It's time to hit some objectives.
I'm not even going to go wait for Roche.
Well, that's
Could
the
go for
ogre.
the spawn, but why not just take some base here? Almost level 25 on the TA. Might get some 5x. Might get a game-ending fight.
21 and 11 for Yotoro.
He has absolutely powered up in this game, too. He said, look, guys, game 1 was on me. I might have thrown that with the Kez. Game 2, give me a hero. I know how to
Like I can
game.
spawn dogs faster than
We'll
you
figure
can
out the
ever
Kez
kill them.
late.
Yeah, we're getting into luxury item territory. He's got a swift fling.
The classic combination, right? Beast TA, so much objective taking, so much stun and damage follow up on a single target. Your only save is hook this game. Land another one here.
Got the dismember on the BKB, quickly interrupted by the punch. Another snowball, blink back. Oh, geez, 1,400 damage plus the shot from Rue. Mouse, they don't have the damage to threaten Team Spirit, and there is only damage coming out from Spirit on these poor Mouse heroes. It's only Boom who can really stand in the middle of this. Mid one called GG before the fight is even done. But this game is certainly done. It is an even series now, boys and girls. We are going to a game 3.
This game 3 is going to be really interesting because I think you have to be on point in that draft. I think Spirit got the better of Mouse in this game 2. They played really well game 1, but that draft had more comeback potential for Mouse. In this game 3, if you're Mouse, you have to adjust something because you haven't snowballed either of these games. It's felt like you're playing Spirit's tempo, you're playing their style. Yeah, they threw that game 1 lead. You're not going to get that again out of them, so you have to outclass them here at some point in this game, either in the draft, in the early game, in the mid game. Somewhere you have to find a bigger advantage because this just felt a little too impotent. And Spirit, they're starting to have your number here. You do not want to let this team be that comfortable on land.
Yeah, it feels like we're in the twilight zone. Mouse beat Team Spirit in the late game. Team Spirit now take the momentum away from Mouse and beat them with it.
Yeah.
Seems like things have swapped here in this series between the two. Going to a deciding game 3.
2025 was just
A great quick adjustment made by Spirit there, knowing how to close out this game number 2 for themselves, whether that was in the draft, giving them the advantage that way, or just having a cleaner game, being that more methodical and typical Spirit that we're used to here, Misery.
Yeah, I think nice adjustment from Spirit, like you said, but I also think maybe I think Mouse might have dropped the ball a little bit with their adjustment because the game 1 wasn't as one-sided as you know, they maybe should have lost that game in the first place, right? So then doubling down on the Furion and then ended up with the even more wonky draft in game 2. I think they have something to think about in the break here.
Yeah, it feels like Spirit had a very good conversation after that first game, right? I'm watching the same game twice, right? The first 30 minutes, it's identical. It's Spirit controlling everything, making all the right moves, and then game 1, one critical mistake, they lose the game. This second game, there wasn't a single mistake when you hit that late game. Yotoro ends the game, what was it, like 22-1 and something? Like, he's on his TA. He's on a hero. He knows exactly what to do and what time to hit buildings, what time to hit heroes, what time to hit Roshan. Then you can see that confidence. It enabled the rest of the aggression of Spirit to shine. And I think Spirit now, it feels like they're morphing away from the late game team to just like the map oppressive, you know, skirmishing team. Like, I feel like at least the 2 games that we've seen, it's exactly what they're going for both times.
No, I think their adjustments are great, and I think if you're Mouse, there's interesting dynamics that come into play whenever you win with something that the enemy team has given you, and then they run it back. So it's like, okay, do we adapt? Do we change what we're doing? Because they obviously have a plan, right? If they're giving us the same thing again, are we actually going to run it back? Because they have some idea about it. And so I think there's an interesting clash here of Spirit just keeps giving them their heroes, and now Mouse is in a weird spot of like, okay, we just lost with it. Do we pick it again? Do we trust our gut? Does Spirit have the proper answers? And there's a mental battle here that goes on about how hard do people stick to their guns? Do they keep doubling, tripling down, or does somebody reassess?
I feel like the real mental battle here is going on with this Monkey King. Poor Chrysalis. I've never seen a Monkey King get cut down so many times in one game out of a tree. It felt like every time he was up there, they just knew exactly where they wanted, whether it was using Quelling Blade or the abilities of Beastmaster.
They have all the tools to find a Monkey King, right? They've got so many good heroes to deal with it. So again, for Mouse, it's question marks, right? Like in the draft, they have to win their lanes, they have to break open the game. When you get to this like awkward mid game, Chrysalis can't do it all, right? He's not the hero to break it, right? He's playing into Beastmasters and Tusk, Hoodwinks, Pangoliers. All these heroes have different styles of spells to be able to, punish a Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Miles needed to snowball this game, how their draft needed that advantage, and they just didn't get it this game. I think they tried, and they had some great moves from Nature's Prophet, moving down into the bottom lane and trying to get some snowball going, but it isn't enough. And when you've got these heroes, you have Disruptor and you have Pudge and this stuff, like, you need kills. Those heroes don't farm. Their heroes are all about chasing you down and running you down. And Spirit played a, we talked about it earlier, T and Misery mentioned it, that they're playing way more controlled. They're playing in formation. They're not giving as many kills away. And when you're not feeding against Disruptor and Pudge, that's rough. I think Mid-1, honestly, doing his best this game, he made exactly the right moves, reading off of the draft and what needed to be done. You're calling it back.
You're saying like they needed a good early, but it feels like this was a great early. That all the rotation coming out from Mid-1, Rue definitely struggling to have a sense of purpose when it came to position 4. So now I question how much further do they have to go for it to be classed as a good start or good enough?
I mean, I think that there's also a little, like early game, they got some good kills with the Furion, right? We saw them win some team fights with the boat and had some good momentum, but I think the later the game goes, some of the heroes overlap in the way they work, right? You have Disrupt the Glimpse, you have the X-Mark, right? They get both stopped by Snowball, they get both stopped by Rolling Thunder. Your TA can usually blink out as well from X. It's I think at some point BKBs come out, like the 5-man ball, these spells don't really work against that as well, so suddenly your draft just falls flat in the 5-on-5 engagements. I think that's really the biggest issue for me and the Kunkka pick. The hero does offer teamfight, but not much damage. Disruptor, not much damage. Pudge, not damage. So yeah, I think later the game goes, it just becomes impossible to play for Mouse.
I mean, Boom also needs to play a hero that can connect with Mid-1, right? When we see both games, it's a Tide and then it's a Kunkka. These are super slow, like static offlaners. When you have the chaos of Mid-1 creating these moments, you're not creating tempo from offlane. It's, haha, I just farm, right? If there's a Beastmaster, an Enigma, a Lycan, even like a Dawnbreaker to accelerate that aggression elsewhere on the map through, sustainability, then it's good. But just the heroes that Boom's playing aren't throwing Mouse into the fight. And I think Spirit identify that, and they're just punishing with just more map movement.
You guys keep bringing up this Kunkka, and this was their last pick on the side of Mouse. They thought that was going to be the gotcha pick. It was going to bring all of their draft together. You had your question marks about it when it came out, and it felt like the utilization of a Kunkka last pick compared to a TA last pick, it heavily favors this TA. It did so much more impact in this game.
Yeah, TA is typically a counter to Kunkka. People, back when Kunkka was picked all the time, TA is a response because the lane is very good, and like Misery mentioned, you can just always blink out of this X-Torrent. It's like ridiculously hard to time it properly. TA is massively favored in that like sort of mechanic advantage or that mechanic situation. And you sort of saw it in the first game too. Boom has counter pick in both games against a safe lane, and they get trashed in the lane both games. And when you're picking double melee, that's inevitable sometimes that you are going to lose the lane. But I think how hard they lose the lane has to be pulled back a little bit, because it's not okay, to be honest. Like, these games are so difficult because Yatoro's game is so good, and of all the carry players in the world, you want to be giving an amazing start. He's not the guy to do that to. And I still think if you're Mouse, you need to, okay, we're going to pick double melee. It's our style. That's what we're going to do, but like, we need to figure out something in the lane that's going to not be so bad.
I'm also curious what the mindset was behind the Kunkka pick instead of something like Underlord. Like, there are other offlaners in the pool that can also buy Crimson, but that are more meta and that are more perhaps solid right now. But yeah, I think Mouse needs to maybe adjust a bit. I'm second guessing this Furion mid. I know that with game one, it did some good stuff both games, early game, but there is a reason why other teams are not prioritizing this guy as much anymore. So I'm curious if they get the choice again. Do they pick it up one more time, or what's their decision?
It feels like the Nature's Prophet is like the lifeline for Mouse, where it's like they're expecting him to be super aggressive, to find early kills, to buy time for Boom to come online, to be static, to buy time for Chrysalis to feel comfortable, and then everything kind of comes together. But when Nature's Prophet's kills kind of get stalled or the aggression doesn't continue, then big problems come to play. So I think the Nature's Prophet itself is fine, as long as I see one hero from the side lane get to match that tempo. If it's still the same draft, then sure, 100% Spirit, don't ban Nature's Prophet, give it to Mouse, and then just play this 4 or 5-man skirmishing ball where you keep poking around the map.
I mean, if I'm Mouse, I think I look to take the Mars first phase. It was banned second phase both games. It was possible for them to take it, and they're opting to the Furin over that. And so for me, you look at this Nature's Prophet, you look at it later in the draft, because it's not a hero that Spirit super highly prioritized. You take that Mars away, they're giving you the chance to pick, and I think Mouse should make an adjustment, because I think Spirit have shown that they can deal with the Nature's Prophet's early aggression.
I think that's a really good point, right? Because we're talking about this Mars, one of the key things that he does is he really likes to contain or catch heroes. He likes to have a fight in one location. And what was one of the biggest issues for Mouse T is the fact that they're kind of getting kited. No one's there to lock down everyone. In Spirit are having free reign. They're able to duck in and out of fights as they want.
Yeah, there was a really nice fight in the mid game from Spirit where they just identified how to approach it, right? They go onto mid one initially, they see the the rainbow TPs, but as soon as that Crimson Guard comes into play and they don't cancel the Monkey King getting his ultimate off, they just do the great thing in Dota. You don't commit, you reset, you take the step back, you understand what's happening, you take that secondary fight, and I think just Spirit, of course, they are very, very good at the game. They identify this, and Mouse, they had to kill in the moment. The fact they didn't just kind of snowballed into Spirit having so many successful fights because they knew exactly what to do. Kite the Wukong, don't get caught by the X-Boat kind of kill combination, and the rest of it is pretty scripted. It's Spirit winning most fights.
I think this clip also feeds into maybe my MVP this game, even though Yatoro is like 25-0, is the Panto Tusk, right? He did so much work this game, so many snowball saves, and yeah, I think he was really the standout player. I mean, Rue also played well, but for me, it's the Tusker in this game. And I think going into game 3 as well, I really think this Tusk hero is a hero that you can also take first pick. You can also take it for Mouse, because in game 1, we saw it as well. We didn't talk about it that much, but Tusk was the one running around with Jakiro and Storm, killing everyone everywhere, and having so much impact throughout. So I think this hero might be... It should be better than Pudge, at least in my opinion.
I think it's also so key that we talk about how much it is impactful to have a flex pick between cores and supports, but also just being able to swap out a hero, whether it's going 4 or 5, opening yourself up for that later part in the draft where it's like, okay, we have something that's going to lane better, something that's going to add more when it comes into that team fight, another strength. And it's nice to be able to put that in a support role and not lock in position so early on.
No, absolutely, and having Tusk is a great matchup support against Pudge. You just follow around and you beat him to death with tag team, and this Pudge cannot do anything. He solo killed him, I think, while the Pudge is dragging waves, and that's not something you can do often. A lot of the times, this guy just dragging waves like some clown is not that easy to stop. But the Tusk really stuck it to him, and so like Nat said, having this flex on the supports and this Tusk, I agree. I think that the priority in this is higher. If you're picking Tusk and you're picking Pudge into it, it's like this is going to happen. You've played Pudge I don't know how many times, right? Tusk is good against you.
I'm just hearing like a fellow lane pulling hater. It's such a boring concept, So I'm happy whenever these 4s try to look cool. Look at me helping Dota, pulling wave. No, kill him. I want Banes, I want Batriders, I want Tusks and Enchantress. I want to kill that position 4. So yeah, more Tusk in that role. Killing the hero, beautiful stuff. Here we go. Yeah, let's murder him real quick.
Is there anything further than just hero picks that Mouse can do to be able to take a game number 3, to be able to continue their journey in Blastland? Because this is single elimination. Whoever loses this game number 3, that's it. Their journey is done here for Blastland 4.
As far as the series has gone so far, I think it's hard to not connect the two in a way. Like the draft kind of feeds into how you're going to play the game. And right now, Mouse has left themselves with little options. Like they have to play this one style with the Fury and mid. If they don't succeed with that, then their drafts kind of fall apart. So, yeah.
No, I totally agree. And I think you can see some of maybe the inexperience compared to Spirit in this game. There's that mid-fight where they overchase, where they kite with a snowball, and Mouse runs all the way into the river, which allows Spirit to wrap around on them. If they had just said, okay, you escaped, and that's fine, they let them reset and they kept farming, the game would be totally fine. It was even at that point. But they massively overextend, which kind of ruins the game for them. And so I think Mouse needs to just chill out a bit and play good Dota. I think they're all great players. They've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with Spirit. But in this game, I feel like they're getting a bit antsy. And they can taste it. The win is right there, and so they mega overextend. They want this kill too bad. And I think you have to be okay with not getting kills. If Spirit makes a good play and they reset and the fight is, just chilled out, you have to be okay with that you're not getting a kill, and you can just move on with your life and play the game. I think if they can tweak that a little bit and tweak the draft, like Misery said, then I think they're in a great spot to, to game on.
Yeah, it felt like that was what was happening in game number 1 to you.
2025 was just the beginning. '25 was just the beginning.
What's the trick?
The Vanderberg family does not lose.
Never assume you're the smartest person in the room. Prove it.
It's like a little healthy competition.
This is gonna be fun.
Let's see some magic.
The closer they look, the less they'll actually see. So carry on, my horsemen.
So here at Aussie Broadband, yeah, we don't do bottlenecks. See, we've purpose-built our network for fast-flowing internet speeds on tap. Stream responsibly.
Maybelline New York. New lifter sticks. Ultra blendable, multi-use sticks. The Minimalist. Simply swipe to shape. The Snatural. Lifts those cheekbones. The Sculptor. Sculpt all those angles. Get lifted with lifter sticks. Maybelline New York.
Just trust me.
In the battle against climate change, plant life is our greatest ally.
Measurements of the moisture levels in the leaves.
That's why at Macquarie University, we're connecting students, researchers, industry and government to create more livable cities, so we can all enjoy a greener future. We call it You to the Power of Us.
Is this real?
Are you really Harry Potter?
Harry Potter, our new celebrity.
Harry, you're a great wizard, you know.
Harry Potter, the boy who lived.
Harry Potter, the full cast audio editions. Listen on Audible.
Ask, will Spirit respect Nature's Prophet? Will Mouse instantly pick the Nature's Prophet? That's all I care about.
Yeah, that's good questions. I think now we have a little bit of a meta developing between these two teams, and if I have to answer those questions, I would say Spirit does not respect Furion.
Okay.
And
of course.
But for Mouse, I'm not sure if they just go and pick it. They are setting up the same ban here with Slaughter.
And importantly, Mouse is going to be second pick in this draft, and I think that was really critical. When we got to that second phase, and Mouse had to pick the Monkey and the Disruptor, showing a lot of their heroes, 4 heroes in the draft. Spirit exploited it really nicely with the Beastmaster, then going for the TA later. So I think Mouse getting back to second pick, they get to hold a couple more cards to their chest. It kind of, I think, gives them a bit more of a lifeline, especially when you're in a final, elimination game.
I really want to have focus on the Tusk for this particular game. I think Mouse should expect the Tusk to come out first pick here, and the question is, do you invest a ban in it, or do you just give it away again? I don't really like the same opening as we saw last time, the Tusk and then take Furion, and your Furion's only going mid. I think it's revealing a lot, and then it leads into, again, you're double picking second and getting counter pick once again in the second phase. So I think this is something I really need to consider.
I mean, honestly, I like the idea of promoting Boom a little bit in the draft as well, right? We mentioned it very briefly in regards to like the Mars, but I want to see Boom have a bit more of an identity in the game. Like, he's kind of been a little lost a little bit. Even in the Tide game, sure, there was the comeback, but there wasn't a kind of a tide in the early to mid game. It was the clutch mid ravage, whatever, the in their base ravage, but it wasn't like, wow, Boom's having a great tide game. Kunkka, not really having a great Kunkka game, right? So
what is the Jakiro ban as well? It's kind of the Dragon Knights. We actually have a completely different setup here. Dragon Knight being banned out first phase in the previous 2 games, and Mouse do get themselves on the Tusk this game.
An interesting trade-off, of course. Like you said, Dragon Knight getting banned out, they get access to it. We've seen both Dragon Knight in the mid lane, of course, the carry. It is a very, very good hero.
Now it also makes a little bit more sense with the Jakiro. I think now you probably expect from Mouse that we're going to give Team Spirit DK. They're going to first pick the DK. We know that. So what do we ban to protect our Tusk that we're going to pick on 9, right? And then that's where the Jakiro ban makes sense to me, because otherwise it seems like a very random ban.
But also it's like giving away the DK and picking Tusk. Early on, sure, the pacing that we see Tusk provide to the rotations, the map play, it does feel like there's an inevitable timer that you can never really go near the Dragon Knight though, right? DK picks up a BKB, Tusk jumps in, even if you use Punch to try and stop a TP or something, like DK just brushes it off very quickly.
Of course, I mean, at the early game you have potential to kill the DK, later on you become the snowball save against the stun perhaps, right? You get a little bit of disable to the BKB, and then you need other heroes to deal with the DK later on, right? But I think this is an interesting setup for Mouse in my opinion. Like it shows that they have actually thought about what they're going to be doing here instead of just blindly going for the Nature's Prophet again, right? They're actually setting up themselves for a nice Tusk game without Jakiro.
And even with Spirit having the DK, it does simplify their draft quite a lot, right? You've still got access to, I believe, Snapfire still available, we've got Hoodwink, all of these heroes that Falcons have utilized greatly, right? They're one of the best DK teams in the world, and I think that type of draft pattern is very much in play for Spirit.
Of course, yeah. And Mouse has to pick out of this phase now. So they're probably going to be looking at a +5, I imagine, for Celery, right?
I mean, Pugna's been banned out by Spirit a couple games in a row. This time it does get ignored. So potentially Mouse can just go back for that. I think it does at least lean in the direction of go for kills, progress the towers, make the map feel like Mouse has more control. I think critically, no matter what they pick, I just want to see them have a way to play lane into be the kind of, I guess, the proactive team. I want them to be initiating the first tower take, the first like the Wisdom Rune contest. I want them to actually have control of the early game.
That and as well also having more ways of playing the game instead of being very one-dimensional, I think is also a nice way for Mouse to think about it.
And even though we've seen DK getting banned out, of course, Spirit banning out in game 1, Mouse banning out in game 2, Spirit aren't really this like crazy DK team. In the last 4 months, they played it 3 times. They lost all 3 times. Twice they have picked it in the first phase. They lost 1 game to Execration, 1 game to BB. So it's not as if Spirit are this like ethereal Dragon Knight team where when they get their hands on it, they are winning everything. They just haven't won. Actually, they haven't won in 8 months on Dragon Knight for Spirit.
Sure. I mean, Dragon Knight the Dragon Knight carry is fairly new meta. So it is something that they might have been scrimming quite a bit recently. But yeah, the Pugna comes out. So this is a completely different approach from Mouse. Team Spirit could pick up the Snapfire here. Looks pretty good against the Tusk charge. You have a way of killing the Pugna ward as well. It gives nice synergy with the DK.
The Mars is still available as well, right? It's been banned out early on. Again, we've seen it be so dominant during the group stage. And what a clean draft you have here. Mars plus Hoodwink, Mars plus Snapfire. You then flex the DK.
You could do that, yeah.
It's if you really want to reveal it, but I feel like for Mouse, if you don't ban it, if you don't pick it on Spirit, it will just give a free pick for Boom just to go, you know what, I want to play a stable lane, I want to feel like I can contribute at any stage of the game. So in my head, this is like a critical hero right now.
Yeah, the scary thing about picking the Mars here, if there were to be one, is that you are revealing your offlaner so early when you could just take 2 solid supports here and then counter pick potentially later on. But I agree, I think Mars is on both teams' radar here.
We often also kind of forget about like Shadow Demon as an option, right? Into like Pugna, to Tusk, have your own saves on your side. It's maybe not as aggressive, but I think Spirit could also kind of concoct a draft where they bait Mouse into being aggressive, and then you just counterplay them in multiple different ways. And sure, they're not going the Shadow Demon as of yet, but they go for a Murta. It feels like at least it's another counterplay hero. Murta from support or core, you kind of invite them to go on you, throw down your ultimate, put down the calling on the ground, hit a dead shot. There's ways to just punish bad initiations.
Yeah, this hero is not a hero that many teams will play on support right now. It's pretty much only Save, I think, that plays this guy a lot. But I
Pure
like
has played it a couple times for Tundra as well.
Okay, yeah. But maybe he's coming back a bit more. I mean, I like it against Tusk here, right? Like you mentioned, but just the calling, I think, is very key. You cannot really snowball save against it. You are going to get silenced. But I do expect Team Spirit to pick these two ranged supports, backliners that can follow up damage onto the DK. Okay, I go with Clockwork. Clock is also really good here, actually. You see it into the Pugna and the Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit, they are just pretty much baiting Mouse, right? You want to be skirmishy? Sure, do it. But if you are not just flawless with your team play, well, like I already mentioned, Muerta has counterplay, Clock has counterplay, DK has natural itemization to be able to survive a jump. It is very, very scary. I think Mouse critically need to have more damage to make sure that if they do find a hero, they can actually kill them off.
I also like this from Spirit, that they don't jump the gun on that offlane mask, because now if Mouse picks the mask, you are running that Tusk mask duo again, right? Into a potential counter pick for your Toro. What's stopping them from picking TA again, for example? With the Troll, huh? This is also pretty early Troll.
It is.
You don't see the offlaner.
And they go from...
Okay, so Troll tied. A lot of team fight.
At least in regards to picking the Troll, I'm not inspired by this double pick.
No.
You know, I'm not jumping going, wow, oh my god, but at least the Troll does cover from some of the carry counters that are used to try and beat a Tide. Like if, let's say there's an Ursa locked in from Spirit here, you got a Troll that can run in and throw down some mischance and be annoying for the mid game, but I'm not inspired by it. It's just there, it's just two heroes.
Yeah, I mean, at least Mouse is taking a different approach. You're probably going to end up seeing mid one play some kind of Spirit hero or some kind of damage dealer out of mid, and then you have yourself a very solid lineup that can indeed play lanes, has catch, has team fight, has Roche, has everything, right? So in that sense, I think it's a good approach from Mouse. But ooh, that's an 18 Medusa.
Yeah.
The 18 Medusa is kind of haunting a lot of teams, I think, throughout the last few years.
Because of the low pressure lineup Mouse has, right? Like when you look at a Tide and a Troll, they are annoying in lane, but they play their lane. They don't connect on the map early on. And because of that, your Toro goes, you know what, give me my Medusa. I'm gonna get that 15 minutes of free farm. I'll get to my Manta. If I need to join a fight, I will. If not, I'm gonna get the Butterfly soon after. It really is a very scary game, because also the Clock, the Muerta, they'll play with the Dragon Knight early on to find a couple pickoffs, to play around the Blink Dagger. Yeah, so Spirit's lineup, it's all about buying time, open the map up, Medusa will find her farm.
I think if Team Spirit are a bit creative here, they could just throw the Dragon Knight offlane here and put it into the Troll, because I think that's a pretty good matchup for the DK. With the Muerta, I think he's going to have a pretty good time. It's not something that we see a lot, the DK offlane, but in this particular game, I think it could definitely work out.
I just want mid one to be as toxic as possible. I just want him to see a mid hero where, when I look through here, he's played Broodmother mid, he's played Necrophos mid, he's played Venomancer mid.
Can we see a Slack mid? That's a mid one classic. That's also a counter that Amar did the other day against the Medusa. A mid Slack, I would love to see
Diffusal Blade, sure. Like,
yeah,
I just want
the mid one.
Depending on what Spirit pick here, that's the kind of the angle I want. I want to see mid one read the 5 heroes and go, you know what? We have a very default, generic-looking lineup that's going to play some lanes, hit some creeps, but have no purpose in skirmishing. I want him to see the way in which he can then like break that.
Yes, because I think what the Medusa pick does too is that it kind of counters what Mouse wants to do. They want to have just a solid lineup and play out the game, but Medusa kind of likes this type of thing, right? He will just get farmed and he will carry this game on his back. And I do think that Mouse needs something that breaks this formation a little bit, that cheeses it up out of mid.
And Spirit, they have gone for the traditional protect Medusa bans. Of course, Anti-Mage is an easy given, and then Invoker as well with EMP. So 2 of the very big counters, which then does open up for some of the quirkier options that we were mentioning.
What do you think Team Spirit needs in their last pick here? I think a little bit of damage, right? To make up for the lag Medusa has early on, and just to make sure that he can free farm, and then Laurel or Collapse will make space with the last pick here. Okay, so it's Axe.
Yeah. Again, one of the counters to the Troll Warlord, right? You have the dunk, you also have relatively good laning, you can just run around and pretty much do whatever you want. You can play behind the tower. Sure, Tusk is very good at punishing those heroes, but in regards to creating early timings, they do go toxic. They do go for a Venomancer.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, he has played it before very recently, and
right.
Is it enough though? Is it enough to be?
I think it's kind of enough in a way, because I think it really depends how you view Venomancer, because Venomancer with a lot of items has the most insane damage output in the game. When you start getting Skadi and Manta and these type of items, Hurricane Pike.
Your Toro doesn't look phased by this Venomancer. You know, he was like, oh, yeah, okay. I think if you're a Toro right now, it's like, all right, I know that I get to Manta Butterfly +1. It is my game to play. There is no real kill threat on me, unless Troll has some like incredibly quirky build to try and punish the Medusa. You eventually get like MKP down the line, but
I think ultra late game Mouse can win this game. I think they have a lot of tempo early on that if Axe and DK and starts feeding and having a bad game, it could just be Yatoro versus the world, and then the Medusa cannot quite handle the pressure. So I think the Venomancer pick is very good against the rest of the heroes, and it potentially has to be, it could be good in the very late game as well.
Yeah, and maybe building on that, the idea of Venomancer, you get the Plague Wards down, your Blink breaking heroes, and both DK and Axe, they pretty much live on getting the Blink initiation. So if you can get a foothold in the early game from mid 1, he can do a lot to just make sure that you're not getting jumped left, right, and center during the time that your Toro is farming. But yeah, for last pick in the draft, you are in your game 3, potentially getting eliminated. You know what, lads? I'm playing Venomancer. But again, he has to have a good lane. He needs to set up that map for his team to utilize it.
Who do you think has the better draft, this one?
I mean, if I just ignore the teams and go, and like, let's say it's a ranked game and I've doubled down and I really want my MMR, I am looking towards Spirit. I think the muted mid laner that said nothing and quietly picked Venomancer at the last pick, I'm not too excited by it, but in mid one's hands, I've seen it work. So I understand that it can do its job.
Venomancer snowball out of mid here, because the Tusk is freed up. With the Tide does not have to have so much help, right? So the Tusk can really roam on mid. Yeah, the Venomancer has the potential to snowball hard this game.
BKBs are such an incredible concept. I feel like a couple BKBs in play and Spirit aren't really, they're not going to really have too many concerns. But like you've already mentioned, can Spirit get to the point of having those items if there is a world where the Tusk unlocks the troll aggression through some early rotations and then the Venomancer breaks the mid lane, DK is playing from behind and the supports have shut down the Axe. Like, if all these early game things happen from Mouse, I fully agree there is a world in which Mouse just hold the entire game. But based on the script of this series so far, their early game is not their style. It's at least in this very specific matchup, they're playing more for that mid game, that kind of turnaround. So I just hope for Mouse's sake they can show us a better laning phase, because their draft is once again built on a good laning phase.
Yeah. I mean, just to hover on the Venomancer, just this last tick here, is that I don't know how much you've played against Venomancer, but the fact that you get all these debuffs from the Skadi, from the your passives and the vessel and all these items, it makes the damage from your innate insanely high later on with the Aghanims. So this hero has the potential to hard carry, maybe being one of the strongest hard carries in the game. The problem becomes that it's hard to get these items on this hero. He doesn't farm that fast, and it's a very slow process.
Yeah, but when we talk about slow process, I have kind of a lot of eyes on Chrysalis as well. Like, I feel like he's one wrong item away from making sure your Toro feels like the untouchable carry. Like, Chrysalis needs to make sure that every item is one to take the fight to Medusa, to remind her that you need to join this fight, otherwise I'll kill off your team. Like BKB at the correct time, or the MKB or the Blink Dagger. Like, I think Blink Dagger as well on Troll Warlord. Once you have enough damage items, a correct blink timing can break a game. Be really successful for Troll to stop the kiting. So there's quite a lot of pressure that, let's say mid one does break open the early game. Let's say Boom is setting up all these initiations. If Chrysalis ever has a misread on itemization, it could be another problem for Mouse to deal with. Whilst once again for Spirit, again, their draft feels like mistakes can happen and there's always going to be some type of comeback potential.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how the fights actually will play out later on. Like, if you look at maybe Mouse can kite out the fights and kite out the Medusa damage with the Tide Anchor Smash, right? With the Venomancer Ward, with the Snowball, the Cripify saves. Maybe it's not going to be that easy for Spirit to get kills later on in the fights. And then that's where they potentially run out of gas. I think, yeah, it's not that straightforward. I really think this Venomancer pick was good by Mouse. I think it's one of the heroes that exactly does what we talked about, how it kind of breaks how Team Spirit wants to play and makes it really awkward for the initiators to play.
Yeah, I'm actually just more worried because when we did the fan interactions earlier, a lot of them were saying Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be like a lot more mid-one bias, but there just wasn't much mid-one bias. It was like, we had like 8 Spirits to like two Mouses. Okay, let's be honest. If you were to ignore like the whole draft, do you have like a preference right now between the two? Like, who would you wish to see more Dota from? Who do you think displays better arena Dota?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think both teams have kind of has a little bit of magic for them. Maybe just want to see Mouse a little bit more right now, because I think they bring a little bit more creativity perhaps and a little more aggression. And they're a new team. I think they are maybe a little bit more exciting to watch for me right now, but again, it's Spirit. I think once Spirit, if they get their ball rolling, they could just take it all. So it's a hard question. What about you?
I mean, simple answer. I'm going to go for the simple answer. Obviously, Spirit. There's always that chance that Arena can show off. But yeah, no, it is a different. We are, as you can see here, do have some technical issues. I am going to just. Can I call out the person who has the technical issue? Is that allowed?
Yeah, of course.
You know, yeah, sure. It's Mid One, guys. Local fan favorite. But you know, I'm sure he'll be able to sort out his earbuds soon. Bless him.
Yeah.
The other thing with Mouse, by the way, is to lose game 1 and game 2 in that style. How like mature do you have to be to go into like a game 3 prep to like identify like, is it the Prophet's fault? Is it like someone has to step up and like take ownership?
Right.
Do you think it's more on coach to take ownership or the players to take ownership in that style of a game 3? So I feel like they are technically 2-0 down in this series, even though they've won one game.
I think I'll answer the question with this. I think Spirit actually looked better in this series overall. I think game 1 was kind of a little bit of a mistake that led into a throw, and game 2 was pretty clear from them.
Well, hopefully they're on. Actually, you know what? Actually, throws are pretty good for the arena. So hopefully there is plenty of throws, plenty of gold, plenty of comebacks, and of course our beautiful casters, Cap and SUG, will be taking you for game 3.
And it's going to be an exciting game 3 with a pickup of a Venomancer like this. Mouse have gotten themselves, I think, out of the hole. I mean, I was looking at that draft going, ooh, I don't know what Mouse is going to do here, but I really think that Venomancer pick was a game changer.
Really clutch pick, really cool pick, and one that fits their setup, which is getting those weird heroes from mid 1 last, something that he can be really annoying with in the game, play his style, and we are going to need to see Mau's style if they want to take this game 3 against the juggernauts that are Team Spirit.
It's a counter to every hero on the side of Team Spirit, except for one, the Medusa. Misery said it. In this game 3, it's Yotaro versus the world. Yotaro has come up time and time again, but it all comes down to these first 20 minutes, which Mouse have proven to the lead up of this tournament that they are experts at. They are one of the strongest teams, but when it comes to this matchup against Team Spirit, Avery, it just doesn't seem to be working for them. Why is that? And will that change in game 3?
I think they're not playing the lanes as crisp as we saw them in some of the previous events. So I think there they just have to mechanically step up. And I think Spirit is a tough team to destroy in lanes, right? You can go even with them. You can come out with some small advantages sometimes. The Furion gave him a little extra firepower in terms of those rotations, but this is just not a team you're going to run over. You kind of have to beat them a little bit at their own game at least. You have to out-team fight them. You have to out-objective them. That's where you're going to beat Team Spirit. You cannot go in this series and expect to just run them over 2 20-minute games and you're done with the day. So you have to adjust your mindset a little bit when you play against this team.
Sure.
And just be a little more patient, all right? Just win the lanes through attrition, through the Lotuses, through the Wisdom Shrines, the little ganks, the power runes, instead of going for the, we're going to crush them. That said, this Veno could break a lot of this early game open. It is a very good matchup here against the Axe and the DK, annoying for the Clockwork, and can be problematic for Deuce in the late game if you get a lot of farm. We're talking Hurricane Pike, Scotty territory. You can really kite that hero out, outrange him. You do a lot of damage.
And Mouse, this is a hero that has been on the rise when it comes to the meta. It's a hero that you're seeing a lot in these pubs, maybe not so much in the professional matches, but Mouse, they're an early adopter of the Venomancer. They were doing this a full month ago. And mid 1.
Oh, to mid-level 1 with Collapse? What is this tech?
I mean, if you want to make sure that this Venomancer doesn't get away with murder. Mid 1, these body blocks might be life-saving if he can get a good enough one, but it's going to be fairly neutral now from behind. Battle Hunger plus a dead shot ready to go. Too many disables. It's going to be first blood for Laurel, giving a huge advantage to this Dragon Knight in a bad matchup.
Man, what a cool play. And this is why you cannot expect to destroy this team in lanes. They're too creative. They're too mechanically gifted. They're always going to make the right play. That's such a boon for Laurel. Such a heads-up play. You sacrifice a little bit for Collapse early here, but he can make it up later with some stacking if he really needs to. And you give such a good start to this DK, who was otherwise in a very rough matchup. Now, this will not change the overall course of the lane for mid 1 in terms of what he gets, but it will change it for Laurel a lot. This DK is going to get a lot more than he should. He's going to be able to get the boots up early. He even gets a D-ward on mid as well. Super sick start for Laurel here. This could change the game a lot in terms of what that trajectory looks like for the 2 mid laners. Might even be able to get the faster 6 up on the DK and gank this Veno into some tower pressure as well. Completely flips this matchup.
Yeah, especially since the early levels are so important for Venomancer to get an advantage. Oh, Dragon Tail, he's actually taken a lot here.
This is brutal start for mid. Not what you want. You want to go in here with the orb, with the corrosion, just, you know, get the debuffs onto the DK, get the bonus damage up, out CS him, start building up the plague wards on the later levels. This is going to be a way slower start to this lane. Yeah, you can put the harass into him, but damage is done here. Nice lane lead for Spirit. I think this game revolves a lot around the support duos. I think whenever Pugna's in the game, I personally think this hero is absolutely busted. I think you have to respect what this hero does as the game scales on and how tanky he gets and how tanky he makes everybody, particularly when you're running 3 cores on the side of Spirit that all rely on some physical damage, or at least the call is pseudo-physical because the guy has to attack you, right?
Yeah.
But Decrep ruins all 3 of these cores pretty heavily. The Siphon Decrep really resets the fight. You have Snowball save as well.
And Battle Hunger is also physical. There's a lot of really good setup here for the Pugna.
And to me, the only heroes that are going to disrupt this backline from Mouse are the Clockwork in particular, or the Muerto with some dead shots and calling position, right?
Yeah.
So to me, Spirit need to find the supports early on in these fights, and their supports are the ones that are going to enable that. So it's really a support on support battle. It's like the team fights.
Yeah, Pento, I feel like, is got a pretty heavy responsibility on his shoulders for this game. For a hero that has not been particularly good in the meta, right? I mean, we have not seen very much Clockwork, and the only reason you would really pull it out is against this Pugna, I think.
It's a direct answer, but I still rather have the Pugna, right? You can always itemize against Clock. You can get the Force Staffs, the Glimmers, and your spells are just stronger. There's a reason we don't see this hero. It's pretty lackluster if you don't find early momentum, and it's really hard to find the early momentum nowadays compared to the other melee roamers, you know, the Pudge, the Tusk.
Yeah. I mean, if it's good against the Pugna, but it's not good against anything else, can he really get anything going, right? I feel like it's bad against almost every other hero here on the side of Mount.
It's okay. I'd argue it is, in theory, a good matchup against Tide and Troll. It's just not in the best state he's been.
Sure.
This will be a double melee offlane for Mouse that gets a lot more than we saw in some of the other games too.
And certainly, in fact, they're going to try and punish Panto here as the battery cell runs out. Good damage, but the Cogs pushing away Yamich stopped a lot of it. It would have been a death sentence if Yamich was close enough for some tag team hits there.
And the fact you can leave Boom up here solo early is, again, as the panel talked about, put that Tusk in the mid. Look for those ganks on the DK with the super high threat you have with this Venomancer. That's why that start for Laurel was really important.
Yeah. Or even the kills in this bottom lane, right? You got an extra hero to help out Troll, who
possible.
Can already help you out a lot with the slow.
I think it's doable to kill Collapse. He's just not my biggest priority.
Sure.
I'd rather get the Venomancer snowballing more than the Troll. The Troll is not as important to this draft as mid 1 start is. And this is the point in the game where he's putting a lot of pressure on Laurel. This is about the time you'd want to gank this DK.
Really nice calling. That is going to put Celery down, and Chrysalis can't even get a return kill. In fact, if he's not careful, he might die here as well. The call goes out from Collapse. An early level of the call. A lot of these axes will go 0-2-2, but not in this case.
Looking for a little extra kill threat down here, and they'll find some action. Really nice start for the Axe, despite committing to that gank mid. It has not hurt his trajectory at all.
This lane is going so poorly, and it's with the Venomancer being behind where he normally would be. Because normally he'd have the Orb of Light already, which is just adding not only just an extra 10% off the Septic Shock, but also obviously the minus armor, allowing the right clicks to do even more. It really stacks up.
Gotta gank this DK right now. This is your last window to really do it before he can either rotate with 6 or go into the jungle a lot more reliably. Laurel will TP back into mid. Does Yamich stick around? That's the big question. You also are going to have 6 for mid 1. Yeah, he gets the plague here. So this is your biggest kill threat on this DK in this early game.
But if it is such a big threat, I mean, isn't it fairly telegraphed?
Oh yeah, it's telegraphed, but do Spirit want to bring their supports to this mid lane? Might do it for the 6-minute power. They're eyeing it up right now. Everybody's going to come and clash mid. But ultimately, mid 1 is the strongest hero in this fight, so you don't want to end up in some awkward exchange with your Spirit.
And start off Panto.
Yeah, you're dead.
He is 100% dead.
The mid 1.
Gets the last hit on that one. Root did manage to grab the amp damage at bottom lane away from Celery, who was also coming.
Honestly, that's not the worst exchange for Spirit.
No, I don't think so at all.
Someone was going to die to this Venom no matter what. You'd rather have them be the support, and you predominantly wanted to take that rune away from the Venno so he doesn't get the resources. Because now Laurel can stand on this lane a bit more. Right, he got the plague out of mid one. Like, yeah, you can Gale him here. Do you have the damage to fight him?
It's a little dangerous. Midwan bursting down. And there goes all your damage. Team Spirit bait in Mouse. They knew the heroes were behind them, but they just had the better read of the situation than Midwan did.
Again, you don't have the ult on the Venno. Very hard to man up against this DK, especially with amp damage still lingering on Root. They did not anticipate the DPS that Mortha was going to throw out there.
Yeah, and you're also talking about a Venomancer. Venomancer is not the highest armor hero. He used to be an agility hero, right now universal. Only rocking 6 armor. That is not much against this corrosive dragon.
So in the end, this feels very similar to the first 2 games. It's Mao's not getting the lane when they really wanted the lineup. They still have a lot of plays to make in this game for sure, but it is interesting that Spirit have kind of had their number in all 3 games. Now Crystal is feeling the pain down here.
Not good. Not good at all. Collapse. He's going to bring him down here. Calling blades stacked for him.
That is satisfying for Collapse. He has had such a strong start. And he is going the phylactery? Question mark?
Okay.
Quick earn into phylactery buildup to try and play around these plague wards and everything, you know. Get some more move speed, play around the battle hungers, not be as reliant on early Blade Mail Blink in this game, which I kind of agree with. I don't think you can go Blade Mail Blink against Venno, Troll, Pugna, Snowball Save. It's not reliable. It's just not going to scale the way you want. So this is the ultimate build. I'm a big fan of this build. Let's see if we can make it work.
I mean, I kind of get it, but isn't Blade Mail still effective against the Ags build of the Venomancer?
A little bit, yeah. Not if he gets decrept every time.
Yeah, that is true. So you really can't rely on it against so many saves. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm with you on it.
The more I think about it, though, this might be a pipe axe game.
I mean, that's certainly what 33 would go in this sort of game. Snowball will not reach in time. They continue to play around the Venomancer, but not finding kills.
That's exactly what I think. More and more I watch these games, like, what would 33 do? Because he's usually on point. And I think he would have gone pipe here for sure. Really good pipe game. Just buff up your other heroes. You're kind of going to play around Dusa's timings and her like walking in the Roche pit with this style anyway.
Sure.
If you feel like you can't do damage with Blink Blade Mail, you're probably not doing that much more with a phylactery buildup. Unless you just hit your mark perfectly to snowball this game.
We saw a lot of this in game 1. Boom. As strong as he is, if he's outnumbered by many heroes, he will fall and he has to use a defensive Ravage here. Meanwhile, Rue's caught in the mid lane. Somebody has to take this mid lane. And whoever does is going to be caught by Yamich mid 1 duo.
Nice little pickup for mid 1. He will take top net worth here, even with all the setbacks. It was inevitable.
Class getting low. He's dead.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
From the other side, Celery helps catch him. And unfortunately for Chrysalis, it's Celery who takes the last hit there, as Chrysalis could use the extra bump. He is the lowest net worth core in the game right now.
Nah, I don't think that's unfortunate at all. I'm giving every last hit to Pugna. I think this hero absolutely carries games.
Okay.
I'm telling you, do not underestimate this guy. He's got 5.2 int gain. He gets the magic resist up. Just becomes invincible.
Yep, and I mean, Celery's on a bit of a hot streak right now.
Oh, his Pugna's really good too. That's why I have some confidence here.
Sure.
You know, you got to be a Pugna abuser to play this hero to its max.
Well, he is going to be abused, perhaps. Got a little bit too close there. Collapse tries to take advantage of this situation. Battle Hunger chase him down. They'll just get the Nether Ward kill. And a smoke up from Yamich in mid 1 as they going to go a little journey here. They going to go bottom or are they going to go into this triangle?
Could be a little scary to just force the triangle here with how many heroes are off the map. You don't want to run into 3 or 4, especially with potentially clock on the high ground. We'll see Panto bottom now, so they have a lot more information. But they will leave mid 1 mid. He can TP to this bottom play. This is really aggressive from Spirit. I'm surprised they are pushing it like this.
Yeah, Team Spirit trying to set the tempo like they've done before. Cogs push back, Shard still going to keep Collapse in the area with the slowdown of the Venomancer. Collapse in some trouble. Silence on Celery slows it down, but Collapse is still going to fall here. Rue stepping forward to try and get the deny. No such luck.
I think that's going to be the situation for Collapse a lot this game. You get hit by one spell, then you get hit by everything else, and then you can't move ever again. And you wonder, why am I playing Axe in this miserable game?
And that's got to feel fantastic for mid one. Being a part of another kill, it was also an arcane rune play, so it's Noxious Plague on a very low cooldown. They get a tower off it, maybe even get a kill. Panto, not level 6. Can the protection of the Cog save him once again? He is good. Missed dead shot there from Rue. So no opportunity for a turnaround kill as the kill score stays 4-4 in this game 3.
Laurel getting some free damage on mid. Knows there's no teleport on mid one.
But he's sneaking in from behind. Mid one's gonna catch him here.
A slow, painful death and needs help.
He is Panto again. He's gonna show up and does have Lotus. So Laurel will live for now, but what a life it is.
But just look at the control
much farm
that Mao's playing around this Veno is giving them on the map. They're forcing spirit reactions. They're forcing them to a bad part of the map. And Troll Tide, absolute free farm right now. There's no pressure going into the two Mao side leaders. This is what they want in this game. You reacting to the Veno, you trying to fight this hero that you have no good interactions against. He's getting the power runes. He's taking control of Plague Wards. You need to dodge him right now. If you're Spirit, you do not want to be reacting to the Veno pressure. You want to be finding plays elsewhere in this game. And if you're not doing that, you will get out farmed here because the Veno will take space away from your DK. And what is Laurel supposed to find? You get a blink here, but I'm a little worried about this blink because you're going to smoke this DK blink into what follow-up? Like hook shot? I mean, is the damage good enough? Especially with shield rune on mid one, this could be a very good timing to have that rune.
Yamich baiting things out, but they got the jump onto the Venomancer. It was a bait onto a bait. They got mid one out of his hiding hole, and they got to jump on him, but at the same time, he has shield rune. So they can't go for that kill. Too much AP. Oh, Rue dives to the Nether Ward, and now Collapse is even going to find himself kind of ground. He's done. He cannot get back through the protection of the Cog. Celery with the double kill. Now a shard almost finds the opening on Panto. Slows him down to Crepify. Maybe? They take him out as well. Celery with a triple kill.
4 on 3. You killed nobody, and you lost most of your squad. Again, this is not the hero you want to be fighting into right now. You were just playing into Mouse's hands. They are taking full advantage of the fact. And you don't have the damage to all-in kill somebody into the Pugna Decrep, plus the Snowball, plus Plague Wards, plus that shield room. Maybe you don't account for that, but he was not going down anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that Mouse have just inflicted this pain mostly on the mid lane, and Spirit have felt compelled to try and fight into it.
They're getting sucked into the game right now.
Look at Laurel. He has to get a quick blink away. Oh, so quick. That Ice Shards was right in front of his face as he came up the high ground. But he gets the blink before the damage hits. He would have been 100% dead there. As it is, the Wisdom Shrine protected. Rue with the dead shot. They'll keep that experience in their hands.
Kind of a missed opportunity for Mouse. I think if they're 10 seconds faster there, you just walk up the hill, and there's no way Spirit can test that Wisdom Shrine. I think we're lucky to get that out of this map state right now. Spirit will take that minor victory. Of course, you always have the Deuce of farming, and you get to deny a power room. Not the most influential one, but a little something. So you're going to have to go back to your Toro. Get item timings on Medusa, and then hit some sort of team fight or objective with them. But again, is the Dusa, is she going to be able to sway this game that early? Because you're up against the Tide, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have a rough matchup here in terms of the Anchor Smash, reducing your damage, not a hero you directly deal with. Then there's kiting potential, there's the Crep potential, there's a Troll who can eventually go Diffusal Disperser this game and be a pretty good matchup against you if he has help to enter the fight. I don't think this is the most... I'm Medusa and I 1v5 everything.
Yeah, I also think Venomancer does a pretty good amount of damage. Like, it's not thought of as a traditional matchup, but with this Axe, you just never really run out of damage, which is what you want against a Medusa.
No, it's a good matchup for the Veno, assuming the Veno's not getting stunned and caught and brought into Stone Gaze range and all this nonsense. That's a lot of work for Spirit to do. They'll try and get some more tower damage. Again, these are risky pushes when you're going this deep onto Mouse's side of the map with the heroes they have.
On Laurel, another blink before Mouse can find the opening. Team Spirit, they disperse.
They get away with it.
Head out into the shadows.
I mean, if you can make these plays and get out, that's amazing for Team Spirit here, because you're forcing reactions out of Mouse. They're getting nothing. The Veno's walking across the map slowly, and you get time for the Dusa. And all you want is time. Now, the big difference between this game and game 2 is the Troll versus the Monkey. This Troll will be able to accelerate objectives for Mouse in terms of Roshan Tormentor if Spirit are in mode dodge. If the Monkey King could not do that, this troll will be able to, especially with the auras on the Tide Hunter. So Maus are going to be able to take advantage of the fact that Spirit are kind of dodging them around the map if they really want to force it around that 20 to 25 minute mark.
Feels like a much more robust situation Mouse have gotten themselves into. Like they could roll over the game in 20 minutes, but they could still go late game. They have better objective pressure to be the pushing that mid game forward.
And the timings for Spirit are very slow. You're going to need a lot of farm on these 3 cores to be able to keep them all in the fight against the kiting. Unless you could just find, you know, the Venno first isolated, that's kind of the dream.
Yeah.
If mid one's positioning is off for some reason and the supports can't bail him out, then the fight's wide open. But that assumes a lot, right? It assumes they're not playing together, they're not 5-manning, the supports are not backing him up, the Tide's in no man's land. I don't know, that's a lot of assumptions to make.
Celery could not get the tower in time. So that'll be going the way of Yatoro, who continues to climb up that network chart. I mean, completing out the Manta. I mean, Yatoro, it's his game to farm, that's for sure. If he gets to a fast enough butterfly with the Scotty timing, that is going to be a bit of a problem for Maus.
All about the objectives in this game. Who's able to get to them first? Does Spirit take the fight? That Maus ball, can they find some pickoffs as well? That would really boost their confidence to try and scale here.
Fantastic calling. Support caught on the other side, but Panto, can he just TP away? I think he's good.
He's chilling.
Again. Ooh. Still though, if Collapse dies on the other side of the map, that feels pretty damn bad, and he does. Celery's Pugna continues to speed this game up for Maus.
He's having himself a start here, 5-1. This hero with items is an absolute menace. I think if Pugna gets the Glimmer Force +1 here, there really isn't much Spirit can do about him in the fight. You kind of just have to play through.
Venomancer's a little surrounded right now, but the Pugna, he's closing in. Can he bail out mid one? Already half HP, but there goes. The heals come out, and the objective is just gone for Team Spirit. No chance of being able to kill him. They'll leave Panto behind. Laurel on the run will try and take what neutral creeps he can as he farms his way back. Boom is looking to cut him off, though. Ran to the courier. His team too far away for this just to be a ravage, so...
But you can go Roche. Everybody's around the pit. Bad place on the map to die for Spirit. Vlad's pipe already done for the Tide. You know, as fat as Yatoro was getting, you also gave a completely free lane to Boom plus stack.
Yeah.
This Tide is beating you in terms of impact with the timings right now.
And they really can't touch it.
No, no chance.
Their heroes...
You're going to go for a snipe here with dead shot? No, not on the mark. A quick little Aegis for Crystallis. This will allow him to join some fights or pushes, or they can let him push solo if they are really confident making another play elsewhere. And there's the flick on the Tusk. So that option is available. Send the troll down a lane, make a quick smoke play, look for the catch with the Tusk if you think Spirit are in just complete dodge mode.
In order to make that kind of play, though, you got to make sure you are not under any vision. And Celery makes the read for it.
Right on cue. So Spirit are just going to have to find trades. Looking for the mid-tier one with the Dusa, who is closing in on that butterfly. So now they'll look for this top tier too. They do show up here. I mean, again, it's risky to show like this if you think Maus are all converging on these towers. They will dive you.
Yeah, but, I mean, pushed in mid, pushed in bottom. Yatoro's taking your triangles. I mean, I feel like this little brief period is very beneficial for Spirit. Now, Maus are going to get the Tormentor out of it, which is a lot of net worth.
Oh, they found Yatoro.
2K swing. Yatoro, he's got a Lotus, but he doesn't have a TP.
Yeah, he's done.
What a pick from Maus to do that at the same time as going for the Tormentor. I mean, that's just beautiful. A smoke up, unfortunately, underneath the ward, but damage already done big time.
Just as the game was kind of slipping away from this Venno, he wasn't finding the skirmishing in the fights you were in the early game. Now you get a great pick off like that. The best hero to find in this game as you slow down that butterfly timing. There's the butterfly, right? Arrives as he's in the grave. Can't ask for anything more. Now you get the smoke mid one across the map. See if they can land this. I mean, Spirit know it's coming, but that doesn't mean you'll dodge it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Up on the bottom side, they did not see collapse.
That is just unlucky. I'll take wisdom, though. As I don't think Rue can do much to stop this. Really fast calling, actually. Maybe Collapse trying to help him out. Yamich, he wants to snowball with a beautiful Dragon Tail from Laurel. It stops the snowball save, and they are just outnumbered here. A desperate TP away. The calling. Okay, they got him in the end. Even the Culling Blade didn't hit. Rue does.
Super nice backup from Spirit. They finally get something for them going in this game, even without the Medusa on the map. Take the Veno out. And that is something that they're going to have to think about in these fights, is going in and using their stuns on the saves. Right? Anytime you can land disables or damage on the Pugna or the Tusk while you're focusing someone else down is super valuable.
Yeah. No doubt.
That's going to give you a lot more time during this Aegis period to get some more farm off the map. Slow down mid one's progression towards that Ags. There's a blink for the Tide. A lot more teamfight capability for Mouse now. Man, you wish you could kick this Veno off the map, but it's really scary when not everybody's showing.
Yeah. Like, you have the capability to kill him if he's alone.
You just don't know.
But if there's a single save behind him, it might be disastrous.
Yeah. It's all about the Tusk, because he's a lot of your stun catch to cancel TPs, and he's some of the turnaround. So every time Yamich is off the map, Spirit are going to have a lot harder time making plays.
And they can stay off the map because the Tide and Troll are able to show on all the lanes.
Yeah, this is
because there's no threat against them.
This is all just poke. Get a reaction, back off, get some more farm. You're getting heroes through the gate. Yatoro will farm all this way back, and now look, bottom half of the map is cleared. This is how Spirit outmaneuver. They make these little, informational plays, and then they get to do so much with it.
Yeah, and at this point, all you can really do is brute force it. You can't even do that, though, because Rue has now cut the next wave. So they can't even just, with the heroes here, brute force the tier 2 tower and say, okay, we're at least going to get objective out of this. Rue, while he may pay for it, he's going to take a lot from House. They lost the creep wave, and this kill may not even be possible. The Glimmer Cape, they've got the snowball on him, so he will end up dying here. But pulling this many heroes this far back onto their side of the map, it is not where Mouse want to be.
Nope, they want to be taking towers. They want to be taking fights with this Aegis. Spirit are just not giving it to him. This team is really good at playing the map from behind. I think if you get to Ags plus another item on mid one, that's when this game might be in that territory where you can kind of break it open.
Yeah. I mean, Axe is such a massive upgrade when you get this kind of build.
Found
Collapse. I mean, if they're going to try and fight into this, they are going to be fighting into a Ravage Zone. They've already lost their Axe. Laurel just has to BKB to run away.
And brought Yatoro.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Team Spirit being in dodge mode. They thought maybe Maus overextended themselves there. Not the case.
I'm not sure what the read on that play was.
Yeah.
Because again, if the Axe gets jumped and your Noose is not in the fight at the start, where is the damage going to come from for you to bring anybody down this game? I think unless you have one of those two scenarios, it's just never going to happen. Like, yeah, you can go in with your BKB Dragon, but he's not doing anything.
There goes that tier 2. Though somehow Chrysalis did not get the last hit. A little bit of lost efficiency there.
Okay, well, what if you find the Veno down here?
Big pickup.
That would be huge.
Veno playing right in the middle of the
No way,
lane.
dodges.
They finally find it. Smoke. He tries to Hurricane Pike away. Take shot back into Laurel here. The Dragon Tail. They've got Panto as well. It's taking a little while. The saves are trying to get there in time. The Raps goes out. Now the supports. Can they get there to bail out mid one? He's good. A Glimmer Cape and some heals. And this is lost for Spirit. It's just a question of how many heroes will die. It's 2. They still have more in the area. Yamich is looking. They're going to chase after Panto. They should find him as well. No way. Collapse goes back into it. Quick heal onto the Pugna with the extra movement speed. Now trying to get out. Yatoro is here behind him. But there are so many heroes. A buyback from Panto. It's a long ways away. He has to TP onto the outpost in order to get here, and he does not have hook shot still, though. The buyback itself has scared Mao's back. But they got some big items coming in. They shouldn't be afraid. It's an Aghanim Scepter pushing out for the Venomancer and a BKB on its way for the Troll.
Nice little win for Mouse. That's the risk of going for the Veno in this game. If the Saints bail him out, you're in such a bad position with whoever committed on that play. There's no way to get out. There's BKB piercing, TP stuns, even eyeing up Yatoro. I mean, he is tanky.
Not tanky enough against this Aghanim Scepter, though. He gets off the Stone Gaze.
Oh, perfect
He
charge.
has a great healing Lotus, but he can only just fight his way out of it. He's being kited right now. Great jump, though, from Collapse. The neutrals interfere, though, a little bit. The Calling Blade, it brings down the Venomancer. Yatoro's still in trouble, though. It's one core, but what about Crystallis? He's had a perfectly free game, and he'll have a free fight as well. Just banging on Yatoro, moves on to Collapse, a double for him, and boom. He is too tanky to be toyed with. He looks for more heroes. Rue slowed down, tries to hide away, but spotted by Celery. A third kill. They got the Venomancer, but it costs Team Spirit dearly.
It's been the story time and time again this game. I can't help but feeling Spirit are getting baited by this hero. There's bigger targets to think about, and it's just too costly to bring mid one down if you don't know where the rest of Mao's are. Man, Yamich and Tusk. Now, you don't want to give this guy Touch, but I feel like you don't want to give him Tusk more than Tusk. To me, this is his best hero.
Great.
He's just on point every fight, every time with the spell casting. Look at the positioning here, too. Making Collapse work for this kill. Yeah, you get the Veno and then, but you have to tank double Croaker stun, commit the hook shot to do it. You don't get the Tusk in this. The Tusk survives the whole time. It's just so much spell casting value from Yamich.
Crystallis not able to get the kill on Panto. Good hook shot to get away, but he also didn't have to use his BKB, which is still sitting at 9 seconds. Talk about a free game for him. Picked up a BKB and hasn't felt compelled to use it once.
Spirit, they're in trouble this game.
Oh, yeah.
The item timings are going to be strong from Mal's around this second Roshan, and you just don't have good ways to start the fight. Like, if you can't just waddle your Medusa in and she threatens everybody, which she cannot this game. Not against Anchor Smash, Decreps, a troll who can whittle you down a little bit. Your other two cores have to find impact. And that's the big question mark. How do you do it with Axe DK against this lineup?
Do you think that changes with Scotty pickup, or is there still like you need one more item?
I think he needs the damage item.
Yeah, needs the Daedalus, or in this case, Silver Edge, perhaps?
I think it's Silver Edge. I mean, Yatoro loves his Silver Edge.
He does.
Might also be him thinking, I need to start fights, and if I can just go in and find a good angle, if I can give some extra vision, it could be a massive, massive deal, especially if you can find the supports. Again, if you find the Tusk and Pugna, the fight becomes a lot more straightforward for Spirit. But can you find the Pugna and the Tusk through this front line that is the Veno with the wards, through the Tidehunter, who's been invincible this game?
Mouse have already read this move.
Oh man, that's a Shiva's completed for Boom 2 right as this fight's about to break out. I mean, he is an absolute beast on this front line.
Team Spirit, they try to go for the quick pick off around the Roshan pit, will not find it instead. Maybe they're the ones to be picked off. Panto, hook shot blocked out by Boom. What a blink from him. And now he's got the Ravage on Collapse with the extra kill. Blink back in from Dragon Tail onto Crystallis. Called up, but he can get off BKB at any time. He's really kited though. Yatoro, is he going to be able to fight it out with the rest of these heroes? Yamich, Boom, and Mid-One all trying to fight him right now. Got him back down at about half. Crystallis, now he pops his ultimate alongside his BKB. Oh, good Dave gets Yatoro, but Yatoro, he's getting a little bit low here. Still has that Lotus to be able to work with. Oh, look, collapse! And now it looks like the troll is dead. He caught the save, and he got the core. Still though, Venomancer is still the strongest hero in these fights. They will not be able to break Mouse here, but maybe they can get away into the night. A blink back from Collapse. He gets out. Rue, well, he'll be caught. 3 for 2 out of that one. A 3 for 1, actually. They really only get the 1 kill.
Honestly, I thought that was going to be way worse for Spirit, the way that fight was developing. I think that was a very difficult fight to take. When Maus keep their supports alive, the fight is going to be hard, and they were absolutely doing that. This Veno is just sitting there, dealing so much damage to everybody. Yeah, your Deuce is in the middle of the fight, but he doesn't have the DPS to push this fight over the edge.
I mean, the Venomancer alongside, if the Tide is anchor smashing, and the Venomancer can actually commit to hitting the Dusa.
Exactly.
I mean, the damage at that Aghanim Scepter, you're talking about like an 80% damage.
Oh, he chunks in here. I mean, just a sick call from Collapse at the exact right moment. Turn that fight. It's as best as you can hope for.
How do you get that one? You get the troll and you get the Pugna save behind him. I mean, it was perfect, but they're just in a losing situation no matter what.
They need a couple more items here, right? You need some more damage on the Dusa. Nullifier on the DK will help a lot against this Pugna. That's a huge pickup for Laurel. Really smart itemization here. It hurts his scaling early damage output a little bit, but this is a pretty high damage item, and you needed to get to the Pug Digger, absolutely. There's a lot of auras on the side of Mao's. Could also be some Conda action for Collapse. You get an extra break mechanic.
Yeah. Probably part of the reason why he started down this build in the first place and why...
Good value this game against this Tide in the Veno.
I mean, ultimately, Mao's, they are going to go high ground at some point with the Tide leading point. So you will have that opportunity.
Yeah, just break him and try and all in him. And trying to account for some of the saves with, Nullifier can account for the Pugna a little bit, and then just somebody tag the Tusk, which can be Panto. There's a path to just jump the Tide and all in him in this game.
Yeah.
Not possible.
Especially since they also have an AoE silence, right, in the calling. So.
Oh, yeah, very true.
Even if he does have some Anchor Smash or some Kraken Shell dispels in there, even if the Silver Edge doesn't quite work, they can still cover it with that silence.
I like the itemization from Spirit. I think they're on point here trying to address the problems that they're facing in this game. It's just, is it going to be enough, right? Because if you mess up the execution a little bit, the fight is going to become real tough, real fast.
Yeah, it's great in theory. Putting it to practice, though, under this situation where they are currently down 9,000 net worth. We'll see how much that grows by the time that Mao's look to a high ground push, but maybe they never do that push. I mean, what happens if Mao's just kind of settle in for the late game? Because their scale is immense, right? You get this mid one, this 20 talent, gives you 50 damage. That's not really 50 damage, though. It's more like 130 damage if you talk about the Aghanim Scepter and the percent damage he's getting off the Septic Shot.
This hero scales like a beast, and it's a very good Veno game on top of it. And he has saves.
Yeah, gets the heroes on this side of the map, while they're also doing Rose Shot.
Just fast, you gotta go for the interrupt.
The only way to do it here, Panto or Collapse. Who's gonna be the hero?
Rouge just dying to boom.
Collapse trying to make the call out. Actually, maybe with a break here. Tide, not good enough. Too tanky. And now Collapse going to be the one in trouble. The jump in onto Venomancer. Venomancer is going to be fine, though. He's got plenty of saves. And look at the group up from Mao's. They just play around each other so well.
They can just keep healing each other. There's the Scotty for the Veno as well. He is deadly in a kiting situation. But they did get Collapse out of there. The last hit missed uphill. Stallis, are you going to man up for this? I mean, Yatoro can just Stone Gaze walk in if you get this low. It's an awkward situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is low enough. You got to make the commitment now. Pull it.
You got the ages. No way. Why save? But it's still a hard fight to take. Laurel makes a jump onto the Venomancer. The save fire may not be enough here. Hurricane pikes away from the drain. No, he dies off of that. And now Yatoro, well, he's going to die. Chrysalis is too big of a threat for him still.
But Spirits are clawing whatever they can off of losing fights. Another blink away from Collapse on his second life. They lose the fight, but again, it should be a fight that Mao's just roll over them with impunity, but somehow Spirit get a little something out of it.
That should just not happen. There's no way he should just run Blink in this pit, get everything there. The man is just too clutch. He will keep this game alive for Spirit. That was a game-ending Aegis if it goes onto that troll.
100%. But maybe it is still a game-ending troll even without the extra life. Because they've got 40 seconds till Medusa is back up. They're not afraid of anything. Laurel Hill TP in. He's not a threat. This troll can probably just go straight to the high ground.
Looking to make a play here. I mean, they probably thought there's no troll. You can go in with, no troll, no BKB. You go and nullify him. Maybe you can all in him there. Maybe. You have to respect the single target burst a little bit. There's Plague Wards in this fight. There's Yamish scouting the side. He just finds the angle, gets the jump, gets the Aegis.
The fact that he does that with 400 HP is just insane.
It is an incredibly ballsy play that pays off. Downside for Spirit is he's still getting rolled in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can make all the clutch plays in the world, but if Mao's just have a lineup that's going to be able to outscale you, what does it matter?
And that's my big question in this game. Are you addressing the biggest issue in the room, which is the spells against the Dusa? The Anchor Smash, the Troll with MKB, potentially Disperser, Satanic just manning up against him, the Decrep that can ruin him, the Punch Shards that can ruin him. There are so many good interactions for Mao's in this game against Yatoro. You You cannot rely on him to 1v5 the game. That is where these other cores have to make plays, and I mean, they're making it happen a little bit here. I can I can kind of see it coming together. These cores are maintaining the net worth. I thought this DK Axe were going to be farther behind at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was going to be like a 20k gold lead with Mouse hitting high ground, but
not there yet.
Spirit.
Oh, look at this rune.
Slowed down Mouse's snowball as best they can.
That's a crude giant small, so reduced BAT for this Medusa plus the crit on top of an amp damage.
But Team Spirit are never finding the pickoff that they're looking for. Mouse are preventing that every time. It's 5-on-5 clashes. Spirit, they're never favored for that.
But if you get the jump, if you get the right jump.
Ah, Boom's gonna make the jump instead. It's a Shivas immediately. A snowball right onto Rue. That is not the great jump from Yamage. He immediately dies, buys back, and now it's just a grab back. Hit whatever heroes they can to go straight to Yotaro. Chris has got him locked down. They have to stone gaze and make a run for it. Chrysalis still gets himself stunned out, but between the Ravage, now the Snowball on illusion there. Not what they wanted. They go after Laurel instead, the only hero they can see. And the Dragon Knight, not long for this world. He'll die. A pick-off on the Dragon Knight is all it ends up being. But it's still a win for Mouse, preventing Spirit from finding a good opening in that fight. Boom, just barreling into them with the Shivas.
To get a buyback out of the Tusk, that's super valuable here. But again, not able to commit to the fight over the long term. You got to get what you can and get out if you're Spirit. Shadowblade does bail Yotaro with the lack of detection. That will not happen every time. He is lucky to escape that fight. Crystallis says, I don't need an Aegis to hit your high ground.
No, not at all. Mouse, we know they are a team bold enough to go for these high ground situations.
You have the sustain, you have the plague wards. You got to be careful about the all-in with the chain stun potential. So your saves have to be on point here if the troll gets jumped. But no stone gaze gives you a little confidence.
It does. Bit of heals. Top off the troll. They will back out. Despite 25 seconds left on the Dragon Knight.
I mean, I don't think if you're Mouse, you want to rush this game because you still have so much scale yourself. Like, you're not worried about this game going later if you continue to find items on everybody and you look at how rich their supports are. Even with the buyback on Yamich, he's pushing towards an Ags. That could break this game as well. And he'll find Rue. He is...
Chain stun, no chance for an ult, no chance for the Glimmer.
Better him than a core here, for sure.
That is true.
You know, there's no Roche to claim for a long time, so Spirit can just kind of play the map, look for some more items of their own, and they just really need some damage from Yotaro. If he can get to that level 25 plus a Daedalus or something.
Yeah, if he gets the damage and then Collapse gets the damage reduction off the Aghanim Scepter, right? Like, Troll is maybe the best hero, the most effective hero for Aghanim's Axe.
Damage reduction is quite good against the hero. Or damage block as well. No Crimson Mire in this game, but what can you do? He also did get the Pyrrhic Cloak on the Axe, so that's like another... You know, he doesn't have Blade Mail, but you have the next best thing.
Yeah, extra bit of burst.
Just, you need damage right now. Your Spirit, that's all you're looking for. Double Outworld Staff worth mentioning for Mouse as well. That's going to be something else to go through on these jumps that is really annoying. I mean, their job is just make the team fight as annoying as possible. Throw as much gunk out there, as many things for you to deal with, make it chaotic, and they're going to win that fight over time if it's not controlled. Especially if this Tusk Axe comes out. I mean, that makes the fight a lot more difficult because a lot of this for Spirit relies on formation and positioning around the Medusa.
Yeah.
If you kick the Medusa in, I mean, good luck.
Mal's playing it slow, just playing the map. But that does give an opportunity. Ooh, mid one. Blinking past Yotaro and Collapse. And the teleport's coming in on Boom. Boom wants to stop him here.
Yeah, you do not want to let him get out for free.
Got the anchor. That slows him down a little bit. Now he's underneath the calling, though, so no chance for Ravage. Not yet.
They're jumping.
He's in trouble.
There's Paul.
Oh, right as the touch jumped in. What is that timing from Collapse? Literally frame perfect from the man. Once again, the offlaner Spirit doesn't give him an opportunity with jump onto the Venomancer. The Venomancer is now dead. There goes much of your damage. Chrysalis getting pulled around now.
Wrong target.
Looking good for Mouse. No, baby Chrysalis. Oh my God, look at that Fury. He just ripped through two of them. Yatoro is still fine. Chrysalis no longer has his axe, and the saves are not there. Not in this 1 versus 2. The man does it again.
What is there to say about this player that has not already been said? There's always so much discussion about Yatoro, but if you ask a lot of people, they will say Collapse is the linchpin of this lineup. Time and time again, he delivers. When you need Mr. Clutch to show up, he will be there. He has absolutely put this game on his back. You know, Yatoro's going to have the stats on his side with all the CS and the DPS, but it is this axe. What is this called?
Oh my God! Come on!
I don't know. That's Providence or something, right?
That's an act of God coming in.
Just
Collapse
unreal.
blinks before the blink on Tusk. So his call animation hits before the snowball goes off.
And you know, the thing is, against any other player, if you're Yamich, you go, that is just unlucky.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's luck with this guy, man. He's been doing this stuff for years now. It's just instinct. Spirit take this game back, re-even out this lead. That was Mouse's fight to win. They had every advantage they needed to take it. And they just overextend, not respecting the break and the call potential against this tide on the front line. I think Boom was... He felt a little too strong for what this axe can do to him with the Conda build-up here. Especially if the saves are not around him and you sacrifice that position, you're going to pull your supports out of position. It's part of what forced that blink from the Tusk to bail him out. Now it's Spirit looking for this Roshan. And they have damage on the Deuce now. Daedalus completed for Yatoro. Silver Edge is done. He is level 25. Got that extra int, so a little more tank ability as well. And he's looking for his Disperser. You put an Aegis on this Medusa, the game changes by a considerable degree.
Yeah, you can't. If you can't kill the Dusa, you won't be able to kite him against the Disperser. You can't kill him against the Aegis. It poses a problem for Mouse. I think there are many ways they can still win this fight. But the Dusa is certainly a problem for them now.
Oh, the troll.
And especially if they can burst down this troll. Now, there's the snowball save this time around.
Awkward Dragon, though.
Yeah, it's going to pull him in pretty deep. And Collapse, he may die here. Good force snap back with the Glimmer Cape. That'll help save him. Chrysalis trying to slow him down.
Still has ult.
Getting some heals. Dragon Tail goes out. Chrysalis careful with the ultimate. Doesn't want to be pulled back in again. A nice assassination there from Mid-One on the side on Collapse. Now a snowball in. And Laurel, he's isolated here. Even as he Dragon Tails the troll, there's nowhere to run.
Can't commit to that fight. You use Stone Gaze, the troll gets out. He still has ult. He still has saves behind him. You did not deal with the tide like you did in that previous fight. No way Yatoro can commit in there. You're going to get kited. The Venom's going to do its work. I'm kind of surprised Spirit went for that play. It was a really bold play when you potentially could have just held the Roche Pit and made Mouse go into you, which is a way better scenario.
Thinking they don't want to be left in a situation where they're getting like ward spammed.
Ooh, Chama is showing! Team Spirits refuse to die! A hero save from Collapse. Now it's the newcomer, Panto's turn to step up and rip away the Aegis from Mouse.
It's just disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, this game is over if Mouse get both those Aegis. Now they will have to struggle again with, you know, another lead that's been built up. But the high ground is not as secure without the 2 lives on the troll, because you can all in this tide as we saw. You can all in this troll if you can deal with the saves.
He's strong enough to get through backdoor protection at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, is Team Spirit.
Also,
are they just fighting against the inevitable?
He does have that 25 talent for the Battle Trance Strong Dispel as well. So these calls really have to be on. There's the kick. Into the hex.
Collapse with the call. Can Yatoro get out? There's no way. He's blocked out. Ravage goes through. And Chrysalis will deliver the killing blow.
Don't have buyback.
Has to be expended here, but Collapse is dead. If Collapse is dead, who will bail out Yatoro? Now it's Panto. He got him inside the cogs with 2, and the troll's in trouble. Getting a little bit of heal. Yatoro's almost got him, and he's got him killed. The buybacks will push them through. Yatoro He will hunt them down one after the other. Team Spirit, they're not done yet.
That's a really pivotal moment in this game if you're Mouse. Do you commit your own buybacks when you see Spirit starting to throw these out and you know they might be low on gold for some of them? You know, you could have bought back and just gone to your base, reset, take another fight here. But you don't pull that trigger, and now this game swings a little back towards Spirit. Again, I don't know what these angles are. Like, Yamich is looking for that block. You even stunned him with the hook shot, but you once again get Roche, get Aegis. You keep this game alive. This Team Spirit team is not an opponent you want to give multiple lives to. Like, if I had to pick one team in the world that I do not want to have clutch plays go against me, it's this team. It's some beautiful cogs and hook shots from Panto.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he is,
as soon as he hits that one, Yatoro is winning this fight.
And here's where you could kind of say, yeah, maybe we buy back and just go for it, but it's a really tough call because you don't have bots on these heroes. You have to, like, aggressively glyph for the TPs. It just didn't look clean enough. This game is a game that's... And it's felt like it should have been over for Mouse a while ago. And against a lot of teams, it might have been, but...
Mao's still sitting at the 11,000 net worth lead that they've been at time and time again.
That does not feel as good now as it did 20 minutes ago.
No, this is a dead even game 3 now with 47 minutes.
We did see the influence of that kick, though. And this is a really big spell in this game, particularly with the Hex pickup on mid one, because you have kick into Hex. There is no real counterplay from Spirit. You go into the late game where Spirit lack buybacks. If you can find that one hero that doesn't have buyback, in this case, it is the Dusa for 5 minutes here. If you find Yatoro, the game just ends. He is pushing towards that Ags, though. This is the big damage power spike for this Dusa. You get the Ags online on top of this Daedalus. The crits start flying through. He can deal some serious DPS. But none of that's going to matter if you get kicked into Hex into all in, especially with a Ravage on top. And you will just blow everything if you find him, because you know he does not have buy right now. So you're not going to hold the trigger on anything and maybe let a good call go off. You are going to blow everything on this guy.
I mean, at one point, it's the Dusa not enough. I mean, even if he dodges this kick, he's really capping out. He's looking at Aghanim Scepter next. And what do you go from there? I feel like
Divine.
Divine Rapier.
Yeah, it's just Divine. I mean, you can go like some Disperser builds into MKB if there's evasion or some cheeky stuff like this to maybe up your damage for gold cost, but it's Divine. It's Divine into Aegis, into ending the game off that. By the way, Refresher on that Tide is even more deadly. You know, you're getting kicked into Hex plus double potential Ravage.
Yeah, with the level 25 Ravage as well.
It's
3.2 seconds stun, 6.4 if you chain it perfectly. Yeah.
And you still have buybacks if you're Mouse. That's the upside of not using him in that fight. You can now go back for the Siege. You can go back for this next Roshan and have 5 buybacks available. And that is just a nasty amount of HP for Spirit to survive through with only 1 life on this Medusa.
And they've got so many ways to be able to siege here. They've got 25 on the Venomancer, so he can keep throwing these very tough wards up the high ground.
And you do not want to walk up and kill these things because you're going to get kicked out of the base. So.
Exactly, yeah.
Really tough position for Spirit. You just have to, if Maus want to play patient and just wait for Roche, I think you have to concede to the Spirit. You're not going to feel good doing it, but I do not think you can win that fight. Going outside the base with only 1 life on the Dusa, it just sounds like suicide.
Team Spirit, they'll hold their ward, hoping that Maus give them another opportunity.
I can't believe they're lingering out here like this. I mean, you're trying to get Ags on this Dusa. I get it, you have to continue to look for stuff, but 3 minutes on the clock for that Dusa buyback. Against potential vision, against that kickback.
Pressure for Chrysalis, double BKB, double Satanic. What are you going to do against that?
Pray that he doesn't latch onto you. about it. Yeah, level 25 Pugman. That's pretty nice here. Just waiting for that Roshan. Though the Roches have not really worked out for you. I mean, what are the odds they steal it a third time, right? They're not going to do it 3 times. That's in game. Nobody's lagging.
Tormentors are free at least.
I have a feeling if we get to this next Roshan and Mouse are in that pit, they're going to put one person in the pit, and the other 4 are just going to be their own personal calling around that pit.
I mean,
rotating.
At what point do you just preemptively ravage as Roshan dies?
I think you do. So level 30s might be nice here too. Start to push towards them here, get some more tank ability. You always have those buybacks available. That's going to be the big ticket here for Mouse in these Roche fights.
Brother, get rid of that healing cell. What is it doing there? It's 52 minutes in. You've got Refresher Satanic.
You never know when you need a little extra heal.
I guess so.
So there is that Ags plus the Synth for Yatoro. Doesn't need to expend a slot for it. Just consumes it. Will cost him buyback for about another minute or 2 after the timer, because he'll have to farm up a considerable amount of gold here. But maybe he's just saying, let's go win the fight for the Roshan. Maybe we can't base defense against 2 lives. Or send Collapse in to steal it for another time. It's also an option. He's eyeing up a Refresher on this Axe, by the way. If he can get there, that's massive for them. But of course, you really need to save your buybacks here if you can.
Chrysalis really wanted to take a fight there with the amp damage, but not willing to push into Team Spirit's vision here. Team Spirit, though.
Oh, look at how many plague wards are here.
They see the Venomancer. They're going to all in on the Venomancer with the nullifier. The instant Ravage from Boom stops it all. Yamage with the snowball. Boom with the Ravage. It denies their opening. And E-Blade, a nice little save there with Scrapify, but here comes Chrysalis. They got a second Ravage on the Duke.
In trouble.
Trolls on top of him, and there's nothing to save him now.
He's gone?
He's gone, and no buyback available. No gold for it.
They don't know that, though. Mouse do not know he does not have the gold. They know the timer.
I mean, does it matter? They could take Roshan and still go high ground. There's 2 minutes left. They'll find out one way or the other.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna find out here. They're gonna find out the exact situation, which is there is no buyback on this Medusa. In theory, this game is over right now.
Mouse knew exactly what Team Spirit wanted to do and countered them perfectly. This time it was Mouse with the frame-perfect timing, a Ravage instantly, the heals, the snowball, too many saves, and now Team Spirit have to fight it out. 4 versus 5. They get the first one. That's the toss. Got buyback going to be used, and the tier 4s are falling fast.
They've already used as well. Crystallis, he's just going to go to ham on this throw. He has Refresher.
Initiation, uplink right on top of them. No opportunity for Team Spirit to make their own plays forward. And now with Tusk, they stop him as well. It's Crystallis. He's just going to hit the throne. Collapse got the call, but it doesn't matter. Mouse, they had everything taken away from them. They had the kills. They had the Aegises taken away. And it did not matter.
Man, this team is fun to watch. They come in with their creative picks, their style of Dota, heroes that you have to respond to. They make you deal with them in the game. They have very solid itemization. They always have a game plan. And this team has come together in a very short time period. And this is their biggest victory yet, taking out the 2-time TI champs on land in a Game 3 high-pressure situation where clutch plays are being made. That is no easy task. They show up when they need it most, and man, a very clutch Game 3 draft. I think this draft was going to decide this Game 3. I would give it to them. I think they won that. I think they made Spirit's core's life miserable, and it showed.
The narrative of this team being just an early game monster is over on LAN, performing with 2 different wins past the 45-minute marker. Mouse are the full threat.
That's what's been impressive here. I think people would have said, hey, they're just a snowball team. They're playing Gaiman-style Dota 2.0. Yeah, they can run you over. Yeah, if you give them like the early momentum and the early Roshans, they're just going to build auras and go high ground. It's kind of one-dimensional. we saw them make crazy comeback plays in this series. We did not see them give up. We saw them always look for those opportunities in the team fights. Maybe a lot of people are going to say, yeah, Spirit threw that game one more than Mouse came back, but they had very clutch spell casting. They did make that comeback in that game one, and they showed resilience in this game three. And then I think they just straight out drafted them in this last game.
Yeah, and one of the biggest parts of that was that last pickup of the Venomancer. What a great pickup. And mid one, I mean, he performed with it, right? He had the two supports. The three of them just took over the game as a whole, and in the end, had the lead the entire way in this game three.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we are here with Celery. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Celery. World's best Pugna player, showing it yet again. I thought you retired or some shit. What are you doing back up here, man?
Yeah, Mortal Faith lured me.
Got the team together, coming out there and beating a huge name like Team Spirit. So good to see you guys doing so well. Absolutely fantastic. Was that series as fun to play as it was to watch? Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm at home, am I right? That was a whole lot of fun to watch.
It was pretty fun.
Are we going to see more games like that in the future, my friend?
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe a bit less stressful, but it was fun.
Wow, stressful for you and entertaining as hell for us. Thank you so much for an incredible series. We hope to see you guys again on this stage soon. Let's go and see what the panel thought about that fantastic series.
We're talking about how he wants maybe a less stressful game would be more enjoyable, and I'm sure that stress came from the fact that despite doing 98% damage to Roche over 4 Aegises, they only got 2 out of those 4.
Yeah, that's that Spirit magic. Collapse is probably one of the best Aegis stealers of all time, and I guess it gave Pantu a tip or two because he's one of his own. Brought him and said, you need to do this, and he did that thing. Here's one of them. It's just crazy. I don't know how they do it, but it wasn't enough. And we talked about how Spirit, they don't have quite the same sauce they used to, and I think, honestly, this is a really big step for Mouse, winning this game against what people consider to be one of the most clutch teams ever, and they out-clutched them, and they won this game where I think a lot of teams would expect Spirit to pull it out in the end, but they didn't, and I think that's huge for Mouse.
Yeah, they didn't let the game 1 and 2 kind of break them, right? Especially when you go into game 3, they have this last pick Venomancer, they've utilized it before, and there's a lot of question marks, like can they break the early games, can they set up the troll and the Tide to have to enter the game when they're ready? 100%, they did that. Like the amount of times that we see the Venomancer invading the jungle, kind of dictating the early game, it really made a kind of 1v9 situation. Can Yotaro carry the entire game for his team? And when you have this much kiting, no, the question was answered. Yeah.
I think also maybe you guys are right in the pre-game about Team Spirit that in the past when they got those Aegis steals, they usually claimed the win in the end, and then they just don't really have the same oomph when it really matters. I feel like they have the clutchness, but I don't know, maybe the draft is just not it. Like they don't have the late game team fight like they used to claim the win. There's just definitely something there. So yeah, it's sad to see them go already.
Yeah, it feels like with these Aegis snatches, it was more to just buy time in the game, whereas previously it'd been, okay, this is now opening the door back into the game for us to get the lead. But this was all about stalling time. I mean, when you put so much pressure on the Medusa, unfortunately, it just wasn't really enough. And for Spirit, they come here, they play a best of 3, and despite it being amazing Dota, just not making the full run there, Quinn.
Yeah, it's like Misery said, it's crazy to see. It's really strange to see Spirit getting knocked out and not making to the final 2 days or the last day, being in the finals. And I honestly, going back to Mouse, I think it's just awesome for them. Being able to do that and to topple Titans to go toe to toe. I think it's really great. And I mean, in Spirit's defense, it's incredibly hard to stay on top forever. And I think the season's just started, and they clearly have some work to do to get back to the level that they are going to hold themselves to.
I mean, post-TI, it's kind of the race to what team is confident in their own style quickly, right? Before a new meta is developed, before people truly understand what kind of went wrong during TI, or even what roster shuffle you're dealing with, I think it's kind of that race to that position. And Mouse, because they have played the most games of any team, competitively, to get to this position, I think that's helped them a lot in being able to kind of cement what is their Dota. Is it the Nature's Prophet mid? Is it the Venom mids? Is it the fact that Boom is a kind of that consistent kind of team fighting style offlane? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I think their identity is so strong that if a team has a bad day against them, they will be able to close out series. And Spirit, we have to be honest, they kind of had a bad day. There was some moments, especially in the first game, indecision not going for Roshan. Game 2, they cleaned it up. Game 3, they put too much pressure on Medusa to do well, and the initiating factor of Axe and DK was shut down because of a 24 last bit of Venomancer. So yeah, I think Mouse, they have what it takes to showcase their Dota every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. However, the game 1 looked like it was in Spirit's hands, right? They were up 15k, threw it away at the cliff there. One game 2 as well, and now we're talking about them not being that good. I think maybe on a normal day they would claim that first game and then the second one as well, and then we would be talking about different things. But that's not the case.
Yeah, it was fantastic this whole series, 3 games, and look. With Mouse getting a win, it does mean we get the special privilege of Mid1 joining us. Congratulations, how are you feeling?
Great, I guess.
Good, sometimes that's all that really needs to be said there. Look, the Venom mid, we got to talk about it. Were you calling for it? We know that you love to play it, but in that moment, was it you calling for it? Was it a teammate that's bringing it up?
I mean, it was obvious, right? Like, I see DK, and I'm like, I mean, it's no-brainer to pick Venom, you know?
All right, so at no point were you ever thinking there's going to be another hero in mid for you. You did get ganked early, though, on this Venom. Did that, how do you recover from that? You're like, oh man, lane's done, GG, we just go next?
I mean, I was surprised by it. I was like, oh my god, I should have expected this. Like, it's gonna happen, like, you know, like, I think people are gonna gank me, but I felt like the matchup, like, I kind of understand it a lot, so I wasn't worried. I know, like, at some point, like, I can still do a lot, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a classic anti-Huskar gang. I was curious if you felt stressed at all as the game went longer, as they have sort of spirit magic. This team is very good at pulling games back. Did you feel like the game was in y'all's control for most of it, or did you feel like with the Aegis steals and stuff, like if it was slipping at all?
I mean, there was a lot of bullshit going on, right? Like, they took our Aegis twice, and I gotta say, like, I actually felt like we might actually lose this game.
Really?
But, that's the fun part of it. Like, I actually like it. This feeling, it makes me like, sure, like, why not? Like, just keep playing.
How do you manage the comms in the team? Are you guys, like who's staying calm in it, right? Because in that moment, you are kind of panicking. You're like, okay, this should have been our Roshan, this should have been our Aegis. Like, how do you keep calm and keep the other players calm too?
I mean, we were not panicked. As I always said, like, you need to be able to move on. Like, what's next? Like, it happens. Like, yeah. Sure, like what now? You can't be thinking about the Roche constantly, right? Like the life goes on, like the game is going on. You need to think about like what's next.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do.
I'm curious about you guys played Furion both 2 first games, and then game 3 was kind of a completely different style of drafting. And I'm curious what went through you guys talk outside, and what was your thought process going into game 3?
I mean, I was telling my team like I think. Because I wasn't at feature tournament, so I felt like the team were moving a bit different. So I was like, this Furion might not be the best for us right now. So I was like, I want us to switch something up, you know. I don't want to go Furion again, and we might actually just lose on Turkey out of nowhere. You know, it's always nice to switch things up and like being aware of like the team is a bit different now. So we're gonna need some time to adjust again.
Yeah, smart move, I think.
In regards to the draft for Mouse, you seem to be kind of like the star player in how they draft. They give you access to Necrophos and Broodmother, Lesh, right? Like any hero you want. Do you ever feel that pressure in the draft to have the correct read on what a quirky mid-1 hero will be to win the game?
I don't know. I mean, you're asking a hard, tough question for me, I think. I mean, maybe... I don't know how to answer this.
That's fine. No, just enjoy the picking whatever you want to play in the moment. I guess that's the better way.
If I feel it, like I just play it. You know, sometimes I might pull up the cast mid. I did it before.
Yeah. I mean, it's impressive that Mouse have that much kind of trust. I think some teams don't have that trust in players to some degree, but it is impressive that Mouse just allow you to kind of what you see is what you get, what you call for.
I mean, it's all depending if you are able to execute it. So it's like if people realize that. I mean, your first impression is important, right? If you are reliable, people are gonna trust on you. It's just how it is, right?
Look, your Venom mid is very reliable, right? We saw it in groups. We've seen it multiple times here. In this game number 3, though, I want to circle back to it because we talked about that early gank, caught you off guard. You knew the lane matchup, but with the Venom, you're also very good at roaming with it, rotating. It's like, how are you confident that this Veno is going to be able to do stuff when you move to those side lanes?
Alright, I just know their hero's weakness. Like, I just know Axe is my dog. You know? it's basically my dog. What can I say?
Yeah, it looked like you guys had good communication with the supports as well, right? You came bottom, took the tier 1 bottom, they went mid, they couldn't fight you at all. You have the Tusk and the Pugna in this game way, like you see it here as well on the picture, and yeah, it just can't fight you at all at this phase, and it kind of gave you that early momentum. I think that was very important for your game to snowball.
How much of it mid one was down to your Venom matchup, knowing, like you said, they're heroes that you're able to capitalize on this Axe, but also the supports, having that Tusk for you and the Pugna as well backing you up?
Sorry, I wasn't thinking.
You're literally too busy watching Dota. This is such a classic Dota play.
He's admiring his gameplay.
And he's like, that's what I want to focus on. Stop talking to me, you know? Is you're doing replay analysis already?
Sorry.
He's hard at work. He's hard at work. I was curious if you expected the team to go this well this quickly, because I think a lot of people saw the roster and they were like, it has potential, but like, I don't think it's going to own right away. Right? I think that was most people's thoughts. But y'all are you're looking like a top 4 team right now, to be honest. Did you expect that, or were you kind of surprised too?
I'm kind of surprised too. Like, we had a rough season at the start. I mean, we have a rough start, not a rough season, but I was expecting it would take a longer time, you know. But I think we got a lot of luck during the process. Like, we had a talk and then we win. You know, it's all luck, I would say.
Oh, look, they say luck is opportunity meets preparation. And you guys have clearly done your preparation. You came in, you got the win over Spirit. And I won't keep you much longer, right, man? When you already seem tired, and I know you have to prep for your series tomorrow. So thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate that. Any last words for the Mouse fans, for the SEA fans getting to watch in the LAN here?
Keep supporting us. Thank you, man.
Well, look, sometimes it's short and sweet. That's all that needs to happen, mid-one. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go there. And T, do you feel like everything answered here? That you feel like you got all the answers about this series?
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably win again to get more answers from them, right? In their form that they have, you know, I feel like there's upsets potential in any series that they play. So, yeah, good lad, and yeah, good Dota. Just, I think the critical thing for Mouse at least is they are a draft team. You know, they need good drafts, and then their play shines, right? And let's see if they can maintain that form throughout the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think his answers to me very much show that he's sort of in like a chill flow state sort of gameplay, which I think he's where you want to be as a core player, but especially as a mid player. That he's just kind of feeling it out, and he's looking, and he's just trusting his instincts, and he's playing off of what seems good and what feels good. I think he seems in a good spot. He doesn't seem stressed. He doesn't seem too worried. You know, it sounded like he was okay with losing. You know, he accepted that as a possibility. Sure. He's not too tied up in the weeds. And I think you can see that in his gameplay. I think he's playing loose, and he's just doing what makes sense. And I think for mid one especially, but also for mid players, I think it's a great way to play the game. And so I'm happy he's in a good spot, because he is one of, like, if you look at different time periods, he was the most dominant mid player at one point. I think not many people can say that.
Well, look, we got these words for our mid one here at the desk. We also got to catch up with Celery, how he was feeling right after that win. But it does mean, unfortunately, Spirit here at Blastland 4, their journey does come to an end. That's the woes of single elimination. And we're going to catch up with Claps before he exited.
Hey, Claps, sorry we're meeting like this. I'm just going to get straight into it. This was a crazy series to watch, anyway. To play, I can only imagine. Tell me why you feel like this series played out the way it did. Why was it so close between you two?
I think we kind of throw the first game because we had it like in our hands already. But yeah, we just threw few times, like 2 times, on the XP run and also on the right triangle. And I think that's the main point why we lose the first game. Second game was easy, and third game, I think when a cancer happened, I guess. So yeah, it was hard for us to like kill him, to do something. We made few mistakes trying to kill him, but I think we kinda ruined it, our game with it. And also, I don't know, Vena is kinda counter like the anti-mage Medusa, I think. Because Yatro said almost every fight, like, I'm dying, because already to Vena, like in 1 or 2 seconds, he's just dying already to Vena.
Yeah, that is a rough one there. Not really expecting just how rough it was going to be coming up against the Venomancer, the impact that was going to happen from it. And Spirit, unfortunately, not able to bring it back in that game for themselves. And it was a game 3, so there wasn't any more room to grow for them there. And it does mean Mao's moving on. They're going to be facing Tundra. I felt like the one thing we didn't get to ask Mid1 is how he would be feeling going up against Tundra tomorrow specifically.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very scary team. But he has stood in for them, so I think maybe some of that fear has been removed, because when you play with players, I think a lot of the mystique and the mystery of like, oh, what do they do that's so special? What makes them so good? He knows. He was playing with them. It's not so crazy. They're just some guys. And so I think he's in the chill mood. He's played with them before, and I think they have good chances against Tundra. I think Tundra looked somewhat weak in the last tournament. And Mao's looked pretty good. I think Mao's actually placed higher than Tundra in the last turn. So I feel like there's nothing for them to fear. And while Tundra may be the favorites on paper, they have great chances.
Yeah, well, look, that series, though, isn't until tomorrow. Obviously, the Mao's guys have to have a bit of a rest after that best.
He stands, frozen, a monument to human patience. Winter has carved him with cold precision. Frost clings to his lashes like ghostly barnacles. That was then. This is how we play now.
Welcome to the Arcadia colony.
Play it now with Game Pass.
In cinemas now. A new Predator rises. Predator Badlands in cinemas now.
Get your spring racing on with PickleBet. Right now, we have exclusive offers on more than 200 races, all of this week. So don't dilly-dally. Get your pickle on with PickleBet.
Imagine what you could be buying instead.
The greatest stories are told by those who live them.
Bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens, brown paper packages tied up with strings. These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad.
From AM to PM. Anytime is 7-Eleven time.
They asked for more spice. Frank's Red Hot range. Hot. Delivered. Only at Macca's for a limited time. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
We're back here in Singapore, Blast Slam 4. And before we get into our next matchup of Aurora up against Heroic, I thought, you guys have been too analytical. This is, too much stiffness, too much Dota here. Look, it's still going to be Dota related, but we're going to have a little bit of fun about it. I know that you guys love to make points. I know that you love to argue a little bit, maybe not so much on camera with each other, but every now and then you disagree with some viewpoints. So I have some points here that I would love to hear a very short argument for.
Okay.
It's very easy. You just essentially have to argue for this point. You have to convince everyone in the arena, you're on the panel, everyone at home about this point, all right? Quinn, you're going to be starting us off. I'll give you the card afterwards as well.
Okay.
So you're arguing for that Husker cannot be counted.
He is super broken in lane, and he can flex the multiple lanes. So if you respond with some A's and some Dooms, then just put the Huskar in carry and counterpick the A's and Dooms in lane, and you can snowball the game. Huskar can take Aegis, he can get Glimmered and Solared, he can keep my Force Staff, he can Kite, and nothing really counters him in lane, especially in 2 lanes.
This is your time to counterpoint T.
To counterpoint,
if you want, if you feel like you're not one over.
I can.
Okay.
What about Brute then? Necrotic webs.
Put him support and own the Brood in lane, and then pick other heroes against Broodmother.
Okay, so now we're.
But what if you can't flex the hero? Half of your premise built on flexibility. What if you can't flex the Huskar and you have to do an honest thing? Because Huskar players aren't honest. You're dishonest individuals that need information. You know, it's like, ooh, look at me, I win tournaments. Congrats, man, you picked Huskar.
So you're saying if this drafting system is totally changed and now flexing heroes is not
No.
allowed?
You 23 pick it, and the team is 24
No, simple. We're back in a ranked game. We're playing, you know, everyone's Dota, not captain's mode that's played by the top 1%. We're about the people's game, all right? Huskar, blind pick, you know? It's like, congrats, are you really going to win it? The mentality, I don't care. Let's think about not Huskar. Let's think about Huskar as a player, as a person.
Huskar's not a hero for the people. It's just
There we go. See?
Look, that's pretty valid. I feel like you kind of won that one just by saying Husker is not for the people.
You didn't even have to say Cauterize. If you said Cauterize, I'm instantly agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah, the facet?
Yeah.
That's fair too. All right, this one's for you, T, all right? We'll do the next one. You're going to argue for the fact that browsing our Dota 2 is the best way to improve at Dota.
Fuck. All right. So, can I quickly get a vibe check? How many people actually do our Dota, read Reddit? Anyone? No. Literally no one cares about Reddit. Therefore, that's why you're all bad in the arena. And,
I was like, where is this argument going? I feel like you're arguing for
I'm
the wrong
trying to
thing.
create enemies quickly. That aside, all right, so our Dota 2, all right? When you want to think about the game, you got to think about where do the greatest minds congregate, all right? Twitch chat, that's too quick, that's too fast. That moves so rapidly that, you know, people get bored. In our Dota 2, there's things not moving. You just see #1 post, and it's like, you should play techies in the mid lane. You understand that information instantly. 3,000 upvotes, that's democracy. Everyone's voted on it. You agree instantly as a hive mind. Therefore, nothing on our Dota 2 is incorrect. Everything is factual because as a community, we've pushed it to a position where we all agree with it. Thus, that upvote could be from a 15k player, 12k player, 1k player, but together, we believe in it. Thus, it's the best, as we've done it together. Dota is a community game.
That's a lot of yapping.
Do you believe anything you just said?
Not at all.
I rest my case.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. I believe in all of it.
I rest my case.
He crumbled very quickly, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, but come on, guys. I had the hard one.
You kind of did. Maybe Misery might have a more difficult one, though, right? Are you going to throw this at me?
Yeah.
All right. Misery, you're arguing for the fact that winning TI does not make you a good team.
Yeah. It doesn't. I mean, TI,
no,
it doesn't make you a good team. Like, you can be shit all year, all your life, and then go show up and win TI. Like, it doesn't make you a good player or team. Quinn, don't you agree? I mean,
as someone who hasn't won TI.
Yeah. I mean, you're a great player.
Fellow finalist loser?
Thank you. I'm also a great player. Yeah, still am.
Would you use the word fluke by
You're doing the other argument. You're saying that you can be good without winning TI, and that winning TI isn't the definition of being good. There's other measurements of good.
Name a TI winner who isn't good.
I mean,
to prove your point.
What happens to Team Spirit right now?
Huh?
They just got knocked out by Mouse. Did Mouse win TI?
I mean,
they're also second places in Chrysalis.
He's making good points. He's making
kind of actually is. He kind of actually is making good
too
points.
much emphasis on TI.
I'm based. I'm not gonna. I agree.
Any arguments, T?
I'm just hearing.
Or are we actually going to say Misery won this one? He kind of won me over. I'm not going to lie.
The point is, I'm just hearing a couple guys who haven't won TI cry about the fact that people
You're in
have
the
won
same
TI.
boat as us.
Yeah, no shit. I'm not siding with you. You lift that Aegis. You fight for the year. It doesn't matter if you won a couple majors. Who gives a shit? You're training for the Aegis, baby. You want your fucking name on that thing in game. If you do that, you're one of the best. There's not many people that have done it. So anyone who doesn't agree is just jealous of those who've been able to get to the highest heights.
He also kind of won me over with that one too.
Like, what is the definition of team here? Look at a team like OG. How are they doing right now? doesn't mean they're good forever.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? You
Only
sold
as a
me.
team.
Oh, you're really putting it back there.
Many too many good arguments. Yeah. I'm just gonna stop.
I feel like you really won that one over Misery for sure. Which means I'm going to have to give you a more difficult one, all right? You're going to argue for the fact that Sniper is the most skilled and difficult hero to learn and play.
I mean, actually, yeah. That's
You
how it
actually
is.
believe it?
No, of course, that is the case. I mean, you're very squishy. You're very slow. You have very low damage.
You're very bad.
You're a very shit hero.
Yes.
Overall. So yeah, I would say that it's a false like idea that Sniper is easy. It's like, oh, what's the first hero you're supposed to play? Sniper. No, that's not the case. Sniper is the last one. It's the hardest hero in Dota.
So what's the easiest hero then?
The easiest hero in Dota?
Arc Warden.
Yeah, it's Meepo, I think.
There's no way you just made that argument like 2 times harder for yourself. But look, I like it. You guys are making a lot of great points. And I have a fantastic one for all of our viewers as well. Is that Blast Slam 6 all the way at Malta. We've already announced, you guys should already know where it is. Tickets are on sale if you guys want to be spending 2 weeks in Malta, having a lot of fun over there. That's right, LAN playoffs, February 13th to 15th. We're already in next year's calendar. We got Singapore here, we got Chengdu in a couple of weeks, and then we got Malta in a couple of months. And the action just never stops with Blast.
I mean, first of all, it doesn't stop, but also it's going all around the world. You know, they're not just going, you know what, let's just do 3 European events. You know, we've got SCA, we've got China, we then have Europe as well. Like, everyone's getting a little bit of that, you know, Dota pie, and I'm sure Quinn would love to jump on that one and talk about the joys of Dota being everywhere.
I love LANs. I love LANs. I love crowd events. They're so sick. They're so fun to play and watch. They're the best. Look, and Blast is running them, and I'm memeing a little bit, but I also actually believe this. I think they're so much fun, and I think it's the heart blood of esports and Dota specifically. I think it's the best game, and I think having a bunch of people in the same place celebrating the best game is heckin' sick.
Yeah, and you talked about it, the fact that it's going to a lot of different countries, a lot of different regions, and that is one of the benefits of our upcoming series, Aurora against Heroic. Not only 2 different regions going up against each other, but a team in Aurora having 2 different regions when it comes to players as well, having this blend of Eastern Europe with SEA as well, Misery. It's just like, how did this stack form? I mean, we know, we've talked to them, but it is still such a question mark, and the fact that they're able to make it here on LAN, top 6 so far at Blast Slam, and potentially even a top 4.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting roster. I mean, you would expect them to pick up 2 fellow, you know, Russian-speaking people, you know, and then make their roster whole. But instead, they go to C and pick up Mikoto, who's been one of the best mid laners in C and maybe the best players in C for a long time, and Ollie as well, who's very experienced. But yeah, very interesting roster change from them. I'm curious to see how far they can go here.
I think critically, Nightfall as a kind of a captain, or as a kind of one of the bigger vocal players in the team, will always have a big influence on where the roster will move towards. And I feel players who are ready to join his system of Dota probably will work better than those who have their own opinions, right? Like, I think over time, you do need to have people kind of following a leader or 2 leaders. So that's where I'm not too hesitant, because I think Ollie and Mikoto are the type of lads that will join and go, you know what, I will play your Dota, and then that should make them shine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I view Mikoto as quite a slow mid player. I think he's a great laner, amazing laner, and great early game player, but he is very slow. He farms a lot, and he wants to be very high net worth. And so I think it can go 2 ways when you play with a Nightfall team, which is already typically kind of slow. Is it can get super ultra slow, and it can be a real problem for them. Or I think they can you know, manage to make this into a style that works for them on a more consistent basis. And they're like, okay, you run at us. And they play this cat and mouse game, and they get really farmed, and they win games like that. So I can see a world where they make this a play style, but I think it can also fall very flat, especially against a fast team like Heroic.
Well, look, we don't know exactly what sort of Aurora we're going to be getting today, but we can have a look at the Aurora that we've gotten to see in the past.
Eastern Europe has now joined the many other regions, recruiting C firepower to bolster their lineups. After a disappointing TI performance, Aurora made a bold move, picking up C players Ollie and Mikoto.
Heritage got it. But Heritage, he no longer has his BKB, and that Macro Pyre is just doing some work, Avery.
With Nightfall's hard carry style and Mikoto's explosive play, this is a powder keg of a team. The only question is, will this risky and eclectic mix blow the teams away or blow up in their own faces?
A lot of interesting questions, especially when we break apart the roster, right? And normally we like to sit here and we talk about what they're able to achieve as a whole, but for the individuals on the side,
he stands, frozen, a monument to human patience. Winter has carved him with cold precision. Frost clings to his lashes like ghostly barnacles. That was then. This is how we play now.
Welcome to the Arcadia colony.
Play it now with Game Pass.
In cinemas now. A new Predator rises. Predator Badlands in cinemas now.
Wands at the ready. Swish and flick. You're getting really good,
he said, beaming around at them. Ron pulled out his own wand. The club flew suddenly out of the troll's hands.
Stupefied.
There was a blinding flash of red light.
Expecto Patronum!
Harry Potter, the full cast audio editions. Listen on Audible. Maybelline New York. New lifter sticks. Ultra blendable multi-use sticks. The Minimalist. Simply swipe to shape. The Snatural. Lifts those cheekbones. The Sculptor. Sculpt all those angles. Get lifted with lifter sticks. Maybelline New York.
Need more time to game? Live close to campus at Scape Student Accommodation. Locations are perfectly situated right in the heart of university scene, giving you easy access to your classes.
Craving an escape? Come to Prime to find epic adventures.
We should run.
Get ready to experience it all. It's on Prime.
Lack a little bit of what Mouse has that we just saw, a little bit more creativity, a little bit more risk-taking to bring it in, because like we mentioned, like both Mikoto and Nightfall, they are pretty conservative players, so I think that's something that they might be lacking as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they are very farmy, and I think Nightfall as a player is characterized by that farming, by that slow play style, so it'll be interesting to see how it contrasts against Heroic.
Well, something that's more interesting, and no offense, guys, from hearing from you, is hearing from our players directly. Nightfall actually got to catch up with us before he came out here on the stage.
If I talk about the current form of my team, can't really say for sure, because it just screams. On last tournament we didn't do well, and I think we played not that good against Mouse, Yandex. What can I say? I mean, I think we're improving day by day, so I think now it's gonna be better. Team playstyle, I'd say it's efficiency, aggressive efficiency, and based, I would say, based around just side lane score, just doing good, and also have Mikoto who's owning. Yeah.
Well, look, I take back everything I was saying before. Apparently, you guys already knew exactly what Aurora were feeling. You pretty much said, well, Nightfall pretty much said exactly what you guys were saying. So it feels like, yeah, that essence is still very much true within the team as well. It isn't just what's being perceived from the outside.
Aggressive efficiency? Doesn't aggressive efficiency mirror with high damage and pressure? And he's saying one thing, but playing and doing a different thing.
No, I think you can analyze it as aggressively being efficient on the map, like maximizing at all times, right? And then not necessarily fighting, but more farming the map, being efficient.
Well, look, you guys can break it down, you can think about it, because I feel like the most obvious thing here is just to talk about their opponents, Heroic.
Despite achieving historic heights for their region, Heroic continues to push for perfection. This year, they mix elements of their two successes by bringing back Divide while keeping Yuma.
Throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the Ultra, give him the rampage there.
The only way this works is if Whisper goes back to mid, a role he hasn't played in 7 years. It's a gamble, it's a long shot, but if it works, this could be the roster that achieves new heights for South America.
Heroic was so close to making it into that top 2, making it one step further here in Blast Slam 4. They still had an amazing series at best of 3 against Liquid to secure this top 6. They're gonna have to bring that magic again. We've talked about the aggressiveness of this roster, the fun that it is to get to see them draft and play, but the fact that they're in top 6, that is amazing for not just the players individually, but the region for South America too.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic have been doing an excellent job at bringing South America back into kind of just discussion, right? I think they've been able to win a couple tier 2 tournaments, and that has, again, reminded us that Heroic have the potential to maybe turn that into a tier 1 placement. But I think, you know, critically, when you look at Heroic at tier 1 events, they are still yet to make that big break, to make that, you know, grand finals potentially. Again, we know they can do it with tier 2. They've literally just recently won an online tournament. They won a LAN last year that also was noted as tier 2 by Liquipedia. But the point is, from Heroic, is like, it is inevitable. It feels inevitable. I don't know if you guys agree with me, but it feels inevitable that at some point in this season, they are going to be a grand finals team based on their trajectory. And I think Aurora is a very good opponent to try and get that confidence, because they're only, what, 2 best of 3s away from a grand finals in this format.
No, I mean, I think South America is a region that's been traditionally plagued by bad drafts, and I think this is a team that breaks that mold. I think they actually have quite solid drafts in a lot of games. They very rarely, I feel, get out-drafted, or you look at their game and it's like, they have no chance to win. I think quite often they have pretty good win chances, and their gameplay backs that up. And so I think it's honestly really refreshing to watch them play, not only because I think they're great individual players, but because they've taken something that the region typically struggles with, and they've overcome that. And they're like, now we're good drafters, and we're gonna, you know, go toe-to-toe with the best teams. And I think especially for a region that had a lot of ping issues, and they have to travel really far and all this stuff, they've overcome all those things and become a top contender. I think that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, a lot of adversity when it comes to the side of Heroic, the region that they're coming from. But for them, this season, coming into it, they had that change-up of Whisper moving to mid and bringing Divide back into Heroic, right? This guy's had a very illustrious career when we look at it. I mean, all the way from D2 Hustlers 4 years ago, back and forth on that one, to Heroic, went over, saw NA for a little bit, and then came back.
Yeah, I mean, Divide pretty much started his career from playing a lot of the kind of like the national tournaments, bouncing around from, you know, UK tournaments to, you know, German tournaments. Like, he played pretty much any time there was a national tournament, he'd play it, and then the DPC got created, and he jumped on that. And I think he was one of the best showings of what the DPC was able to create for our scene, because without the DPC, he probably wouldn't have had the structure and support to go through those 2 to 3 years of D2 Hustlers, D1 Hustlers, a little bit of Lunar Galaxy, and then he's here today. So I think he's had quite a, even though it's a short career, he's played on so many different teams and iterations of tier 1, 2, 3 Dota that he's had to have a really good mentality to get to this position.
I think also it shows a lot that he's invited back into the team after being kicked, right? Like it's a lot of trust put into him, and I think he has delivered so far. So yeah, I think it's a good roster move from the showing so far.
Yeah, and that spot opened up because we saw Whisper go down into that mid lane. And for him, he's been all over the shop, not just now when it comes to roles and what position he wants to play Quinn, but also what regions he's been playing in.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players in this team who've hopped around all over the place. Yuma's done it too, and I think they've garnered a lot of experience, a lot of different perspectives. I'm personally a big Whisper fan. I think he's a great laner, always has been, and I think mid is the natural place for him to be. And that said, he moved down to the mid lane. Personally, I view it as moving up to the mid lane.
Well, that's because you're a mid laner.
A matter of perspective. But anyway, I think he's a phenomenal talent. Misery mentioned it earlier, but he's got that flexibility of being able to play offlane heroes in the mid lane. Suddenly you're playing against Enigma mid. You've played against it once in your life, and you're like, what the heck do I do here? He's got that, he's got that pizzazz, but he also can play the normal heroes. And so I think he's a huge threat and a great player, and I honestly think he's where he belongs in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think going back to the group stage, I felt like what Heroic brought into that was this flexibility of flexing Mars, Darkseer, Enigma to mid, and then having both Enigma and Darkseer in the same draft, right? And playing like that, I think that was something that like pretty much never have really been done before to that extent, and I really thought they would build on that and make that their thing almost, right? I mean, maybe you can't do it every game, but having that threat, we didn't see it at all at Fisher, so I'm hoping that they go back to this and actually realize how strong it is.
Yeah, talking about strengths though, I do want to talk about one weakness of Heroic.
All right.
And that's Yuma's ability to misclick. Unfortunately, he did do that during the group stage. He was playing a beautiful Templar Assassin game, where in this, again, they are down 8,000 gold, Spirit showing their might, and in this moment, he had the Rapier. He accidentally switches it to the Magic Rapier. Of course, that puts it on cooldown, and also puts it, you lose your 250 damage because it's now, amping, spell amp. So this has happened, but also it showed some, I guess, maturity, or I don't know what the word would even be, because in a later game, Yuma had the same incident. But do you think how do you think you handle this? When you buy a Rapier, do you think you just don't click it? Well, like, what would you do, Quinn?
Well, I might look into my hotkey options potentially.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. So going into the next game of the group stage, he paused the game, by the way, to just unbind the key, because he was scared he misclicked it in a clutch epic moment against Spirit. And then going into a Liquid game, which again was critical, he physically paused the game, unbound his Rapier key because he doesn't want to go to magic damage as a carry. And I don't know, I'm confused on it a little bit, because again with Anti-Mage, at least with Mana Void, there's something, but yeah, he's one of the only Rapier buying carries in the game, but because he knows he misclicks it, he had to unbind it. So if we get any pauses today, it's because he's unbinding his Rapier hotkey.
I do want to point out this fun little fact we have down here as well of how many Rapiers are being bought in Tier 1, Tier 2 pro games, and the fact that Heroic are responsible for 11.5% of them. It felt like Heroic was, picking up Rapiers when other teams weren't looking at it, but my goodness, they are genuinely just such a Rapier team in clutch. Like, it feels nice to see a team have the confidence to go in with the strength and just go, yep, we're ready for a Rapier. It doesn't matter, we're all in.
Yeah, they're chatting up, and they're really fun to watch, and I'm super excited to watch them buy some Rapiers.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun where the Rapiers have picked up in Game 1, Game 2, hopefully at Game number 3. We're going to take one step closer to Aurora versus Heroic.
There's nothing quiet about this matchup. Aurora come in hot, fast tempo, high pressure, a roster full of confidence and instinct. They played through the group stage, won the play-in, and they did it their way. Heroic took a different route, a roster shuffle, new roles, high risk, but it paid off. They played sharp, they played smart, and now they're here. Now it's time to find out who's got more in the tank. It's a race. Both teams want to dictate the pace. Both believe they can outfight the other. Quarterfinal stage, elimination match. No second chances. Aurora, Heroic.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have a expert here on all things Dota. We happen to get out of the crowd. What was your name?
What?
What's your name?
Daryl.
Daryl, thank you so much for coming in. What can you tell us about Team Aurora?
That's KP.
There is KP, that is correct. There's some other ones as well. Did you recognize anyone else on the team?
So that's KP, Tokyo, Toronto.
Close? Continue.
Mira,
Yeah?
the mid player.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. What do you think their chances are of winning this series, my friend?
Pretty good. Yeah, I like KP.
That's the review, is I like KP.
Yeah, KP's a great dude. Great man.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have that. Eddie, ladies and gentlemen, the expert here. A round of applause, please, for our local expert. Thank you. Okay, I learned a lot.
Thank you.
You can go.
Wait, that's it?
One more question. Okay, one more question for you. How you doing? How you been?
Great.
Okay.
I mean, stop playing Dota.
He stopped playing Dota, ladies and gentlemen! Give it up for a free man! He did it! He beat the game! He stopped! Congratulations, my friend. It is so good to see a functioning human being. But let's go to some very unfunctioning human beings over at Heroic.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Ice. Of course, fantastic to hear from them, but it's time to talk about the team that you're really gonna hear here in the stadium, Tigo, because there's only one team here that's gonna be loud.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, Heroic, they're one of the loudest teams in the scene, right? They might have toned down their kind of hype with the removal, I think, of like their assistant coach. He was the big hype guy, but I'm hoping that, I hope Devi's in the middle, because Devi's the, oh, that kind of guy, you know. So I'm hoping Divide brings some big screams in this game.
I'm sure he will. He always does, because I think even when the team's not doing well, he is the one that is most. He's gotta be fun to watch, guys. You gotta keep your eyes on him.
Yeah, I mean, that aside though, I think KJ as well, he has a good element of that hype, but I think critically, we need Heroic to bring that energy. Because, I want the screams, I just want the passion. That's the joy of Dota. I want, like, in good and bad moments, I need them to react. People are too disciplined nowadays.
Well, with that in mind, should they be doing even better?
Shiver, no. Listen,
Again?
we have breaking news, okay? The moment we have waiting for is finally here. 7.4 seconds until the teams are ready to play. So let's go ahead and get them out. Shiva, wrap it up. Here we go.
Challengers climb up dizzying heights of the stage. Who will falter and fall, and who will begin their ascent up the bracket? Heroic versus Aurora.
What a welcome to the stage, a walkout from both of those teams there. This is where they're going to be having the fun. A single elimination best of 3. For the side of Heroic, making it through this best of 3, it's that one step closer. It's a top 4 placements. It's tying for some of the best the region's seen. And I mean, what are you going to bring out at this point, Misery? What sort of new magic could we possibly see from Heroic?
I don't know. I mean, I really hope that they're going to do the whole switcheroo from offlane to mid, at least keep that open. Just want to highlight how insanely awesome these player introductions are. Like, it's really incredible.
Are you ready to go back to playing now, Quinn?
No, I'm not, but I'm enjoying watching. I do think those are some of the best intros I've seen in a long time. They're actually unreal hype.
Wow, one time I actually can't get Dota players to talk about Dota is when I need you to.
Well, about Dota, I think this is very much a series of cat and mouse. I think Heroic will be the aggressors. They are move makers. We've talked about the damage differentials between Yuma and Nightfall, and to me, that's representative of the teams as a whole. I think Aurora is dodging. They're playing for a late game. They're farming, and Heroic is running at them. And so I feel like it's a matter of if Heroic's running at them is successful, they'll be in a great spot. And if Aurora is able to dance back and forth and kite these moves and get their items up, then maybe Aurora has chances.
It's also the mentality of Nightfall in the moment, right? Can Heroic break the confidence of Nightfall to make sure when he's trying to, conduct his team to force them to follow him, if he's making bad choices because he's having a bad game or slightly tilted or he's behind, they make a lot of mistakes. Aurora look amazing when Nightfall has complete free farm in the early game. He understands his timing. He's playing like an Ursa. Sometimes Sven, again, his group stage made me fall away from that hero a little bit, but I think if Nightfall's confident, Aurora look like they can beat anyone. But as soon as he lost that confidence and he's having to play comeback, that's when they struggle a lot.
Well, look, I don't want to keep you guys waiting, not at home, not here in the arena. All of our players are out on stage. They've taken their seats, and the last thing to do is get a draft on screen.
Weakest lane? I feel like it's they're 4-3, they're 5.
My odds of winning this series is I have Yuma, they have Nightfall. We didn't play much against Heroic, I don't care. I just like killing people, like on carry. Like you kill people, you feel good, anyone. Any kill is good, feel good.
Am I so good on Gyro? I think the hero is very strong, and let's say that I have a good read on what to do with the hero. So. Wait, sorry. KJ was the person that taught me how to play Gyrocopter.
Game 1 draft, of course, Aurora versus Heroic. Interestingly enough, Heroic became a little bit of a Kez team in the recent tournament, a hero that Aurora doesn't really care about too much. How important do you think that hero is going to be in this series?
I think it probably is a pretty good option for Heroic. I think the hero is just very strong. And if you're comfortable in the hero, I think Heroic also likes early picking cores. They almost early pick all their cores and then late pick supports. And so I think it makes sense for them to pick. I could see Aurora banning it just because it's always kind of nice to ban heroes that you don't play and they play. So you're not overlapping your bans on yourself at all.
Yeah, I think a nice thing with most of Heroic's lineups is there's always an overlap of damage type. It's either through the aggression of Leshrac, but then you've got Kez for the physical scaling later. If Yuma's playing a Gyrocopter, then you've got like a Puck and Darkseer to throw around other types of damage. Like, I feel like they always have quite a nice balance in lineups compared to other teams where you can see that they often fall into like a trap of having too much of one thing.
Yeah, and we talked about, you talked about what heroes Nightfall is comfortable on to work for them. I think the Abaddon is one of those for sure. It's these heroes that can't lose lane, that buy Radiance, that are tanky up in front. Because I think, you've mentioned it, Nightfall has a tendency to the BKB TP out as a meme for a reason. Yep. And I think when he can't die and when he's able to be invincible and run up, like these bans are great. These are super targeted bans that make a lot of sense. I think they really speak to what you said.
Yeah, no, and on top of that, it's like the one little Timber ban as well from Heroic. Of course, it's a nod towards how dominant it is right now in the ladder patch that we have within 7.39. But 3 big cores that Nightfall can dictate the game on, plus a Timber Sword for the meta. I have no real faults right now with the opening from Heroic.
I think great prep so far, and I'm just curious to see how the first phase plays out. There's the Enigma ban, so. All right, so those bans do mean that Naga Siren, which is arguably one of the best, if not the best hero in the game right now, if played well. So I don't know if Naga Siren is necessarily a huge Aurora hero. Generally, you want to range carry with Naga 5 because double melee is kind of shmeep shmop, a little bit weird in the safe lane. Yeah. And Nightfall is not really a range carry player. He's way more of a melee carry player, so I don't actually know if this works that well for Aurora.
Yeah, it didn't really work out too well. They did play an elimination game against Mouse in the previous tournament in which they picked Naga Siren and they did lose. I think a concern for me is, like you're mentioning, Naga Siren excels when you're amping up the Shadow Fiends, the Drows, the Gyrocopters, any of these heroes. But when you're playing the double melee, it's a little bit more slow. And Naga Siren, even though it's a very good hero, pacing hurts it a lot. If you lose the first 15 minutes of the game on a Naga Siren, it doesn't matter if you're Song disengaging, because you're just waiting to then lose the second fight, right? Because your team's still behind. So I am looking at Heroic trying to bring more fight in the early game to make sure they can punish this Naga Siren. And Axe, relatively good answer to amp up the 4 position to bring the damage. Of course, Naga Siren doesn't really care about Battle Hunger, but it does put threat on whatever that core pick is.
Yeah, I mean, some people view this as a counter to Naga Siren. I don't know if I totally buy it, to be honest. Like, Battle Hunger is, like, Axe is generally great in lane when the Battle Hunger is good against the support, but yep. It's really bad against Naga.
But what if you look at Axe just free farming? Does Naga, outside of the range heroes that we don't expect Nightfall to play, Axe should just free farm in a double melee matchup, right?
Double melee for sure. So at that point, you're sort of calling Aurora's bluff.
Exactly.
Are they going to play? Is he going to play Shadow Fiend? Is he going to play something like that? I think the other option is, you know, you play the early lane. Axe has good farm, and then, you know, Naga skills net. She has a big slow, and you have some mid hero that can gank the Axe very easily, or a 4 hero that changes the equation. Because you're right, you don't want this Axe. If this Axe hero free farms and cuts waves, it's ridiculously broken. You cannot let this happen. He needs to be forced to stay in front of the tower, not behind the tower, make him walk backwards. Like, those are things you want against this Axe hero. And so for Aurora, I think it's very important that you have that damage to kill this Axe hero in the early game. You know, we saw Mao's pick the Venomancer. This is what counters Axe. You want to pressure him early, because if he falls behind, he's very low damage and very sad. The hero relies on being fat and snowballing. So, well, you know, hopefully Aurora looks to something like that.
Everything you've just described is something that Nightfall just does not play in the carry role, from ranged heroes at least, right? Because the only 2 ranged heroes he's played in the last like month was the Gyrocopter and the Medusa. If you then go back 2 months, he dabbled with a little bit of Nature's Prophet, right? And then if you want to go back even further, it's going to be many more months before another ranged hero. Like, we really aren't looking at that archetype from Nightfall based on at least the last 2 months of play.
Yeah. And I think if that's the case, and it's an intentional decision from Heroic, sort of calling it, man, they always do this. I don't really know if I believe in this picking the core on 13. Maybe they thought that Aurora would pick it and they're sort of steal picking it, but I do feel like this opens them up. Like, these heroes are both very bad against this sort of toxic, like Venomancer, for instance.
But we just saw Venom work against it. Yeah.
It's great against these types of heroes, but there are other heroes too that, you know, that are good against both of these guys. There's Underlord potentially coming later on, or things like this that are good against these double melee beefy boys. It's a weird opening from Heroic.
It's very weird, but this is one of the few teams that has, you know, ultimate flexibility, right? Yuma will play anything in the core role if he's told to. In the carry role, you know that Whisper and Divide will happily switch up the mid to off lanes. So I feel like this opening can sometimes bait opponents to overreacting too early, and then suddenly, you know, the lanes are completely different. But for now, Aurora aren't really breaking the mold of their own drafts. They have like to utilize Slardar, but again, it's
okay. I mean, it's a flex.
Yeah.
But
it's a Slardar into, you know, an Axe that has good armor, a DK that eventually also has good armor, naturally itemizes. Like, it's not a Slardar that has good lane into 15-20 minutes. He's going to break everything. There is this like awkward window where does he do enough damage if the teammates around him aren't helping him out?
Yeah, I mean, I think they still have opportunity to pick up some spell damage. Naga's not super high damage. Slaughter is mid-range, depending how much he can stick on people. And so you are looking for some magic damage, some follow-up on the rest of their heroes. Ringmaster, I think, makes a lot of sense. I think these heroes are very easy to hit with the daggers and very easy to combo off the Slaughter spell. So it's a lot of magic damage. In the box, they have 2 saves against 2 sort of very straightforward jumpers. In a lot of ways, I like Aurora's draft structurally a lot more so far.
But then Heroic, now that they see the Slardar, double picking the core utilizes, you know, basically to have supports that don't die to Slardar, right? There's still Pugner available, there's Hoodwink, you know, you either got Decrep, you have the Scurry for the Mistrance. Like, there's ways in which they can play into it. For now, they just want to go for more damage. Don't allow for any tempo to come in. If you win your lanes, you can stall out that tempo. They go for the Snapfire, plenty of damage. But I think for Aurora, though, it's a lot of defensive capabilities, right? You've got the Escape Axe save, you have the Song. When you play from behind, it's, you know, it's okay to save people, but it's like, I'm still worried a little bit with their lineup. It's like Slardar or nothing at the moment.
There's definitely some elements of that. And it would be so cool if they played like Nature's Prophet carry with Vessel first. Like,
sure, yeah.
And like that, something like that would be so sick.
I mean, I would be down. That's the type of pacing I want to see. But knowing Nightfall isn't that type of carry player, I'm just concerned for them. But yeah, if you have any type of aggression from your carry, your entire lineup will look insane, right? The damage that Ringmaster Slardar brings together in the ganks, complementing that with Nightfall, again on paper, very, very good. Just can Nightfall bring out that type of hero?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I do think it's also a bit strange that maybe they were thinking Axe could be support, like they're flexing Axe. Maybe that's why they picked the Slaughter and they picked the Flex, because I was like, I'm surprised they didn't just pick a carry to counter the Axe. But maybe they think KJ is going to play this Axe, possibly, so they're you know, holding the Flex.
Key thing is, does Heroic actually have enough map pressure to stop Aurora from inevitably getting online, right? With their supports in the mid to late game exceptionally strong, Slardar again, even if it's a difficult game, he can go for Ags, Lotus, become tanky, do all these like annoying things in the difficult game. Like, does Heroic have enough to stop Nightfall getting to his farm?
It's hard to say. I love the Shadow Demon pick. It's great against Ringmaster. It's very good against Slardar. I think it sort of gives them that magic damage, that gives them that backliner whenever they, that follow-up damage when they already have 2 go-in jumpers. So I think both of these picks make a lot of sense. You know, they synergize very well with these first two cores. I still think it's a strange order to pick things in. But I don't know. Now it comes down to you've got 18. What do they go for? Okay, so you mentioned the Medusa as the ranged hero.
Yep.
I think this is not a mega Medusa game by any means. It's not bad. I think it fits with their heroes very well, right?
Yep.
You look at two things in draft. You look at, is it good against their heroes and is it good with ours? It's very good with Aurora, but it's somewhat of a mixed bag against Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, the Slardar does amp the Medusa really nicely. Sometimes in the mid-game, Medusa can have damage problems. Corrosive Haze will be able to fix that. Positioning as well, you need to make sure Medusa is in the center of your fight. So Naga Siren will be able to, you know, song, bring everyone to the correct position. This is where we're fighting. So again, on paper, their lineup makes a lot of sense. It's just, you know, your Medusa is locked behind items, your Slardar is locked behind a good lane and items. The supports, they want to play from an even or ahead game. So it's like, if the lanes don't go well for Aurora, we could just see a repeat of the Spirit game where they're always chasing the fight, but they don't have the tools to take the fight.
Yeah, I think the difference is Axe is not a damage mitigator compared to where the Tidehunter was.
Sure.
Axe is very much a damage dealer. Someone who wants to, you know, you jump in, call, you dunk the guy, you get armor, and then you keep chasing. Whereas against Dusa, I think that matchup, there's some two-sidedness to the early game. I think Axe can get a really free game and get super fat from wave cutting, and then maybe there's some scariness for Medusa. But if the early game is fine, and maybe this Axe even gets ganked by a Slardar TPing on him and killing him when he's cutting waves, like, SD is not the end of the world. Naga Siren is a very broken hero. Like, I can see this Dusa getting out of control. It's not a good carry matchup for DK by any means as time passes.
So what do you think Toronto Tokyo is leaning towards then for offlane? All right, I'm personally just going to assume the Slardar is going to go into mid. Toronto Tokyo finds a new offlaner. Of course, heroes that he's played in recently, he's played, you know, Mars, Underlord, Dawn. Again, I'm not too excited by these heroes, but do you think they need more damage from the offlane, or just another way to just survive until Medusa's online?
I mean, I think you want something solid in lane, something that's not going to get too punished by, you know, some sneaky meepo or some random hero that Yuma's got up his pocket. Because I think, you know, losing lane and getting snowballed is definitely a way that you can, you know, lose this game in a hurry.
Yep.
You know, you start getting gank tanked and such, right? Heroic is a team that's very willing to use gate ganks. Some teams are less willing to do so, and Dusa can be very vulnerable to that. And a hero that really wants her tower to stay alive. She wants to get to that Mantas very, very quickly. So if you can shut that down, it's huge. And so I think if you're Aurora, you just want something that is stable, that is strong in lane, and that you can, you know, progress naturally. I could see like something like, I mean, it's not an incredible tied game against their heroes, but that type of just random like beefy boy who is like pretty good in lanes and can have some tempo.
Yeah, and then of course with Heroic, they still technically put the DK towards carry or mid lane, but I do feel like it's most likely going to be Yuma, of seeing everything in the draft and then choose. I mean, then again, they banned the puck. Banning puck when you have Slardar, isn't Slardar meant to be pretty good? So it's actually, you know what, they are just going to put Slardar into the offlane?
I think that's very fair. I mean, Slardar sort of fits the bill of the standard guy. I don't think Whisper wants to play Dragonite mid. It's not a very Whisper thing to do, I feel.
Okay, so you're a Storm Spirit player. What's like the big fear right now? If Whisper, he plays, let's say he plays any hero in the game, like what is your biggest fear?
I think Quap is a decent option. You're a bit low on kill threat for the Storm is the only problem in the early game. While you will beat him in lane, you will not be able to kill him, and so you can have some lockdown issues until they get, you know, Blinks online. I don't know what build DK will go for. If we'll go for the carry build or more the tempo build. But Queen and Ember, besides Lesh, are generally, yeah, so they go for the Lesh. This is a very mixed bag. I think it works very well with Shadow Demon. You actually have a lot of kill threat. You now have this disruption into Stomp with Edict and Cookie follow-ups. So you do have some kill threat on the Storm, but the hero is quite garbage against Medusa. And so I think we've sort of run into this situation where Aurora actually does have scaling on them, I think. If they can stall it out and Nightfall gets to farm, I think Aurora will win this game eventually. It will become very hard for Heroic's heroes to just kill people. Like, there's Song, and there's Ringmaster Save, and there's all this crap, and Dusa will carry the game. But I think Aurora can also get super dunked on and mega snowballed.
Yeah, it really feels like Aurora is basically playing on how well does Makoto do from mid lane and what can Slardar do. If these two cores can actually have elements of aggression, be it from Storm getting the correct rune or a good timing on Blink from Slardar, there's games to be played. But for Heroic, it's Leshrac easily can break open the game, Axe in the right hands, you just ignore the Medusa after lane, you enable your supports and you go find the move. So I'm really looking at just the aggression that Heroic can bring as 5, whilst Aurora will be fighting as 4. Like, you know, with Medusa, she doesn't want to fight until after Manta, around 15-16 minutes. So yeah, Heroic needs to be good lanes, and it feels very, you know, tempo, go, go, go. But they do have some scaling, but not as much as Aurora.
Yeah, I think if Heroic, you kind of would have hoped for a little bit more out of the draft. I think while they have chances to win, they've made it a little bit hard for themselves. Like, they need to play very well. They need to play crisp. They need to own. And I think they have the tools to do it, and it's possible. But I think they could have made it a little easier on themselves.
I also feel like Aurora supports can just beautifully shine in this game, right? Like, the initiations and stuns from Heroic, it's very scripted, right? Is a core showing, they will initiate. There's no element of Schofield jumping in or KJ. They're backline supports who want to enable the cores. So good vision in this game from Aurora, utilizing the illusions from Naga Siren, or even just kind of the aggressive positioning of Slardar, Storm, even Medusa to some degree. If you see the enemy cores, the heroic cores, you can break a lot of their fight because they're the ones that need to start it. And I think, of course, vision will be critical for Aurora as well.
No, absolutely. I think Aurora, you know, typically a slow team, but I think they've given themselves the tools to be okay for them to play a little slow this game.
Who do you want to win?
I would love to see Heroic play fast and have a snowbally game, have a lot of excellence in that laning in that early game, and get the ball rolling. I think that's very fun. I think it's fun to see slower strats abused and see that excellence and that speed in the gameplay. And so I think for Heroic to kick up the pace, I think will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and to counter that, I feel like that I kind of want to see a scaling team actually demonstrate how to stall out games. I think a lot of these scaling teams, at least in Blast Slam, are getting punished. So I feel like I would happily invite a team to show us what it is like to be a farm-heavy team that, you know, is able to set up the map correctly, to be able to, you know, showcase what a carry can do. And again, Aurora, they do have the tools for it. You know, when you think about Medusa in this game, the man to the butterfly, right? Is there, like, DK can buy MKB, but from the carry role, it's kind of like a 4th, 5th item. It's not like you're taking it very early on. So that alone could give Aurora quite a lot of confidence if they find that time, like that correct timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of game where even if Heroic is ahead 4, 5, 6K, 7K gold, like, Aurora can still win if they're getting to those items because DK does just have a horrific carry matchup against Medusa. So, it's a lot about, is the rest of Aurora poor, right? Because Nightfall will have items this game for sure. He's going to farm. That's just a matter of fact. And so have they owned the rest of the heroes and owned the game enough that it's okay that Medusa is fat? That the rest of the heroes are so tanky that Axe gets the Crimson Guard and Leshrac is super farmed and the supports have Solar Crest and they can sort of ignore the Medusa while they kill everyone else. That to me is like, if Heroic can meet that benchmark, then they have really great chances.
And then in regards to kind of rune contests, right? When you look towards a Storm and a Leshrac, right? Both of these heroes need to have those active runes. I feel personally, Heroic have the slight edge, right? Between the 4 and 6 minute rune. Of course, we'll see what happens in 4 to 6 minutes time when that happens. And our beautiful casters for this game will be Odie and Fogged.
Thank you very much, T. Yes, absolutely looking forward to this one. And good evening, good afternoon, Singapore. This game, Fogged, we've got these two lineups. Not really surprising, really, which sort of style the teams are bringing, right? We've got this aggression from Heroic. Aurora, they want to play it safe, sort of sit on the shoulders of Nightfall on the Medusa. Are they going to be able to get away with that, or do you think Heroic will be able to take them down quick?
Not sure. It's clash of two styles. Heroic has been pretty explosive. Aurora has had some struggles, so we'll have to see if they can maintain their composure during the pressure that Heroic brings.
Absolutely. Aurora, they've got many ways to back out of the aggression and try and escape, but will it be enough to take it to the later portions and make this Medusa work out? I cannot wait to see what goes down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ourselves into the action of Heroic versus Aurora. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this game one, I mean, folks, I gotta say the one thing I was a little disappointed that we didn't see. Me and you were waiting for it.
We were saying the meatball. I know.
You know, a little bit disappointed that Heroic didn't want to finish off the maybe in game 2 or game 3 if we get that far. But game 1, talking about that last pick, they end with the Leshrac. What do you think did make them want to go for this? Because it's sort of the panel talked about during the draft. In terms of scaling against the Medusa, you're going to have problems down the line.
Sure. It's about setting the tempo. It's about playing fast. It's about being really aggressive, getting that blink timing. I've seen Whisper do it so many times with the backup of Schofield, making these early rotations, or with KJ, I guess, in this game, for example, with the Shadow Demon, right? I think that's the thing that allows this Lesh to just open up opportunities. You have a setup. Sometimes these Leshes can be a little awkward. You don't get your stuns. He might not even get the stun. He may not need it, but having that disruption just allows this Lesh to get on top of a hero. And, I mean, SD, we have to talk about this build, too, that we've seen a lot of people do, the maxing the Disseminate. Heroes die instantly. You get disseminated, Edict comes on top of you, you're dead in less than 8 seconds. So, yeah, really interesting, or 6 seconds, I should say, sorry. And interesting thing to point out, too, we do have a bit of a difference on the DK. It's gone Frost Dragon.
Yeah, that's because at the moment, right, there was sort of a period, as a few months ago, right, where there's quite a lot of diversity in which of the three facets you would go for. Nowadays, what we're pretty much only seeing, would you say, the sort of corrosive choice, or now how much does it vary?
It's mostly, but I've seen Yatoro testing the red one in pubs. I don't know if I saw him played in an official game. I think maybe it was one that I saw, but I've been seeing people experimenting. For this one, I'm kind of curious about it.
True, because I imagine it doesn't sort of scream as something that the Medusa, for example, cares about, right?
Sure, but the slows can definitely. I'm like thinking about these slows, how much they can add up in terms of the game, right? When he's playing versus the Slardar, when he's playing versus the Dusa, how much all this is going to add up. It's definitely something interesting to point out. We'll see what what it can do. I think the main idea though is just that corrosive versus Dusa, the minus armor thing doesn't, the armor doesn't matter. So I think he's looking for that type of, switch up.
Sure. And I guess down the line, it will stop a little bit at the heels coming out of the Song of the Siren, right?
Sure.
It's what, 3 seconds of the 7 seconds that you're going to get the reduced amount of regen from the shard.
Yeah, when he's BKB'd and he's hitting the target, absolutely.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Like BKB hitting the target, it can definitely reduce the healing. So that's actually
take away a lot that the Naga Siren can be pumping into their cores later down the line.
It could be multiple different things. That could be. That's absolutely a good point. I wasn't really thinking about the Naga heal in terms of him countering it, but
that heal's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's part of why the hero is also as broken as it is. That super hard save. And let's see what we do get down, because we have to talk about the saves as well.
Because they've got a lot on Aurora. So many ways to back out of the fights, whether it's going to be the Song of the Siren or the Stone Gaze or the Ringmaster coming in clutch with the box. A lot of things to put a stop to these, as the draft panel sort of talked about, they're pretty telegraphed plays that heroic heroes are going to go for.
Let's see if they just know, like KJ, if he just gets the right targets in a lot of these situations, can be devastating. Like the Dusa pick, of course, you can have, this counter, the disruption can be very annoying, but overall, Demonic Purge in this game, right? The Purge can be devastating versus the box save, versus the Slardar, just keep him crippled in position. Let's see what we do get underway.
Right. They went pretty deep to see if they could try and find some sort of early action.
I mean, they're playing, and I think this is going to say a lot about what they're looking to play like, right? They want to play super aggressive. Yeah, they want to block the wave. They want to mess with Nightfall. Don't let them get that, early start to get a good start to the lane.
Don't going to see Ollie head over, but obviously as level 1 Naga Siren, not too much you can do about the 3 of Heroic hanging around and indeed making sure that the creeps will meet under the tower here. So Nightfall's going to have to deal with that at level 1. And I mean, again, they continue to sort of posture in a way that says, hey, you want to walk to the tower, Nightfall? That's not going to work. You're going to have to TP over. He will not quite able to hold them out of tower range. So we'll have that extra pressure on him on the first wave or so. And of course, we'll have to keep eyes on if that comedic sort of interaction happens down the line. It is an axe against the Medusa. It's happened to the land before.
I don't think it'll happen versus him. He's got the fluff. He's already got it queued up. He's got the Falcon
He's
Blade.
ready to get that extra HP.
He's ready for it.
And let's have a look at some of these lane matchups. So this last pick coming in from Whisper, getting the Leshrac. Is this sort of another aspect, do you think, of why he wanted to play this hero because of this head-to-head against the Storm in the mid?
I mean, maybe not entirely, because, I mean, perhaps a little, because pre-6, it's easy ganks, right? You can actually get an easy setup if you do get a rotation, but I think Whisper just loves this hero also, and it fits well with the idea of how their draft wants to work, about just dominating the map and having explosive damage, because looking at their draft before, early game damage was actually a bit limited, right? The snap kisses were actually their highest damage on the side of Heroic. Once they get that last strike in, now they have damage. Nightfall.
Gonna get his mana boosted up a little bit there.
Almost died.
We'll be fine, but...
I mean, is he?
I mean, he's going to be kept very low on HP. The man, he's only sitting on 1/1 charge as well, so not a lot to rely on. I mean, have they got any other ways to pump his mana up right now in the lane?
Ali used the Mango, I believe, and he only has Tangles on him.
Nightfall's got to still be very careful.
It's actually surprising to see that Ali doesn't have those like extra mangoes. I didn't see if they bought all of them across the board, but sometimes
this is going to hurt. Nightfall, he's dead. Schofield just blasts him off the face of the earth there with a scatter blast. The pressure, I mean, it's what you expect from Heroic. We're getting it super early here. First 2 minutes, this Medusa, Nightfall's not going to have an easy start to this game.
No, not at all. And also, I think this is a reason why they wanted this Snapfire too in particular, right? They see the Naga Siren, they know it's going to be a 5 position. Snapfire is incredible versus Naga 5 position, because you can just blast out those illusions very easy, clear them out. And I mean, I feel like Nightfall is just going to really struggle up here in terms of getting this safe last.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to be easy. And it's certainly not going to get any easier.
Schofield is, as we know, we love him so much. He is a bit of a crazy man, but can't put a ton of pressure out.
Ollie's got to start being careful as well. Having that early little advantage here, Divite and Schofield will allow them to continue to keep this pressure onto the two of them.
Bottom lane probably would be, I would say, the closest one. The DK should, I mean, DK's probably just fine down here to free farm. but the Slardar should be pretty okay to get that solid farm too with Mirai behind.
Yeah, both beefy cores and both with relatively strong backup in terms of save and also aggressive potential in the mid. Whisper, step up and get aggressive. Does end up taking a tower hit or two, but not enough to finish him off. He'll back off in time. And in terms of regen, Makoto's still got a tango to munch on whilst Whisper is completely out. Did he just has got something else coming out? Makoto, what's got coming in?
Another poison.
Does have a sound coming. Bottom lane. Oh, there you go. That's that damage you talked about coming in from King Jungles. Absolutely chunking down Toronto Tokyo's HP. Mirror, he's not faring too well either. Quite a heavy beating as he has to back off to the side.
They got the level 3 timing. Yep. They got it just before they got it on the side of Aurora, and they take opportunity of it. He got 4 poisons. He let himself get 4 poisons, and then he got put under, and then blood grenaded afterwards, so he did get the follow-up. Has to be careful.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely showing across the board that you got to respect Heroic in these laning stages. You know, when they see an opportunity to go, they'll go.
Slardar, a hero you definitely don't want to die much like that in early game too, because overall DK, he probably is already set up to just free farm inside of this lane, but now it's guaranteed that the DK is going to have absolute free farm down here. As that rotation's coming, the supports can make the moves a little easier, especially because the way the lanes are going for Heroic. And Makoto, be very careful.
Side here, yeah, Makoto's going to have to hang right back. Let the scatter blast slow upon him.
He's missing XP.
Still wanting to hang around here. He's in trouble. The little shredder comes in. Makoto, he's gone. Skyfall and Whisper able to take him out. At the same time, on the top lane, Aurora are able to get themselves a kill on the board. Nightfall able to finish off Device. So a little bit of something up there on the top. At the same time, down bottom, Toronto Tokyo bringing Yuma down incredibly low here. Dragon Tail will hold Toronto Tokyo back enough to allow Yuma to survive, but only just there on the Dragon Knight. So a bit of a punch back from Aurora on these side lanes, but yeah, that mid lane, the pressure coming in from those rotations, ensuring that Whisper, for now, continues to remain on top.
Makoto is really trying to push the limits there, get that extra XP, because he wants to get the 6 at a relatively early time, especially for that 6-minute power rune, right? If the Storm doesn't have level 6 for the 6-minute rune, they're going to do it again. And he's going to have to sacrifice that rune unless he brings maybe even like 4 heroes to secure it.
Yeah, he might just
have to jungle.
There's find that last bit of XP in the jungle, Makoto. We'll see how safe he feels returning to mid. Top lane, Nightfall.
This is concerning.
He'll survive. Only just he has a few 1 charges. Actually, it's not even going to be enough against the Battle Hunger. It should be. Yeah, he's got clarities coming out as well, but still not in a shape to return anytime soon to that lane up top.
And Devi is starting to get to do what Quinn was talking about. What is Naga Siren and Medusa going to do versus an Axe that's had this type of start? It's time to cut waves. The pressure on that top lane is going to start increasing. And Nightfall, he's going to have to start going to the jungle as well, too. So they're going to have a Storm that's going to the jungle and the Medusa that's going to the jungle early, at least to get themselves back into a more comfortable spot, perhaps. This is a big worry for Nightfall.
Getting that sort of early lead that Heroic absolutely drafted towards.
Aurora likes to, I mean, they said it so much on panel, we've seen them throughout this year. They do like to play a much more of a slower style.
So if they can continue to slow it down, they've found the opportunity to take Yuma out down bottom.
He was very alone, pushed up forward. They just chased him for a good 20 seconds or 15 seconds. Again, he hit 6.
Timing, but in terms of follow-up, it's not going to be there. So Makoto easily able to walk away from them for now.
And that's all important.
6.
That he gets the 6 on at this moment here, that's actually massive. That he was able to get it before that kill comes out. And it did look like Whisper was going to get that opportunity to get it beforehand.
Despite the constant pressure up top, Nightfall's not pulling too far behind us here. Sure, he's down there at the bottom, of course. Bottom lane.
Again on Yuma.
Heavy pressure. Crusher's going to be back for the second. TPs are coming in to bail him out. The disruption comes in from King Jungles, and with the damage output of Whisper, Heroic able to turn around that aggressive attempt from Toronto Tokyo.
Whisper is continuing the aggression. They want to go for this rune, this shrine. He's got Edict up in a second. He's got mana as well. Mira's pushed off. I don't think they can contest. The Storm doesn't look to contest either.
Stand his ground against the threat of that level 4 Edict, indeed. Don't let it go. Both Shrine of Wisdom's going to Heroic here at the 7-minute mark.
That's massive as well as Aurora, Ollie.
I mean, they're ready for the chase down. Makoto's going to head over to try and help out. Get a good amount of burst onto Schofield. Schofield has to opt to cookie away. Can't play aggressive in towards that, so at least able to keep Ollie alive there with that quick rotation, Makoto.
I like that he's backing up his 5 position there, otherwise it will be likely a kill on the Naga Siren. So yep, evening things out across the board on those cords. So as the XP goes to the supports, both level 5 now on the side of Heroic. Same level as those cores. And Whisper, as we know, as we love, that build that we've seen time and time again on these Leshes, the blink immediately. It's gonna be a bit delayed this game. We've seen it sometimes actually very fast from him pre-10 minutes. See if it does accelerate, since he does have a bit of time till then. Power rune.
It's going to be down the bottom. That's going to be the amplified damage. King Jungles with the quick deny. Whisper stun. He's going to have to follow. King Jungles with the deny. The setup for Whisper and Schofield to be able to join forces and take down Makoto.
That's the power of the Shadow Demon with the Lesh. That's why this last pick with the combo of it makes such a difference, because you will have that time to get the Edict off pre, get your Pulse Nova off, and get the stun perhaps as well, as he does perfectly there in mid again. Mira.
If he can make another move.
Got the Lotus off.
He's got Ollie to back him up as well. Doesn't matter. Whisper able to claim another in this mid. 2-0-2 so far here on the Leshrac, having a very smooth start to the game here.
They're going for another play on. They're looking to snowball. They're trying to accelerate things, as we know that they like to do on Heroic, especially with this draft. He gets the rune as well.
Let's see what they can find with the smoke. Can they close in on towards him? The scans hit from both sides. You know, Nightfall knows that they're coming, and Heroic also know that Nightfall's up here. Nightfall doesn't have a TP available. I can only imagine keep it out to the lane. So no way out of this one. They get the cookie set up. The body blocks as well from Schofield. Whisper really starting to hit his stride here and take over the game here. This last pick, Lesh, getting everything it needs to done in these first 9 minutes.
And the supports, it's the story of Heroic. I think we see this so often, playing around Whisper. Even when he was the playing off lane for these teams and stuff, like they still would play around him. But in this one, yeah, fully enabling the Lash, the Snapfire, and the SD involved in all these kills. And Schofield just truly living up to his name, being a true nuisance and a menace. He's level 6 already, so kisses are online. They have kill threat all over the place. Aurora, they got to start, it feels like, grouping up around with the Storm and maybe have the Slardar look to rotate in to slow down things. Because Toronto Tokyo, he's still just chilling bottom. He's gone for treads, double bracer, so that tells me that he wants to show up to these fights. Yeah, he's not just trying to buy a blink dagger, right?
No,
so let's see if he does.
They need to have some sort of body that they can put underneath the tier 2s. You know, tier 1s probably gonna be quite hard for them to hold on to, but by the time the tier 2 pushes come in from Heroic, Aurora, they're gonna need to answer with something.
My worry though is, even though he's got this strength treads, he's got double bracer, he still just dies in an instant, right? That's the thing about this Leshrac, is even if you do build tanky, you can just die even if you do run in at a wrong moment. And it's already a 4K lead.
They're really speeding things up. Aurora, and they've got a lot of slowing down in this game necessary to try and make their draft work here.
Hey, Whisper, he's really increased that farm in the last 2 minutes or so. That blink is going to be coming pretty soon, and then very likely that's when they can just bypass these towers, go for bigger plays, bigger objectives. Cookie will hit.
See if they want to commit on this. Schofield doesn't want to drop the kisses for this one.
You know,
just the support, they're happy to sort of just poke like that, maybe see if it forces out TP reactions and such from Aurora. You know, Devi up top, continuing to get this complete area of this map to himself.
Damage.
Top of the board right now in the net worth, Devi.
Damage is just really limited. If Aurora wants to make plays, it's like they need quite a bit to bring.
They get the setup here on a Whisper into the follow-up fear. Whisper is not going to have a way out this one. Aurora, they needed that big time.
Great time to get it. As soon as he's on the high ground there still, they get the opportunity to jump him with the 3 heroes. Still, despite the lead, I mean, these kills absolutely matter. Aurora, they have to get away with punishing any sort of mispositioning like that. Now, anytime someone's solo up on that high ground mid, they've got to be bringing in the 3 of them to be able to shut that down. Any opportunity they're given right now from Heroic, they have to take. Yeah, I just want to see Aurora just play both supports pretty much sitting around Makoto. I think it's just the strongest way they can play at the moment here as Mira
tries to play for the ward in the mid. And he's going to get popped here by King Jungles.
The double supports again. Heroic moving together, looking to contest these stacks as well, too, potentially. I think they have this ward still in the camp. They do.
I mean, these two are pretty strong. Schofield, both the kisses ready if there's a chance to lay them down. And Whisper's just come back out onto the map with that Blink Dagger done.
It's around a power rune as well, too. Makoto, will he see it coming? He does see. He actually doesn't see it yet because the Blink's not on him.
It's on the courier.
It's coming out. Now he's got it. They will see it on the ward now.
Heroic, they're just ready to sort of continue to show their faces mid, try and shove this tier 1 tower down.
They're just blocking camps too, as we're seeing. You know, that obs ward they placed in the triangle, Owen, it was not dewarded. It was a full duration observer ward, which is pretty surprising to see.
Whisper, he's getting up to the tier 2 towers here nice and early, 12 minutes in. Keeping them pushed away and ensuring that the space is there for Heroic to really pressure the tier 1. Fortification will come out, but there'll be no interest of Aurora to get down there.
It looks like Toronto is just gonna, he's just gonna chill and get the Blink Dagger, I guess, until he wants to get involved. Maybe just scared to get in without the Blink.
Look at this, Makoto. Is he gonna expect Whisper to be swinging around from the side? Whisper's gonna go in for the jump. They immediately eliminate Mira. Makoto tries to go in onto Yuma, but Yuma far too tanky right now for the Storm to try and tackle. They get the quick kill Heroic. They hold back a little bit.
They're a step ahead. That wraparound, pretty much perfect. Aurora did not see that coming by any means. And Levi goes from top, walks to mid, take the tower. He's like, okay, next. They're feeling that snowball already starting to kick in on the side of Heroic. He's queuing up Crimson Guard. So the panel was talking about it as well, too.
Yeah.
There's a definitely damage problems on the side of Aurora in the early game. If they can make it to late, sure, they're fine. But this Crimson can definitely allow Heroic to just keep pressing forward.
Yeah, you get that Crimson online early, it's pretty much going to be solely the Storm that's able to do any real damage.
Yeah, literally.
And alone, probably not going to be enough to stop him.
No. Bottom, Photo should be just fine here. Devi just throwing some casual hungers, but there's a lot of pressure. It's 14 minutes, the Shrine's going to be coming up too. Yeah. Aurora doesn't want to give this one up.
I think they might have to, though.
Do they have Blink?
They try and fight Heroic here?
They don't have Blink on Tokyo. It looks very dangerous for them to approach.
It's pretty tough.
Let's see what they can do. Whisper waiting on the sidelines.
I'm in Toronto, Tokyo, yeah. Does he want to head in on this? He's starting to lead forward, but Heroic, they're ready to control him. They just make the jump to demonic purge. Whisper brings in the damage. Toronto, Tokyo falling low. He's gone. They kill off the Slardar. The song comes out from Ollie, but there's not really any sort of setup or backup really occurring. They're just trying to secure the space for the Wisdom, which they will do.
They gotta run.
So they're at least able to get that. Can they get away, though? As the fight will come in, the kisses as well. Flying down the scope, and Whisper blinks straight in. They take out Makoto. Makoto has to try to get out the last tick of the bell. Hunger takes him down. Double kill for Devi. Nightfall at this stage, he just doesn't have the damage to fight back. Whisper corners Mirror towards the top side.
That was.
They might have been able to use the song to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, but it cost them so many lives.
I think they thought they were much stronger than they thought. Like walking in like that, Makoto just burning, zipping around. He's taking so much small instances of damage. Little kisses coming in onto him, little edict ticks. Even if you're zipping around, you're taking small instances during all that. And Yuma's just chilling. The whole time he's just farming.
And he's got his Mjolnir done. So, you know, we talk about at this stage, now Aurora's evidently having damage issues. On the other side, Heroic, they're absolutely not. This Dragon Knight turns up with a 15-minute Mjolnir, and you're going to have a bad time on Aurora.
And we mentioned the saves, right, for Aurora, but the Shadow Demon just breaks everything. Toronto Tokyo thinks that he can walk in, perhaps get some type of, but he just gets purged, and he's just dead. If they maybe puff the song immediately, perhaps they could try to bail him out there. But
maybe they could have.
It's tough to call that, you know, that type of instance there. You have to make that communication before anything happens, and you die so fast. You die in less than 3 seconds. There's the lag.
Because you saw the setup from Heroic, right? They were so ready for Toronto Tokyo to head out on the front like that. They were completely ready around the tree line to immediately just commit everything onto the Slardar, and despite his relatively high HP at this point of the game, still have enough damage to take him out before any sort of save could come in.
I think the really smart thing was that KJ doesn't use Disruption to set up there. If he disrupts and sets up, then it gives Aurora the time to get all these spells, communicate properly. The fact that he just purges and they go, changes everything.
And we'll see it again here at this point. As I said, they were more than ready for Toronto Tokyo to head up. Again, he does his best here with the amount of HP, but it's not enough. They do so much damage at this stage, and at this point...
I thought they would just run. I really did think they were just going to bounce.
They get the Shrine, but it cost them so much.
It's a lot of damage that Heroic has, and with Whisper, he didn't get his blink broken, so he's just waiting on the sideline for that opportunity, and boom. And yeah, Makoto stuck around for a little too long, took too many damage instances. One of those games where Nightfall is going to have to put the super carry mode on.
Can they somehow find that sort of team fight, which we have seen done before around a Medusa lineup, where suddenly they pull off this impressive hold around a tier 3 tower.
I mean, they have some crazy timings that they absolutely still can't hit.
And look at this, down bottom. They find Yuma alone. They immediately make the jump on towards him. TPs are coming in, but they'll be able to kill him off. Can they get out, though? Whisper off to the side, jumps in on Makoto. Makoto had to use all of his mana to go for that. The rest of them go for the song TP. The Extra's not able to come in time to stop the TP out. The rest will get away, and all things said and done, when you're down 7k, you'll probably trade your Storm to kill off the carry DK. They'll take that.
You will, but you got to remember there's a thing called Galvanize, and he's at 1 stack, and it's pretty sad for a Storm to be playing with that single stack, of course. But at least they do get a trade kill, of course. 14-4.
It's something. It's slowing down the game, maybe at least giving a little bit more time for Nightfall to try and climb up towards that top spot. In terms of networking, it's not too far behind, but still very much needing to try and find, as a team fight in which the Medusa can get involved and can survive. And as we saw that, even though they did manage to kill Yuma off, it was kind of close. You know, you had sort of one more pickup for one of the supports in terms of items in the mix, and suddenly that DK is surviving and turning around.
Yeah. So. My big worry really is for Aurora is that Heroic, if they can keep this up and keep getting the lead growing, is a Medusa against the world probably can't do it. If the Storm and the Slardar are too far behind in this type of game, there's a lot of things that can be problematic versus this Dusa. If this DK is continuing to stay in the lead versus him, the damage can be pretty crazy from these DKs. And the potential of this Frost, just reducing some damage as well too, right? Attack speed slow, might be able to stand his ground. Super aggressive wards just continuing to be placed from Heroic, and they're not getting dewarded. The vision is just clean from Heroic throughout this entire game so far here. And Aurora not able to find many of these D-wards. But we said, all about slowing down the pace of the game. Shard soon to come for Toronto, Tokyo. So, I mean, their lineup, it can hit some pretty crazy later game timings, right? If they ever get to the point of the Ag Storm, etc. and stuff like that. But yeah, they have to get there, and pace is increasing. Heroic, these next objectives are on the list. That Roche, the next one, of course, is going to be that Torment in the next minute and a half. And for Aurora, hard for them to fight now at this point, at this deficit. A full 5v5.
And for Aurora, what sort of big items are on the horizon, or at least close, that could make a difference when it comes to trying to hold this high ground defense against an Aegis push?
I don't think they're going to high push. Not yet.
I don't know. You think Heroic? With this Aegis, you don't think they need to go for that?
I think this is a claim tier 2, is claim Tormentor, and claim Shrine of Wisdom 21. Probably the easier and safer route, and then just hunt the Dusa, but... Because right now I do think like the items that they have on the side of Aurora, if they're set up for it perfectly, they can pop this Flash Dragon. If the Shadow Demon's not in a position to protect, right? Because they have a lot of burst with the Slardar, with the Shard, Mikoto's damage that comes through. It's just so far, Heroic hasn't given them these opportunities. They've been the one initiating every single fight and getting all the catches. Speaking of catches,
they're going to find him. Tries to get the Song of the Siren off, not going to get the chance.
No, close.
And the supports, quite a bit of difference this game in terms of kind of both fun at both levels. Right?
In defensive and aggressive capabilities as well, right? The farm, the catch, the aggressive moves that we've seen Heroic are just on point with their moves.
Oh no, he makes the jump in to clear the wave off, but there's a surprise waiting for him. Davai comes in, dunks him down.
And it's right around that Tormentor timing too. So Aurora, they're looking to get something out of bottom, but Yuma's actually down here already.
Can Aurora fight this? Makoto's going to try and get in. The Dragon Tail comes in from Yuma. Huge amounts of damage, of course, at this point. Coming out from the DK. He's got to go for the zip TP. No fight to be had down here for Aurora.
Oh, this is an old school thing I used to mention quite a bit here too. But Shadow Demon, even versus Storm, if you just get purged on Storm, it sounds stupid, but you never get overload stacks. Your damage is really, really lackluster versus Shadow Demons if he does do that. So jumps in, can't actually hit him, and a clean move to the Tormentor. So far, Heroic. Pretty flawless game.
It does feel like they're hitting every timing that they could kind of dream of when they went for this sort of finish up for the lineup.
And I'm sure, T, he's probably sitting back there and he's like, this is one of those Nightfall games where he has bottom hero damage. It's 21 minutes,
gonna be
not
a tough
being
one
involved.
for him.
It is a Dusa, so that hero kind of does that anyway all these times, but definitely one of those games that can be a bit of a tough one for Nightfall. They're smoking up, looking to get a catch. They want to try to break the mold that's been happening so far.
Yeah, so far, the plays that they have been able to make have always, at best, sort of ended in a trade. Can they find something here without losing?
They know. Look where Whisper
much themselves.
Like, if they find Whisper alone, he can die in an instant. He'll die super fast. But if there's a Shadow Demon behind him or an Axe behind him, there's going to be that potential for the save. And yeah, Heroic.
As you said, they look very prepared for this. Doesn't look like Aurora's going to be able to find anyone.
I mean, they have these triple wards, right? We mentioned it a couple minutes ago. These 3 wards are still up. They're not getting addressed. They're just reading the full map. I'm pretty sure, I think that one saw the smoke too, right? So just full information, and now Heroic, once they get vision with these wards, they're smoking up. They're looking for the fight, looking for the initiation.
Yeah, they're ready to strike back. Still with 2 minutes left on the Aegis on Yuma.
Whisper's damage too. He has an amp damage.
They'll find Ollie.
Farewell.
Ollie, not a chance here to get away from this last track.
Love that he went for this Atos. Actually, this game is super interesting. Obviously, versus the Storm, there's that really good benefit, but versus everybody, it actually just feels like a really good game to have this Atos. That extra bit of lockdown that...
Nightfall. King Jungles and Divide. They're going to find the setup onto him. These two probably don't have enough damage to fully deal with him, but the time is being bought for Yuma to swing over. Nightfall will get the Stone Gaze off.
Kisses from
Kisses
afar.
aren't coming in. I mean, if Yuma can hold back and find the chance to
Kisses hurt.
close in on this, I mean, indeed, the Kisses alone are kind of doing it. And there's the jump again for Divide. Gets it with the call. It's Nightfall gone.
Oh, they are.
Even inside the fence, they cannot protect their carry here.
Look at Scorpio.
And Mira.
He got him.
He smites it. Lost Simir with the scatter blast.
That was
I mean, Heroic, they're making this one look kind of easy here in game one, Fog.
That was styling. Come on. That was sick. And maybe you're right. It's 20 minutes. They might actually start poking the
Last minute of Aegis, they're like, well, you know what, maybe we can just head up towards the high ground. They have definitely got that sort of lead right now.
This is very impressive. I mean, next big timings, right, for Aurora. It's the Butterfly Deuce and double BKBs from their cores, and these timings are just so slowed down. Look at this guy.
Sliding in.
Whew. The definition of fancy footwork. His kisses, too. Those kisses actually were so beautiful, too.
Yeah, able to lay down an insane amount of damage.
Love the crowd reactions.
Things might start to settle a little bit with the Aegis expiring, so maybe a little bit of breathing room for Aurora to try and find their feet again in this game. Still, though, as fast and furiously as they try and get the farm on themselves, Aurora, it's no slowing down on Heroic side of things with their cores. Pretty much the full Daedalus coming out soon. For Yuma.
Whisper has the shield. They have full control. I think he's gotten, what, almost every single rune as well, if I'm not mistaken, on Whisper. Happens when you have this type of control of the map, but yeah, just continuous smokes. Feels like they've read every single move, and this next move could maybe actually just claim the Mirax if they do get this catch here.
And just, again, the amount of farm on some of these supports. You know, Schofield
I mean,
getting to the point where he's nearly taken over some of these cores.
Schofield is legit a monster. I don't know what is going on with him lately, what he's been eating or anything, but every game I watch him, I'm like, what's going on? These crazy little plays.
He always has a very impressive scoreline, it feels like, on the KDA.
Yeah, it's either like 10, like 5-0 and 10, or 115 and like 29 or something. Like, he's just part of everything. Looks like we are. Nightfall was dealing with a little bit of something.
Heroic. See with the rest of this smoke if they are going to get the chance to find something more. And Ollie Mirror in a decent position to maybe at least protect Nightfall from getting closed up upon. I mean,
their job is to tank the gank.
I was going to say, if one of them or two of them dies, you know, Nightfall's like, it's fine. As long as he gets out and is able to keep at least trying to find the farm to finish that butterfly.
Yeah, I mean, the more you mentioned it too, these supports, I'm like, they don't really do anything at this point in the game. It is because of how strong the supports are on Heroic and how good they counter. Both supports actually literally counter, right? Shadow Demon counters Ringmaster, and then Snapfire counters Naga, kind of in a way.
You just got the kisses coming in from outside the song.
They're in the lane, you're also blasting the illusions.
The two sort of saving mechanics that these supports can offer, and in a lot of games, you know, looks incredibly busted. They just don't matter this time.
No. It has to do a lot with how these lanes, of course, also went down the early game in particular, because Whisper snowballed, and Heroic has just snowballed massively because of all of it. That looks good. Maybe some inner ears change.
And Aurora. We have seen them come back.
We have
in these style of games.
This one would be pretty.
But it does normally require some mistakes to come out from the opponents. And I'll be honest, for Heroic in their performances, especially in week one of this Blast Slam, they weren't really making the kind of mistakes to let a game like this slip away.
This one would take quite a few bit of mistakes also because of the build, right? Like Devi has gone for. How good of a game. It's all three. It's everybody. It's not just like one or two or anybody like specific. It's everybody on the side of Heroic is having. They all have these counters in a way. Versus that Dusa who, you know, as you mentioned earlier, versus the world, even if the Dusa does get that farmed, it does feel very, very difficult if they can keep getting this lead growing as Heroic. Very well likely is. Back to business.
Somebody's probably going to die here. It's going to be Ollie.
Oh, might also be Mira.
If they're able to get the jump, they're in with the Battle Hunger, sliding forward to able to close the gap. Get in with the call, and both supports will pay the price. But Nightfall, at least given the space and information to get away from this.
Honestly, the definition of beautiful Dota. They're just moving from lane to lane. They're reading the moves perfectly. Aurora, they're trying to get things together, trying to get this item timing that you're mentioning, perhaps, so, you know, maybe these BKBs, but now actually they've deviated. I see that Shanto Tokyo has now queued up Aghanims. Maybe they're just starting to feel like the game is just really starting to fall out of control. Maybe trying to think of what they can do to fix. But I feel like he does need that BKB. Kodo.
Switching places there around the twin gates, but
he still has one Galvanize. Can't get any kills on the map.
Aurora. I mean, from this sort of position, is it just going to be a waiting game from Aurora? Can they afford to try and make any more smoke moves themselves to catch Heroic by surprise, or is that just not going to happen with the lineup they have in this position?
I don't know. I don't know if they can anymore. Like usually what happens when there's a Naga Siren 5 position and you're able to like slow pace the game down, you're cutting waves, right? You're allowing yourself to get space and get information. These Naga illusions just die instantly. There's no way to get extra information and gather, so it's really difficult for Aurora to really just pick and choose a fight at all. Because that's information gathering is pushing out waves, and they just really are having a big difficulty of getting these waves out constantly. This sneaky ward is in a very good position, so it's giving some good information here. But Heroic all grouped up. Roche, probably the next objective that they can go for here if they don't just look for a straight-on fight. Another power rune as well in 5 seconds for Whisper. As he's starting to build up that armor too, so the thing that could have hurt him a little bit, of course, is that corrosive haze early on the Leshrac. He's now starting to build up toward that Shiva's.
Second of a tier 2 here, Heroic.
They can maybe poke, force people to come back.
Put the dragon form. Yuma.
If they don't come back, you can definitely take the tower, so see how Aurora responds.
TP's starting to come in. A fortification.
Ooh, they glyphed the catapult. So they're going to keep that one alive. They're going to solar crest it as well. Just kidding, it's dead.
Still a good jump. Just onto an illusion, but it's fine. They don't overcommit there, Heroic.
They got the Deucer to come back. Yuma's still continuing.
Tower's falling pretty fast here, of course, to the damage of the DK.
He's taking it.
Let's get the helm of the Dom creep, but not able to stop their tier 3 going down. Heroic, they'll take the objective, and it's going to be ready to back up. They can wait for the next Roche.
It's really cool with the neutral item combo that you see from the Dragon Knight there. You see how he just outranges the tower. Dragon Lance plus the Vast. He has the 110 extra attack range. He's just blasting from a distance, and now I'm actually looking at it too, right? Look at his attack range in comparison to the Dusa, right? How is he going to hit him? He's got to just be able to outrange him the entire time and just beat on him, actually, too, if the fight does kick off, which is pretty interesting, a cool approach.
Yeah, killing the Dragon Knight seems pretty impossible right now.
Yeah.
Unless they sort of find him completely isolated. But as we're seeing so far, you know, Heroic, not really a team to get caught out alone. There's always someone ready with the backup.
I think that's the only way Aurora can get a kill, right? If somebody's completely isolated. Otherwise, they're going to get saved and the fight's going to turn. So, got to be careful how far they step out. Nightfall's got one of his timings, of course. That butterfly's done, but with the deficit that they're at, he's just going to die to magical damage. Not just the physical, right? The magic we saw from the kisses earlier and from the Lesh.
60-minute game.
Sure, he'll be able to defend himself a little bit versus the DK, but
it's just,
it's too much damage.
Yeah, because this sort of game with this sort of lead, Yuma, he's just getting away with going for the full aggressive build, right? The Yona, into the Daedalus, into the Moon Shard, and then into the MKB.
Sure, and then he can go Satanic eventually if he wants to, even though he's versus the Deuce, so he can just stand his ground, so. They're going high. I mean, they're waiting for a pick. Look at this, they're smoked inside the base. No one's showing, time to hit the building.
They're coming in with a bit of a wraparound. Can they really make a jump here, Aurora? Nightfall will show himself for now. There's the jump. They're going to try and commit on towards the Dragon Knight. They have the opening control, but Mirror, he's immediately dead.
Cool.
They've got the pull back here on towards the DK, but Yuma, he's perfectly fine. He's completely out of mana on Nightfall. He's gone. The song comes out. But they won't be able to save the Medusa, and they're barely able to save Toronto Tokyo. Get caught by another call. Kisses are coming in, but Toronto Tokyo still manages to slither back to the fountain. The barracks, though, they're gone.
I thought they were going to tap out there, I got to be honest with you. The Deuce shows up, and they're trying to poke this DK, but he just gets Demonic Cleansed, I believe it is. Purges off that amp damage, or the Corrosive Haze. They just stand their ground. Heroic far too ahead in this one.
The fortification comes out, buys a bit of time.
They'll hang on. Looks like they will stick it out for that next fight to try to contest for that Roche. But Heroic, quite a statement that they put on there, just walking onto the high ground.
It definitely feels like one of those games that sort of starts a series, and if indeed it does end up going the way of Heroic, I can't imagine Aurora's going to try and match it up against Heroic with this same sort of play style, right? They've got to change something up, surely, to try and beat this style of team.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a clash of two styles of teams, right? It's one team that likes to sit back, wait for timings, and it's one team that just likes to go, 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 go. So perhaps they are going to have to do some type of pivot and adaptation for Nightfall to play something that can get a little bit more involved early, but And things fell apart all over the place. It wasn't just Medusa, right? So-
it was everything getting crushed really from minute 0.
So we'll have to see, because this one looks like it's very inevitable at this point. Yuma changed it up a little bit.
Okay.
He's gonna go IC
instead of the moon shard.
Sure, why not? Helps. I mean, helps take buildings actually faster, right? So.
Tier 2 on the bottom lane. Probably not likely going to see Aurora head down and try and do anything about Heroic pushing in there. Even if they do so, Heroic, as you say, are able to hold them map in a way that they can just freely go to the Roshan.
And look at Schofield, what he's queuing up to. Even though they're so far ahead, they're still thinking about all these little things. Dusa can be their problem. Schofield is queuing up Halberd, an item that you don't see built almost at all in Dota, but it's one of the best items in the game versus Dusa. So
Aurora, they're trying for some sort of crazy Roshan play to put a stop to this. They'll find Defy at the side.
He is very
He's very tanky, and he's got the coverage of the kisses coming as well. They use the box to try and get Nightfall out of this. We'll see Makoto go in on towards the supports, but the supports, they're too strong. He can't kill off the support. They'll easily kite out the Stone Gaze. Aurora, they'll try and make another jump in with Toronto Token, but they don't have to follow up. And now Whisper, he's straight in on top of Nightfall. We'll be off the mark with the stun, but the damage burns through Ollie. Makoto will turn the Vortex straight back on towards Whisper, but Whisper's easily able to back off. Defy gets in with the dunk, takes out Mirror. He's now in on towards Toronto Token, he's trying to slither away, but Demonic Purge comes in. Another dunk from Defy. Godlike now on the axe. Aurora, they tried to piece together some sort of play to disrupt the Roche attempt. They just don't have the power right now, Fog.
they truly don't. And if you remember, this was a first pick Axe too. First pick Axe who has gone godlike in the game. Definitely things have gone wrong for the Aurora in a massive way. As we see the damage done from Devi, Axe did 2,283 damage to the Slardar. Highest damage inside that team fight, even with Alash on his team. He is sitting at 60 armor when he's next to that AC. Good luck.
And no amount of minus armor is going to cause him to have any sort of panic in the fights. Makoto should be all right here. Looks like they didn't quite get the vision of him, so we'll be able to TP out of this corner of the map. All right, ready to get back on with the push with this Aegis, and this time round they'll definitely be considering going for the high ground. And there, as you say,
there's that Halberd.
A pickup that, yeah, it's basically the answer to any sort of comeback hope that Aurora could probably try and hope to have around their Medusa.
Yep, pretty much. Right, Halberd, amazing versus these ranged heroes still, but you just don't see it picked up because it's just not great to build up, not great stats.
They're going to try to jump down towards Yuma, but back up to Divine. They're going to call on Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo, he's just immediately dead. He's out. He does have the buyback available. The song from Ollie will at least get the space from Mirror and Nightfall to keep that distance. Yuma trying to step forward. They catch him with the fear. Defensive disruption comes in from King Jungle. Divine's in with the jump. He gets the call onto the tomb. Catches both Mirror and Nightfall. Cookie in as well on top of the Medusa. Nightfall's gone. Makoto has to peek at me and run. It's over. There's no running from this. This game won. Heroic. We've seen them do this before against a lot of teams. When everything hits right from them at the start, sometimes it just don't stop, folks. They completely run over.
And we see exactly why they wanted this Lash, right? Instead of something like a Meepo, where they could have maybe gone for something like that. It's just all about pressure, pressure, pressure. There's no space for Aurora. There's no space for Nightfall.
No, absolutely not. Did not get the chance whatsoever to try and make a recovery on his Medusa with the lineup around him. Just heroic. I mean, as I was saying earlier in the game, look, what do you do against them if you're Nightfall? I can't imagine he's going to want to play Medusa again in this series.
I think you have to try to match their speed. I don't think you can play this type of slow pace versus this team. They're going to take advantage of you. They're one of the best teams at playing fast right now.
Wow. As you said earlier, beautiful Dota here from Heroic as they'll take game one against Aurora.
Yeah, Heroic, they've been itching to come out here on the stage, and they put on a fantastic show for themselves, and a very clean one at that. It felt like at no point did Heroic really falter. It went from taking towers to taking Roche to taking high ground. Because I don't know if we could really pick apart much of what Heroic did.
No, I mean, one thing is Heroic doing really well and good things, but I also think Aurora put themselves in a very tough spot in that game just from the draft alone. I feel like their heroes don't really have any innate synergy off the bat. They have a very hard time killing any heroes with their... They don't have much burst. You know, they don't... I just don't really see what the point is here. It's like they're trying to counter individual heroes on Heroic, and then they try to get this 18 Medusa and win from there, but it's just not enough.
I mean, you can see from the highlights we just saw there, right? Like the critical part, it was like a 1-4 Storm Spirit, a 0-4 Slardar. Like when you're picking Medusa, you need to have your supporting task bring life to the game, right? You have a Slardar who has no game, a Storm who has no game, a support duo that want to amp up cores who are having good games. They don't play from behind. They're trying to make everyone else feel happy. It's 4 kills on Aurora. It's 33 minutes into a game. Like the fact that you're, as a losing team, you can only muster 4 kills. This often happens with Aurora. In a losing game, it becomes like a lost game. Like they don't know what they're doing. It honestly is, at the moment after game 1, it's a mismatch. Aurora need to have a whole new identity if they are to try and beat Heroic, because in the current playstyles, it is, yeah.
No, I mean, I think you look at this mid matchup and you look up the gameplay around there. Like I think they're both very explosive players in a lot of ways. I think they're both very important to their teams. And Heroic is ganking for Whisper. They're wrapping around that behind with Schofield. They're getting this kill. They're snowballing the lane. The Storm is jungling while the Lesh is making moves and doing whatever he wants. And on the flip side, Aurora is sitting in lanes that they're losing. They're not making any moves, and they're slowly getting trampled on the map. Like I think, y'all mentioned it. Fogg said it too. I think they need to be proactive. They need to do things in the early game at least. If they want to play a slower mid game and have better scaling, that's fine. I get that. It's a stylistic choice. Yeah. But the early game, at a minimum, like Dota has reached the level where these players are too good. You can't just allow yourself to get run over because they are going to trample you. And even if your draft scales better, who cares, man? You're down 15k gold. It doesn't matter if your heroes scale better.
Yeah, it feels like there are the moments that you can kind of feel are going to happen no matter what in a game, and that is when a team is above or in the lead, I should say, T, they're going to want to try and take your Wisdom Rune. Taking away that XP is so detrimental to your opponent. So it's like the idea of Heroic taking that away when they're up, yeah, Aurora should have been way more ready for that.
Yeah, the 7-minute rune, losing both of them is game breaking. Losing the 14 can be soul crushing. And for Aurora, they've tried to play around it. They had the Slardar already in position. You see the Wisdom Shrine spawn there, but already Toronto Tokyo is dead. Aurora then have 4 heroes behind him, and Heroic, they keep poking, they keep playing the area. The song's already been used. They're trying to disengage. Like, it's just uncomfortable from Aurora. Other teams here, maybe the Medusa will be on the other side of the map they'll be playing as for. So I feel like Aurora, they are trying to be more aggressive and ready to play objectives, but the heroes they have aren't the heroes to do it. I don't want to see a Medusa fighting a 14-minute Wisdom, right? I want to see him farming and punishing the fact that 5 heroes are playing for a 14-minute resource on the map. So it's like, we want to see them more aggressive. They're trying to be more aggressive, but then their heroes aren't good enough to be aggressive. So it's like there's such mixed ideas happening in Aurora that both their draft and their identity it's all up in the air right now.
I think it's very easy to fall into the trap of that when you're coming up against Heroic, because you think, okay, Heroic, they're extremely explosive in that early game, but we can wait them out. That's what that draft was saying. But when you actually come up against Heroic, you see the movements they're making on the map. That's when you fall into that trap misery. That's when you're like, okay, we need to start trying to outnumber them. We need to be reacting to everything they're doing.
I think Quinn said something nice while we're watching the game, that it's okay to be greedy. It's okay to be picking very greedy heroes like the Medusa, but then you also need to make sure that your lanes are stable, or you actually play your lanes well. Because like, you can't be this greedy and bank on going late game so much while also getting stomped in every single lane, right? So I think that this is what Aurora needs to adjust with, either picking stronger supports with more synergy so that they can contest the mid lane, right? And get their own mid lane onto some kind of game, right? And or just look to perhaps play the lanes in a more conservative, stable way. Because this is definitely not sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way that Heroic combines their heroes. I think you see so many different kills happening with different hero pairings. And to me, that's a sign of a team that's really in the zone. And I love Dota being played that way. I think it's so close to the core of like what truly good Dota is every hero is intertwining, people making moves at different points. You're giving this guy a lane, and then that guy makes a move with the gameplay he's got. And you keep switching and swapping these things. And I think it's really beautiful. And I think it also works really well. And I think Heroic is honestly probably the team right now that embodies that the most. I think they mix and match very, very well. Everyone gets involved, and they have really high kill counts. Like, when they play well, I'm really impressed with this team. Like, I really enjoy watching them, and I think they have great Dota, and they have great ideas. Like, I think they're honestly really smart players who are doing good things.
The building blocks for that really comes from the supports. It feels like, are these supports going to be able to roam with a core? Are these cores going to be able to roam with those supports, whether it's 1 or 2? And on the side of Aurora, you got this Naga Siren and a Ringmaster, both of them being so squishy. They're out of place one time, and now it feels like anyone on the side of Heroic is going to be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, it also comes down to like the damage and what you can do, right? Like Aurora just don't have it, so when their supports try to do something, there's no one ready. And when you're talking about heroic, right, I feel like there's no ego on the roster as well, right? No one really cares that if a move's happening, one player doesn't have an expectation where they need to be ready at this time. There's like, you know what, sure, I'll follow the call. We'll make it happen. And heroic, they have that freedom to, at any minute, they're gonna bring all these players together to do the right things. And like you were mentioning for Aurora, it's like, it just can't really be done with a Naga and a Ringmaster. They're not the conductors of the game.
We see the Ringmaster dying here and dying here again. And I was at dinner thinking, why is there a Ringmaster in this game actually, you know? And they pick it pretty early on. They pick it into the Dragon and the Axe, and at that point it makes a lot of sense. You know, you have a save against both these heroes. It's pretty good with the percentage-based damage as well, but Heroic here smartly picks up Snapfire and Shadow Demon, and then Leshrac last pick as well, so that the box doesn't do anything anymore. And yeah, I don't know, I just don't see Ringmaster in the best place right now in general. So yeah, there it is. There it is right now.
Did you make this yourself during dinner as well?
I did make that, yeah.
He didn't actually go to dinner. He was busy making this graphic instead.
I see. Okay, so Ringmaster hater, but yeah, I mean, Ringmaster on average looks like quite a weak hero. In the rare games, in the correct lineups, when you have tempo, you're going to look good. But yeah, in an even/losing game, Ringmaster can very quickly fall to the side.
Okay, and let me just add on top of that. Okay, one thing is the Ringmaster, but then you also have this Naga Siren here, which you first pick, right? Which one of the most quote-unquote broken heroes in Dota right now. Everybody bans this hero out, and you get your hands on it, and then you have no real synergy. You have no real damage with this hero. You basically don't use the fact that you get this Naga at all, in my opinion. In the Ringmaster Naga combo, I don't really see any point.
I just want to see a completely different Aurora going into game 2. Like what we just saw here, the draft just didn't really do it. The play didn't really do it. Like everything Heroic's doing is showing that they are trying their best to be in that grand finals. At the moment, Aurora, it just feels like they're playing their game and it hasn't worked out. So I think for game 2, it just everything needs to be different. Often we pick one thing, but there's not a single thing that I feel like I can praise upon in regards to draft or play or anything. Sure, they've had moments in the past, but right now in this tournament, they don't feel like they are, proving to be a team that was going to be playing tomorrow.
This is KP's got to come and clutch. You've seen him on camera. This man can draft. We know that he can break down games. We know like just a pivotal part that he can play for a lot of teams, a lot of rosters, and he's at the helm now for Aurora. He's the one doing that motivational talk and the one that has to come out with a whole new draft and go, yeah, maybe we got baited into picking the Naga because everyone's been banning it. Maybe we're a bit rusty on it. Where do the cards lie now?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think they need a wake-up call more than they need anything. Whether they need, one specific, adjustment here or there or the other. I think this team needs to realize, hey, the way that we're playing Dota in some games is just not okay, and we're gonna get abused by better teams. And I honestly think they need to recognize that, and they need to change things and shift their focus a little bit, because I think you can't have a game like this. And I think they're also the team that we've seen today has been the most affected by the pressure. I think the crowd, and I feel like the pressure of being on stage has affected them. I feel like individually they played quite poorly in this game. They made a lot of individual mistakes. We see points where like Slaughter just like blinks on a wave and stuns it when everyone's there and just dies immediately, or random individual mistakes that I think should not be happening. And so I think they need to, KP needs to snap it into them a little bit that, hey guys, we need to clutch up. This is, sure, there's some draft problems, but I also think more of this game is gameplay.
Yeah, I didn't really take that into effect, because when I look at all of these plays individually, they've had LAN experience. They've played in front of crowds. It felt like they should be used to that. But, as...
Welcome to the Arcadia colony.
Play it now with Game Pass.
In cinemas now. A new Predator rises. Predator Badlands in cinemas now.
it's time for the patch quiz. I have in front of me a lot of patch notes, some which are true, some which are false. All of them should be within Dota 2. Let's see if the players can figure out which are true and which are false. Ring of Regen now builds into Heaven's Halberd.
Okay, false.
It was true.
Who buys this item?
Techie's Blastoff now leaves a small lingering minefield that lasts 3 seconds.
False.
It is false.
I love my
be
techies.
terrible.
I love my techies.
Ultimate levels are now 6, 12, and 18.
True.
That is true. Bane and Feeble is now a passive.
Was it? I think that's true. Is it true? I think it's true. There's some weird moment. I don't know what.
It's actually pretty recent, 723.
Yeah, that's probably what I remember.
Sniper's Headshot now procs on buildings for 50% effectiveness.
True.
False. Well, you were so confident in that one too. Slark Pounce no longer latches onto creeps.
False.
It is false.
God bless. There was some 6.82 coming.
I think that's it. I think you're golden. Well, thank you, Panto.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get you back to your spawn.
Shortly be having the draft for Game 2 of Heroic versus Aurora. I wanted to ask you one question first, Misery. When is the time to experiment? I wanted to have a quick look at Toronto Tokyo Slada. He's only played it 3 times competitively, right, in his career, based on Dota Buff. His game just now, 0-6. The game before that, 21 days ago, he was 0-9-1. And then a day before that one, he went 8-3-20. So he's played 3 games, won 1 nicely, got absolutely dumpstered in the other 2.
Yeah.
Is this the time to experiment with heroes when you are in a single elimination, best of 3?
So you consider this last Slada pick as almost like an experiment?
This is all experimentation, I feel, to some degree. Like, you first picked Slada in the first time 22 days ago. It went well. You then got absolutely handled the game after. You've now come again. You lose again. Like, is this the point where Aurora have enough information that maybe Slada isn't a reliable offlaner for them?
I mean, I think they need to experiment, but I think they need to experiment with something maybe like more aggressive overall, like maybe the playstyle wise or something like that, like break up the way you're two, like you gotta play the team, right? You gotta play Heroic right now. You gotta adjust to them a little bit. You can't just do what you always do, I think. That's what we saw Mouse do last game, and we saw them adjust in game 3, and that was really well done, right? I think Aurora needs to do something similar now.
Of course, Heroic, again, their bans in the first game was very, very good. They targeted all of the cores pretty much of Nightfall other than a Timbersaw ban for Tokyo. This time around, they have shifted their bans because them being on first pick, they've got the Abaddon, the Mars, and the Puck. I think in different drafts, you could argue all have pretty good building blocks, but again, Heroic going for a first pick Centaur, that is something that we haven't really seen from them. And it's also a hero that people haven't really banned against them.
No, but structurally, it actually makes sense, right? Because if we look at some of their previous games, they have sometimes picked Mars first. They've sometimes picked the what was it, like Night Stalker first, Sand King, things like that. So it is a hero that they can pick first and feel comfortable. It's a strong laner, right? We talked about this hero earlier. The Dominator into Pipe. It's a very standard, very good item build right now. Scaling into late game with Aghanims, so I don't mind it. Naga is once again in the pool.
Yeah, Naga in the pool, but I like.
Want to see it really for Aurora, honestly.
But I really like the concept of like heroes are strong in meta, but when they're strong, you know why they're there. So I feel like teams should be able to exploit them, and of course Heroic did that beautifully. I think, to be honest, I think too many teams are afraid of Naga Siren because they feel like everyone's going to play it to the caliber of Falcons, for example. Like, not every team is that good on Naga Siren.
Not. And that hero is not that easy to play as well. It's quite tricky, I think, to draft around Naga. But anyway, there's no Naga right now. The Queen of Pain, though, I kind of like this from Aurora. I think it's a fresh breath of fresh air, right? You get this mid, potentially. I mean, we don't know if it's a mid or.
Let's just say it's a mid. It's Aurora.
But let's assume it's mid.
I will quit my job if Nightfall's playing Queen of Pain carry.
No, I mean, it could be some random support, Queen of Pain, or Toronto Tokyo gets flexed to offlane, you never know. But I think it's at least, it's a nice hero. You pick it up against the Whisper mid, you feel good no matter what he plays, gives you a lot of damage early on. I also like, when I was coaching Mikoto, I think he enjoys when his hero is being picked early, because he kind of wants to play those heroes regardless. Even if he has last pick, he's not going to pick Husker. So I think, picking his hero early fits him as a player and leaves room for some of the other heroes to come later.
But that aside, even though I fully agree with Mikoto being confident playing any matchup, also early picking a hero does bait enemies to pick certain cores, so that you kind of know the direction of the draft. Yeah. But with Heroic, right, banning out the Ursa, the Tidehunter, if you were to say what are some good counters to a Centaur, of course, Ursa is the first one that comes to mind. It's of course Aurora's best hero. Do you feel like Aurora maybe missed a chance to try and hard counter you pick Centaur, we lock in the best hero against you instantly?
Potentially, I mean, if they were willing to pick the Ursa there, it would not, it definitely could have happened. But again, we don't know if this Queen of Pain is a flexible.
Again, my job is on the line, so I hope it's not.
I mean, Nightfall carry Queen of Pain. Yeah. Imagine playing Centaur and going up against Queen of Pain.
No, I understand. Stop trying to sell it. I don't want them to hear you. Again, like I said, my job's on the line. Just make sure Makoto's playing it. All right? They are on our side of the stage.
Again, Jakiro, I think it's looking for me much better for Aurora right now. They have much more damage now. They have stronger lanes already.
But one pipe and their damage does fall apart, right? The Scream, the Dagger, Jakiro's spells, they have already, I fully agree, their lanes feel like they have more forward-thinking ideas, the purpose, right? But if they enter that mid-game and they feel like Queen, Jakiro +1 is enough damage, that's when a Chen, a Centaur, all these little buffs and auras will, they'll come crumbling down.
The good thing is that they have only shown 2 heroes so far. Well, they're basically Falcons right now.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they're dabbling, yeah.
Falcons bread and butter right here with the Chen Skywrath. And this also, Falcons were playing the Skywrath in the safe lane and going Chen in the off lane, at least having that potential flexibility there.
But the Sky is good though for the fact that Queen of Pain is all about the elusive in and out in the early game, right? Trying to play the limits, get that big damage. When you get Ancient Sealed, silenced by the Skywrath Mage, you are gonna die on that Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain also does not really want to buy any of those items that removes that right now. He wants to just go Aghanims and Kaya Sanch really early on, right? But now you feel like you need to build a BKB or something like that to get rid of it.
And you are deceptively tanky with the facet for Skywrath Mage. Can't remember what it's called, I'm not going to try and lie to you, but when you do magic damage, you then get the barrier. You can just throw Mystic Flare, get that additional barrier, feel like you can actually stand in the fight. Of course, old school Skywrath, you get jumped by one hero, you are dead.
But let's see here now. They basically see a lot of stuff from Heroic that they need to, they see the Chen, you see the Centaur, the pipe's going to be there, the aura's going to be there. How do you deal with this? So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good pick again. I think this approach from Aurora is kind of what we've been asking for on the panel, right? Throw in some more aggression, change your mindset a bit, change the way you play.
Okay, and they go for the Sven. All right, again, some classics. At least for Nightfall, he goes for the Sven. I'm a little afraid because Sven can fall into a bit of a trap where you don't apply pressure in the laning phase, and then you do need to farm for a good 15-20 minutes to then be explosive. And then the Heroics line up around 15-20 minutes with a Pipe or a Crimson on the Centaur, the correct neutral creeps from the Chen. You can also kind of withstand Sven's entry to the game and make him think about, oh, now I need a Daedalus, now I need the extra item, the extra way of doing it. So yes, it's comfort for Aurora, but it could play into the, do we actually have enough damage? Because of Sven just not being that strong in the lane. And a Beastmaster for Heroic. They want to just bring that tempo, that life to the game, right? Beastmaster most likely from the mid lane for Whisper. Is it going to free farm against the Queen of Pain? It's just going to have...
It's a very good pick, I think, right now. It looks... The Beast pick makes that draft overall a lot more... Like their 5-man makes it a lot stronger. I think it's nice to have Beast against Sven. You know, these heroes don't really like summons, but I still think Aurora has a lot of play here in them. I think the synergy between Jakiro and Bounty Hunter playing early up with the Queen of Pain, you can actually shut down this Beastmaster, right? The supports, if they start dying, the Chen, the Skywrath Mage, they can start feeding, right? And then suddenly you have a much more explosive Aurora draft that can really take advantage of the map. I think they need a playmaker in the offlane though that does not necessarily need that many items to play. I think they need something to play fast, because I do agree Sven can sometimes be quite greedy as a hero. He needs some time to farm, and he's not really going to participate.
And one thing that we often don't talk about with Chen is that when your position 5 is your traditional warder for your team, when you're playing Chen, you're playing more towards the jungle, your own efficiencies, the items that you bring. So you then need your position 4 to step up and take that warding game over. And if these small things against a bounty hunter, if you have any bad sentry placement, any bad obs placement, you're suddenly going to have him on your back line, getting the deep vision out, understanding all of your movement, when's that death ball coming. Again, Heroic's lineup is going to be somewhat scripted. Where is the Centaur, where's the Beastmaster? The supports have to be behind them. But if you know where the cores are, you will see a lot of ways to dodge them. And Aurora, I hope this time around, if you want this to get to a game 3, they're going to need to utilize the bounty, the vision, to be able to just choose the correct fight to take.
I think the point about the Heroics lineup or heroes in general are not really scary until they get blink daggers, I think is a good point, because like, you know, it's not that easy for Beastmaster to run in and roar Queen of Pain before he blinks away, right? Or maybe you can kill the bounty hunter with some dust, but it's not that easy for them to initiate right now. You have the Stampede, sure, but it's, you know, you kind of need the blink daggers before you become effective, or you're just running around as a ball. But against bounty hunter, he's gonna know where you are, he's gonna scout, get the vision for you, so you can easily rat and choose your fights wisely. So I think Heroic needs to think about maybe a win condition or somehow close out the game early here. Meepo?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
I think Meepo is
I was doing the Meepo point.
You do have this. I mean, actually,
no.
It's Sven, Quap,
don't care.
Jakiro, Bounty. There's a lot of AoE, but I still think it's a problem.
But modern day Meepo doesn't really care that much, right? Because you have the Aghanims and they do ban it out.
Okay, that's a good ban.
Even though you might think Aurora's lineup's good against it, the fact that you don't have early game instant damage to threaten Meepo means he's always going to get online, and it just takes one dig or one Ags, whatever the thing is when they become a tower or whatever it's called, one of those ones, and you break their lineup. So I think a very good ban for Aurora. Mega Meepo, that's the word.
Mega Meepo.
Yeah.
No, I do think Heroic needs to find something that either puts them in a position where they can just kind of sit back and farm and not worry so much, or something that allows them to go high ground kind of early and just makes their death ball really strong. And I mean, Meepo would fit perfectly into that category, but banned out now. And as for Aurora, what do we got for Toronto Tokyo as well? He needs some, like we talked about, some kind of stable offlaner.
I think a hero that was, I mean, Heroic kind of enjoyed a bit was the Kez, right? The idea of just a decent lane, just kind of annoying to kill. I think as long as Yuma has some way of just being annoying, buying time for the fight, everyone's going to be able to shine, be it through the damage of Skywrath Mage or the lockdown of a Centaur or a Beastmaster.
I think TA maybe as well could be a hero that they could consider here.
Yeah, true. That would then give you a little bit more access to objectives. When you win the fight, you can Roshan, you can do all this stuff. Again, Kez kind of can with the Deso. TA, of course, easily will with the Desolator and her natural playstyle.
I can definitely see Kez as well.
Yeah. Again, Aurora, they do have the last pick in the draft.
I think Aurora also needs to be careful they don't pick something like Night Stalker and then overcommit to the skirmishing and ending up with 0 team fight whatsoever. They can make that work, but right now I think they could pick a hero and make their draft very, very solid. Ban out the Axe and Pangolin here as well. So what is actually there? There's some kind of maybe Underlord could be an interesting one for Aurora.
In Heroic, they have 8 seconds of reserve time, 12 seconds left on this pick, so it's not a lot of time for them to decide, but I mean, Yuma has shown a lot of confidence in his playstyle and picks recently. So pretty much whatever he calls for, you pretty much give him, and he's going to take the Juggernaut. So opting to play more of a stable lane, doesn't want to get countered by this potential Toronto-Tokyo offlane pick. Of course, we've seen the strengths of Jug. Looking at their lineup, this feels so like classics, right? Like you got Jug, you got Centaur, you have Healing Ward to amp up heroes, you got Chen.
Yeah.
Just the amount of tankiness and healing that Heroic bring when they are together between 20 to 30 minutes, that is such an alarming timing for Aurora to play into.
For sure. I mean, Juggernaut gives them a little bit of what we talked about, a little bit of both, right? It allows you to sit back and farm, get your Battle Fury, and still go into late game while
Forza in partnership with Bentley and myself and Bazinga and Zerka.
Jump online, redeem your free cars, !Bentley in the chat. Get involved, set a lap time, upload it. Bosh, there we go. Can I tame this demon, guys? Can I tame this demon?
Oh my gosh, what a vehicle. Oh, that was easy, Bez, mate. At least at a good time next time, what's going on?
What do you think?
I'm a little worried for them, just because, yes, Slardar is a classic counter to Jug. You just bash him when he spins, you can always threaten that, but the fact is, you're leaning into the is Nightfall ready to do the damage when it's required? Because when you look at the auras, right, or if Chen just brings the Ogo creep with the little frost, right?
Sure.
Some additional shield, right? You got potential Vlad, you have Crimsons, and you have ACs from a Beastmaster who's not afraid of buying it.
5 days
so many
mute
ways
on the
for
drain.
Aurora to feel like they have damage problems that I need to see like a perfect laning play from them.
No,
Oh,
I think
like this?
Aurora definitely needs to play this one
They
well,
like-
but I think they have a lot of tools to put on the aggression early on in this game.
Preteen
I think their supports are
cockroach
much
sized.
stronger this time around. I think Heroic's draft is a little
Not a
bit
big
slow.
one, but not a
If
small
they
one
manage to
either.
shut down the Beastmaster, I think Heroic might have a hard time fighting back going into early mid game.
Yeah. I really want to see Bounty Hunter, Jakiro, and Queen of Pain
that
shine.
scared
Because I
me.
think they had quite a quiet game in the last one. Of course, they only had, 4 kills, so pretty much everyone had a quiet game. But this time around, Makoto, I want to see him be like the MVP, the star player for this team. Like, he can break open the game, utilize the damage amp of a track, the damage of Ollie from a Jakiro, right? Bring this to life, and sure, they can do it, but it's all about tempo. Good lanes, find the fight. They cannot just play for scale. If they play for scale, the scale will hit them right in the face when Heroic's ready.
Yeah, it's kind of a test for them,
Useless
right? Are
cat.
they able to suddenly bring in this
Catch these
aggressive
cockroaches
playstyle
instead
into
of just jumping
an
on my
otherwise
cords.
passive
Trying to
team,
keep
right? Because that's
headphone.
also a bit of adjustment that they have to think about in this game. This is a completely different playstyle than perhaps what they normally do.
You're a player that used to like killing couriers. How many do you think Mirror is going to kill this game with the Bounty Hunter? Like, it's not really a thing people do nowadays, so it's just kind of a little side minigame we can do.
I think there's the 4 meta of sniping couriers behind the tower in the laning phase is definitely a thing. But I also think that if Heroic are on point, they should be very aware of this.